Chapter 1642. Several days later, in the sky above Huaxia, dark clouds blocked all the light. Although it was noon, the sky was still eerie. In fact, on the day that the array was broken, in less than half a day, all the places with people in the world were already gloomy. At first, the people who were hiding from the bone-chilling cold didn't know what kind of natural disaster it was and why it was so horrifying. But slowly, people realized at this time, it wasn't as simple as just cooling down. In every area of the world, ghosts that ordinary people didn't even dare to imagine appeared one after another. These ghosts and skeletons that looked like they would only appear in magic movies appeared before people's eyes. Some of them just passed by and shuttled through the steel forests of the cities. Some of them suddenly chose people and devoured them, leaving puddles of blood or dried corpses behind. If the earth was about to enter the Ice Age, humans already felt the approach of death. Then, the scene of the arrival of the Grim Reaper made people fall into despair. This time, whether it was the poor people or the rich and powerful people, they couldn't avoid being attacked. In front of these primordial demons that people didn't understand at all, humans could only wait for death or pray to God. The sudden change was so fast that even the extremely intelligent humans didn't have time to think about what was going on. The cultivators in the illusion realm realized that the situation wasn't good from the first day they discovered the demons, especially the cultivators in Hongmeng. Their ancestors had guarded the array for generations, but they didn't expect that something would really happen in this era. Soon, Lu Xuan, Yin Xiuming, and the rest of the cultivators in Hongmeng scattered the remaining hundreds of cultivators on the island and went around the world to kill the primordial demons that had escaped. Because most of the demons were only at the soul formation realm and had low spiritual intelligence, they weren't difficult to deal with. This might be the only thing that was worth celebrating. However, there were too many demons, and these cultivators scattered all over the world were like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. In the end, the masters of the hidden families couldn't sit back and do nothing, so they all went around the world to kill the demons. Even if they knew that this was only delaying the decline of Earth and humanity, they could only try their best. The women were waiting for Yang Cheng's return. When they saw this scene, they couldn't wait any longer. As a result, Xiang Wei, Kai Ning, and the other women who had reached the soul formation stage and above also went to different parts of the world to fight alongside the cultivators in the illusion realm. With a large number of magic treasures given by Yang Cheng, the women's combat power was not weak, so there was not much trouble. However, there were some primordial fiendish demons that were rather troublesome to deal with. A portion of the demons had extremely high intelligence, just like the shadow demon. They were at the soul formation or soul formation stage, and they were proficient in all kinds of strange techniques that were impossible to defend against. Less than 2 days later, news of over a dozen cultivators being killed came. Some cultivators ran back with injuries, but they were quickly poisoned to death by some insidious poison. In the end, Luo Qinxiu and the others came to a decision. If they discovered any demons that were difficult to deal with, they would immediately report it to the island and have the strongest cultivators deal with them. Although it was not very reliable, it was probably the best choice to reduce casualties. The whole world turned from an ice and snow cage to an Azura hell. It didn't matter if you were an ordinary person, a white-collar worker, a peddler, a lady, or an entertainment star. All kinds of people from all levels of society began to die tragically on the streets or in their own homes. In the sound of the horn of doomsday, no ostentatious title could be used as a talisman. The only thing that could save them was the blessing of the goddess of fate. The most basic weakness of human beings was exposed at this moment. In a second-tier city in the south of Huaxia, at the edge of the ghostly city, there were scattered garbage and abandoned vehicles everywhere. The corpses of humans and animals were scattered everywhere. The previously noisy supermarkets and markets were now empty. On a dead silent street, a man with messy hair, wearing a dirty shirt, and holding a porcelain bottle of white wine, staggered across the street. This seemingly drunk tramp was none other than Yang Cheng, who had been walking aimlessly for so many days. Ever since Meng Xiaoyao left, Yang Cheng did not know where to go. After staying in the bar for a whole night, the next morning he walked out of the bar with a blank mind and began to wander around. In the streets of the city, in the fields of the village, Yang Cheng numbly watched as more and more demons ran amok. However, no matter how the demons slaughtered humans, sucked blood, or stole souls, Yang Cheng numbly turned a blind eye to it. All of this seemed to have nothing to do with him. The demons could also feel that this tramp was not ordinary and instinctively kept a respectful distance from him, so they did not provoke Yang Cheng. He did not know how many cities he had passed through. Along the way, other than occasionally looking for some hard liquor, he almost never stopped. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would start to think about where he should go and what he should do. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion came from a residential area not far ahead. A burst of smoke rose into the air, only to see a blue figure climbing up from a pile of collapsed cement wall debris. Then, two young cultivators, a man and a woman with a long sword, flew to the side of the man in blue and asked worriedly if he was injured. The man in blue's face was dark and gloomy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he gritted his teeth and shook his head, indicating that there was no problem. However, his expression was obviously not the case. Yang Cheng stood at the crossroads at the corner of the street. Seeing this scene, his blank eyes showed a trace of strangeness. He hesitated slightly and could not help but stand still. At this time, the female cultivator noticed Yang Cheng standing not far away from the corner of the street and immediately shouted at Yang Cheng anxiously, "Don't come over. It's dangerous here. Get out of here." Before the woman could finish speaking, the man on the side shouted, "Sister, be careful." They saw a black ball the size of a hot air balloon, surrounded by ghost fog, from the inside of the residential area towards the three people. The man stood in front of the woman. The flying sword in his hand rolled out a long snake-like flame, entangling it, blocking the black fog ball, and constantly trying to defeat it. But although the black fog was constantly being worn down, it began to envelop the man's flying sword even faster, and it looked like it was about to swallow the man together. "Brother Zhao, be careful. This fog is poisonous." The man in blue shouted, not caring that he was still injured. He forcefully circulated a mouthful of true essence, put his hands together, and shouted the name of Buddha. "Ma, Ma, and I, Ba, me, Ho." One by one, the gilded Buddhist talismans spat out from the mouth of the man in blue, and there was a faint chanting of Buddha, and the sound of Sanskrit entered the ears. The man clenched his fist, suddenly burst out, and two fists with the power of Vajra, subduing demon, smashed on the black ball. Bang! A muffled sound came from the black fog ball, and the black ball suddenly shot out a few rays of golden light. It looked like it was about to be destroyed. However, at this moment, a monster whose entire body seemed to be formed from black fog appeared directly above the black ball. This monster had two horns on its head, a horse's mouth, a tiger's beard, and a pair of blood-red eyes. Its body was like a sitting lion, and had a short black tail with flipped fins. It was extremely ugly. The monster let out a few strange, eerie laughs, and with a sweep of its short, thick tail, the three cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, were directly sent flying. The 3 of them were not a match for it at all. The difference in their cultivation was too great. They all spat out a mist of blood on the spot, not to mention internal injuries. They were all poisoned. The monster proudly roared to the sky and spat out poisonous fog. It pounced down, stretched out a sharp black claw, and was about to grab the female cultivator's neck and devour her blood essence. Seeing the black fog demon approaching, the female cultivator was so scared that her face turned pale and her soul left her body, but she could only close her eyes and wait for death. Roar! The cruel scene that the 3 of them expected did not happen, but they suddenly heard the monster let out a shrill scream. Pung! A blood-red flame had unknowingly wrapped around the black fog demon. The demon kept struggling and roaring, but it was unable to resist the corrosion of this blood-red flame. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the world had evaporated and the demon had already disappeared. What was even more amazing was that this blood-red flame actually evaporated the poison on the three of them and directly restored them to health. It could be seen that this blood-red flame was the demon's nemesis. The three of them stared blankly at this scene. In the end, when the flame dissipated, they could clearly see that the unfamiliar wandling-like man was standing not far away, looking at them. The three of you combined only have the battle strength of the middle stage of the Kuei water stage. You want to fight a dark water stage demon. If you guys want to die, why go through so much trouble? Yang Chung sighed, then turned around and planned to leave. These two men and one woman were the siblings Zhao Muyang, Zhao Ting, and Lan Fei, whom he had interacted with in the Xiao family. If it wasn't for the fact that they had a bit of friendship back then, Yang Chung really might not care about their life and death. This brother? Please wait. A hint of hesitation and thought flashed between Zhao Muyang's brows. Then he hurriedly stood up and called out to Yang Chung. Zhao Ting and Lan Fei also immediately stood up. The debt of saving their lives was not a small favor. They didn't dare to slight it. Chapter 1643. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. May I know your name? I hope to repay you in the future. Zhao Muyang walked to the front of Yang Chung and glanced at Yang Cheng's face. Yang Chung picked up the bottle and drank a mouthful of strong liquor. He waved his hand impatiently. No need, go away. As he spoke, he directly pushed Zhao Muyang away and continued walking toward the end of the street. However, he had only taken a few steps when Zhao Muyang suddenly shouted, "Brother Xiao?" Yang Chung was stunned and stood still. Zhao Muyang was overjoyed and clapped his hands. That's right, it's Brother Xiao. When he shouted, Zhao Ting and Lan Fei were also stunned. They asked in disbelief, "What's going on?" The three of them quickly surrounded Yang Chung and looked at Yang Chung from head to toe. Yang Chung narrowed his eyes and said to Zhao Muyang, "Who do you think I am?" Zhao Muyang was full of confidence and said, "Don't hide it, Brother Xiao." "Oh no, I should call you Brother Yang, Benefactor Yang." This time, Yang Chung felt even more strange. He should not have exposed his identity. How did Zhao Muyang find out? Don't feel surprised, Brother Yang. Actually, not long after you left the Xiao family, we already thought of your real identity. At that time, you caused such a ruckus in the illusion, barging into the Xiao family and the Luo family. Who doesn't know about the illusion? Although the illusion is not small, it is not big either. If you are really Xiao Chun, then it is impossible to have no news of you all this time. In the entire Xiao family, even in Hongmeng, there is no such person. This shows that you are a fake identity. As long as Xiao Chun and Yang Chung appear at the same time, it is not difficult to find out that you're the same person. You've given us so many precious pills. Now that I think about it, it's impossible for a cultivator in the illusion to be able to afford it. We're just some small characters in the illusion, so how could an expert take pity on us? Just now, we didn't notice that you were a person with cultivation. It's the same reason why we didn't know your true strength in the past. There aren't many people in this world who can hide their cultivation. To be able to hide it as thoroughly as you, it must be you. Zhao Muyang said happily. So that's how it is. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Cheng's face. After thinking about it carefully, it wasn't too difficult to guess. Brother, is he really Xiao? Yang Chun. Zhao Ting, on the other hand, looked up and down curiously as if she had seen a treasure. Lan Fei, on the other hand, was a little excited. It was as if the words were stuck in his throat, and he could not speak. After all, the name Yang Chung had spread far and wide, and now, it represented too many legends. At the age of 25 or 26, he was already standing at the peak of the human race. No one could stop him in the illusion, and he restrained the gods with his own strength. What kind of unattainable realm was this? Yang Chung knew there was no point in hiding it. He chuckled and said, "It's fate that we meet again. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this mess. You're still too weak. You can handle normal demons, but those with higher spiritual intelligence are not people you can handle. Even if we can't beat them, we still have to fight. If we don't show up, are we just going to let the demons kill all the ordinary people here?" Zhao Ting said angrily. "Yeah, The three of us formed a team to kill demons. Although our strength is not as good as many of the seniors, we can at least do our bit, Lan Fei said. Brother Yang, I'll still call you that. I hope you don't mind. Zhao Muyang saw that Yang Cheng admitted it and became a little reserved. He said, "Where have you been these days? Your family on the island is dying of anxiety. Plus, the entire human race needs you now. Everyone knows about your wife and Athena. But running away is not a solution. Hurry up and go back. Maybe everyone can think of a way to solve it." Yeah. It's fine if you lied to us. But since you can save us, you can save everyone. Don't waste time here, Zhao Ting said anxiously. Yang Chun let out a self-deprecating laugh. I know my own business very well. If it was that easy, I would have solved it a long time ago. You guys wouldn't understand. Some things can't be done just because you want to. As he said that, he patted Zhao Muyang's shoulder. Yang Cheng was about to leave. All of a sudden, Zhao Ting was enraged. She suddenly grabbed Yang Chen's arm with force and held it tightly. You're not allowed to run. Hey, are you Yang Cheng or not? Isn't the rumored Yang Cheng fearless? Could it be that you're afraid of your own wife at this critical juncture of life and death? Are you a man or not? Sister, Zhao Muyang was afraid that he would anger Yang Cheng, so he quickly advised Zhao Ting not to talk nonsense. Zhao Ting got even angrier. Brother, stop talking nonsense. Am I wrong? Right now, Huaxia, the whole world is suffering. This bastard clearly has the ability to change all of this, but he chose to run away and hide. He doesn't even dare to see his own family. If he isn't guilty, then what is? He knows that hiding is wrong, but he still hides. If he isn't a coward, then what is? Yang Cheng's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Zhao Ting's words were like a bloody wound on his heart, adding layers of salt to it. Zhao Muyang and Lan Fei were speechless. Obviously, they didn't say anything, but in their hearts, they felt that Yang Cheng's actions were shameless. Zhao Ting let go of Yang Cheng's hand and wiped her tears. Suddenly, she flew into the residential area and quickly flew out again. When she came out again, she was carrying a little girl who was about 5 or 6 years old. She was wrapped in a cotton jacket, and her eyes were swollen from crying. The little girl seemed to be too scared. Her expression was a little dull, and she looked very confused when she saw people. Zhao Ting carried the child to Yang Cheng. Her eyes were red, and she sobbed. Do you know what this child was going through when we first arrived here? Only her grandmother was with her at home. Her parents had already left the old and the young and escaped to some unknown place. That demon sucked half of her grandmother's body dry in front of this child. It was this child's scream that led us to find that damned bastard. If we didn't appear, perhaps this child would have been dead. But there are only a few hundred of us cultivators, but there are tens of thousands of demons in the world. Don't you also have a daughter? Your daughter is a treasure, but don't tell me that the children of ordinary families are not treasured. If because of you, a child who could have grown up well died, then the one who killed them isn't those demons, it's you. It's you selfish, disgusting coward. Yang Cheng looked at the little girl in a daze. Zhao Ting's words kept echoing in his ears like the echoes of a valley. Vaguely, it was as if this little girl had become Lan Lan, and Lan Lan was crying with red eyes, looking at him. Yang Cheng's eyes reddened uncontrollably, and he clenched his fists tightly. He was about to lose control of his emotions, and his breathing quickened. Zhao Ting, on the other hand, tightened her grip on the little girl in her arms. Coldly staring at Yang Chun, she said, I initially thought you had some difficulties and couldn't make it back in time, but it seems like we thought too highly of you. Even if you think I'm self-righteous, overestimating myself, crazy, stupid, I don't care. I, Zhao Ting, will tell you as a woman today. If I were your wife at this time, I wouldn't be grateful to you because you didn't want to hurt me and chose to escape. I would only feel that marrying a coward like you, who doesn't dare to face reality and uses numbness to cover up your pitiful self-esteem, is an insult. After that, Zhao Ting hugged the little girl, stroked her hair, and walked back to the residential area. Zhao Muyang and Lan Fei looked at each other with a complicated expression and sighed helplessly with a smile. although Zhao Ting's words were inappropriate and a little arrogant, but in general, they could understand why the girl was so angry. For many female cultivators, perhaps the unruly and unbeatable Yang Cheng was the person they admired behind their backs. But now that they found out that the hero was such an unbearable person, it was inevitable that they would be disappointed and even angry. Zhao Muyang walked to Yang Cheng's side, patted Yang Cheng's shoulder, and said, "Brother Yang, my sister is straightforward. She actually doesn't mean any harm. We can understand, but for you, this isn't a simple decision. There must be a lot of inside story that we don't know. Only you can understand it. After all, no matter what, we can only rely on you. It's our incompetence. Even if we die one day, it's our fate." Yang Cheng stood there woodenly, as if he didn't hear anything. But Zhao Muyang obviously didn't care about this, as if he was immersed in his own sorrow, and smiled bitterly. "Do you know, Brother Lan and I often talk about you. We're all very envious of you. You're so young, yet you have such ability. We even fantasize if this decisive power is in the hands of either him or me. How awe-inspiring that would be." "Ha! It's stupid, isn't it? We also know that, but we can only think like that. But to be honest, we're very envious of you, even jealous of you. Jealous that you have such talent, such good luck, things that we can't force ourselves to have. No matter what choice you make, I hope you can believe that at least Lon and I won't hate you like a lot of people. We may be nothing to you, but to us, it's our honor to be friends with you." Zhao Muyang and Lan Fei smiled warmly together and didn't say anything more, and quietly walked to the residential area to look for Zhao Ting. Yang Cheng quietly stood where he was for a long time, countless thoughts flashing in his eyes, changing in an instant. Not knowing how long had passed, Yang Cheng chuckled dryly a few times, raised his head to look at the gray sky, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He threw the bottle in his hand, and the next second, Yang Cheng disappeared from the street. Soon, in the forgotten kingdom thousands of miles away, Yang Cheng had already changed into a clean set of clothes, tidied up his appearance, and appeared in the castle. In the hall on the first floor of the castle, several women, including Lu Mingyu, Jin Xiu, Li Jingjing, and Mo Qianni, were discussing something at the table. The chubby little girl sat on Yang Gongming's lap, listening to Yang Gongming telling her some old stories. The sudden appearance of Yang Cheng stunned the women for a moment. It was Lan Lan who reacted first and happily shouted, "Dad." Yang Cheng blinked at the women who were stunned, and their eyes were about to tear up. He then hugged his daughter, who rushed up to him and showed a bright smile. Chapter 1644. Hearing the news of Yang Cheng's return, the women who were busy killing demons all over the world also hurried back. Guo Xuehua cried tears of joy. She held her son's hand and tried to persuade Yang Cheng not to do anything stupid. He had to see the facts clearly and not be deceived by Athena. Yang Cheng kept nodding and agreed. After much persuasion, he finally let Guo Xuehua, who had not rested for several days, go and take a nap. The warmth of family and lover made Yang Cheng have some indescribable feelings. Compared with the past, in this situation, warmth seemed particularly precious. No one asked where Yang Cheng went, nor did they ask Yang Cheng what he planned to do. In fact, if Yang Cheng did not take the initiative to mention Lin Ruoshi, no one would dare to mention it. Yang Cheng also deliberately comforted Mother Wang and told Mother Wang that Lin Ruoshi was not dead, but she would not wake up for the time being. This finally made Mother Wang feel a little better. After all, thinking that her young lady might have been killed by Athena long ago, she felt so sad that she wanted to die. Ron, Sauron, Maekdan, and other subordinates of Yang Cheng also came up to take a look worriedly. Yang Cheng met with them and said something in secret. No one else knew. However, it wasn't hard to guess that Yang Cheng had brought up a very serious topic based on their solemn expressions when they walked out. In the evening, Yang Cheng finally calmed down and sat in the dining room with the whole family to have a good dinner. Lan Lan sat next to Yang Cheng and asked several times where her mother went. Yang Cheng only said that he would be back soon. The chubby little girl was skeptical, but at least she finally had an appetite. Halfway through the meal, Yang Cheng suddenly remembered something and took out a lot of magic weapons from the demonic eye from the space ring. All the women present were dumbfounded, including the dozen or so celestial artifacts. Yang Cheng smiled and said that he was sorry that he had not been home for the past few days and made everyone worried. Therefore, he specially sent some treasures to make up for it. Seeing Yang Cheng distribute the immortal artifacts to the women as if they were carrots and cabbages, Su Xin and the others who understood the weight of this almost choked. He knew that Yang Cheng traveled far and wide in search of all kinds of treasures, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. The number of celestial artifact magic treasures that he possessed alone was comparable to the total of the 3 great families back then. However, even though this treasure was precious, it made the women all feel a bit worried. They had a faint premonition, but they couldn't say it out loud, so they could only force a smile and accept it. After dinner, Yang Cheng went to the basement and summoned the Chaos Cauldron. He refined all the remaining spiritual materials into the highest grade of elixirs and divided them into several portions according to the needs of each woman. After dealing with these things, Yang Cheng returned upstairs and walked into Lamlin's room. He looked at his daughter who had eaten her fill and slept. He stared at her warmly and was in a daze for a while. In the end, he gently stroked his daughter's face and kissed her forehead. Yang Cheng got up and walked out of the room. He took a deep breath and let the moisture in his eyes dissipate. Then, Yang Cheng showed a naughty smile, as if he thought of something interesting. He walked to the door of Qiang Wei's room and pushed it in. This might be the most absurd night in Yang Cheng's life. All the women in the castle, without exception, were so frightened by this incomparably crazy fellow that they almost fainted. Qiang Wei, Mo Qinyi, An Xin, Tang Wan, Lu Mingyu, Kai Ning, Choi Yun, Li Jingjing, and Xiao Qi Qing. All the women who had many sexual relations with Yang Cheng were carried out of their rooms and thrown directly onto the big bed in the master bedroom by Yang Cheng. In the end, even Su Jinxiu and Lin Hui, who had not tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, were caught by Yang Cheng and thrown into the pile of rouge and powder. The women all knew what Yang Cheng wanted to do. However, even if they loved the same man, it was difficult for them to face such a thing calmly. Some of the women had done it with 2 or 3 women at the same time, but this time there were a total of 11 women together, which made them feel like they were about to collapse. Each of them was wearing colorful, sexy lace underwear or beautiful pajamas. They were either cultivating in their rooms or sleeping out of habit. However, this time, all of them were acting strangely. Looking at each other's awkward expressions, the women did not know whether to laugh bitterly or be angry. This was too reckless. However, in order to prevent them from escaping, Yang Cheng directly set up a wizardry barrier in the room. With the strength of the women, they could not escape at all. By the time everyone had gathered together, the huge bed in the master bedroom was almost full to the brim. With a smug and evil smile on his face, Yang Cheng jumped up high and directly threw himself into the pile of women, causing a lot of coquettish screams. In such a pile of women, Yang Cheng's whole body was rubbing against the delicate skin of the women. He almost didn't need to look at them. After all, they were all his women. He hugged them and kissed them, and when he hugged them, he caressed them. He did not care who they were. This kind of absurd and comical indulgence, the most primitive contact without any restraint, allowed Yang Cheng to completely relax, completely falling into the world of desire. At the beginning, the women were a little frightened, especially Jinxiu and Huilin, who were inexperienced. However, gradually they saw Yang Cheng, An Xin, Qiang Wei, Tang Wan, and a few other women who were more open, their tongues intertwined with each other's lips and tongues, and they moaned sweetly. Some of the women even took the initiative to reach out their hands to serve the sensitive parts of the man. Watching this, they all breathed rapidly. Their hearts were beating fast, their faces were red, and their almond-shaped eyes were full of spring. Unknowingly, all the women's clothes had been torn off. Some of them were taken off by themselves, some were taken off by Yang Cheng unconsciously, and some were taken off by the women when they were playing with each other. No one had any other thoughts. At this moment, No matter what Yangcheng wanted to do, they did not want to miss it. No one knew who was the first to let out a loud moan, but the night's fierce battle officially began. Yangcheng was like a wild horse that was out of its reins. His stamina was endless, and almost every thrust was filled with violent power, which made the beauty under him love and hate him at the same time. As if Yangcheng had done it on purpose, this time, Yangcheng was not like before, where he could continue to vent on a woman for 1 or 2 hours. Instead, he could release his energy for about 20 minutes. When the woman had reached the climax 2 or 3 times, he would also release his energy. However, very soon, Yangcheng would fill up his ammunition and continue to pounce on another woman, crazily galloping. While he was having fun with the woman under him, he was also hugging women left and right, trying his best to make the women not feel lonely. But no matter what, there were still a lot of women, and he was busy for a while. Fortunately, the women who had completely let go of themselves would find something to do, and the shameful actions between each other also increased. In the end, they could not even care about Yangcheng, and 2 or 3 women would mingle together, enjoying the special stimulation between the same sex. In the middle of the night, the whole big bed was filled with the ambiguous wet liquid of men and women, but no one was aware of it, and only knew to take and give. Everyone was immersed in the most primitive desire, unable to extricate themselves. Yangcheng did not know how many times he had planted his seed in the same woman's body, but unless the woman was so tired that she fell asleep, he would not let go of her. And the women were also extraordinarily strong, and they exchanged blows with Yangcheng, and no one wanted to be at a disadvantage. Even Jinxiu and Huilin, who had just become wives, quickly recovered their bodies and continued to entangle with Yangcheng. For the whole night, on and off the bed, the white flesh rippled, the sound of birds chirping, and the hibiscus tent was warm, full of life. The sex stopped and the rain stopped. The next day, the thin sunlight seeped into the bedroom. Yangcheng slowly sat up from the middle of the big bed, and there was no sleepiness on his face because he did not sleep at all. Looking at the pile of beauties beside him, Yangcheng laughed at himself and shook his head. It seemed that for more than 10 hours of craziness, for these women, was a little too much. The women's hair was a mess, and there were traces of passion all over their bodies, and even some bite marks. Xiangwei and Mo Qianni were hugging each other, and their plump breasts were squeezed together. Anxin was hugging Jinxiu, and Jinxiu was like a baby drinking milk, pressing against Anxin's chest. Xiao Qiqing had buried his head between Tang Wan's thighs, and his head was clamped between Tang Wan's thighs, but he was still unaware. Li Jingjing and Lu Mingyu were still on his thighs, and there was still some thick liquid at the corner of Lu Mingyu's mouth, and her face was still red. The whole room was filled with the smell of decay, and it was intoxicating. Yangcheng's tenderness swept across the women's faces, and finally, there was a trace of determination. Yangcheng's mind moved, and a small medicine bottle flew out from his spatial ring. After the bottle was opened, a formless and colorless powder was sprinkled on the women's bodies. Soon, Qiangwei, Kaining, Anxin, and the other women's heads moved obviously, and they fell into a deep sleep. The women were obviously pretending to be asleep and wanted to know what Yangcheng was going to do, but they did not expect that Yangcheng had already predicted this and had already refined a harmless drug last night to make them fall asleep. Ah! Yangcheng stretched out his hand and patted Xiangwei's butt and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, baby, whether alive or dead. I can't escape. This is my life." He got up, washed up, and changed his clothes. Yangcheng walked to the window, and without looking back, he disappeared from the room. Chapter 1645. The Tree of Gaia in the North Pole. The boundless golden treetops were like a golden ocean, floating on the pure, white ice sheet. It was a magnificent sight. In the sky above the golden canopy, Yangcheng's figure flickered. At the same time, as if they had expected it, Athena and the other chief gods walked out of the void and confronted Yangcheng from afar. Obviously, Athena's great prophecy spell had predicted that Yangcheng would come here again. The gods didn't look surprised. All the chief gods had complicated emotions on their faces. Whether it was the pity of Venus and Artemis, the lament of Poseidon, Apollo, Ares, and other gods, or the mockery of Hera and Hermes, the world was impermanent, but somehow it made people feel that it should be so. Athena looked the calmest. Whether it was Lin Roashi or 17, even if they had merged into the same soul and hidden in the same body, Athena was the one who was in charge of everything at this moment. Her coldness and arrogance made her waver in the face of the upcoming fated battle. Yangqing also looked quite relaxed. Since he was here, he might as well take things as they came. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at the familiar yet strange Protoss friends. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the beautiful face that he couldn't forget. "You still came." Athena seemed to sigh faintly, but it was so soft that it couldn't be heard. Yangqing smiled freely. "It seems that your great prophecy spell predicted that I would come here. Did you predict whether I would live or die today?" Athena shook her head. "If I could know your ending, I wouldn't have to spend so much effort and do so many things. I've tried my best." Yangqing looked around and asked, "It seems that a very important guy is missing. Zeus should have come out by now, right?" "Humph, with our current strength, you have no chance of winning. Zeus doesn't need to do anything at all." Hera sneered. Yangqing squinted and checked carefully with his divine sense. Then he was stunned and frowned. Zeus is inside the tree of Gaia. To his surprise, Yangqing found that a powerful and strange quintessence, not inferior to Athena's, was entrenched in the trunk of the tree of Gaia. The quintessence seemed to be a transfer device, converting the various elements of the earth that the tree of Gaia absorbed into the energy of the tree of Gaia at a speed several times faster than usual. In other words, the quintessence was speeding up the tree of Gaia's recovery. "You found it." Hera smiled proudly and said, "Zeus is the first divine spark born from the tree of earth. He has a special connection with the tree of earth. Tree of Gaia. Quintessence of the tree," Hera said. "She, quintessence of Gaia tree of earth, is Gaia." Yangqing rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. "If that's the case, we have to end this quickly. We can't leave this tree here for too long." Hades. Venus stepped forward with red eyes, shaking her head and holding back her excitement. "Do you really want to do this? Once we fight, we will no longer be of the same race." Yangqing smiled. "I try to avoid making a choice, but I found that I can't stay out of it. Sorry, Kristen, it's nice to be friends with you. But today I'm Yangqing, a human who grew up on Earth, and you're Aphrodite, the Lord Goddess from Mars. So don't show any mercy." "Well said." Ares laughed. "That's what I like about you. If you want to fight, let's fight. Come on." In Ares' wild laughter, his quintessence had condensed surging spiritual power. The pressure of space was suddenly released, and the spear of God of War and the hand of Ares were suddenly summoned. Even Ares, who was ranked last, now had the power of at least the early stage of Shang-Chi with the recovery of the Tree of Gaia. "Since that's the case, we won't hold back." Apollo sighed and showed off his abilities together with the other gods. The sun god, moon god, and fire god, who were already a level stronger than Ares, instantly displayed the pressure of the late stage of Shang-Chi. Not to mention Hera and Poseidon, who were second only to Zeus and Athena, instantly displayed the terrifying pressure of the early stage of Jade Clear. Under the radiance of the Tree of Gaia, the unprecedentedly powerful law of space engulfed Yangqing like rolling waves. One by one, the gods summoned Helios, Selene, Vulcan's hammer, belt of enchantment, double serpent staff, when Athena used the law of space to summon the shield of Aegis and the spear of Pallas. The entire sky above the North Pole began to tremble. Compared to Hera and Poseidon, the pressure of space was a level stronger. From Yangqing's point of view, only a cultivator who had reached the middle stage of Jade Clear could do it. Yangqing's cultivation had actually increased very quickly, but he was still at the late stage of Shang-Chi middle stage. At this moment, the lowest level gods that he was facing were already on par with him in theory. However, there was no fear on Yangqing's face. Apart from calmness and steadiness, there was no sign of retreat. All of you come at me together. You can't stop me in a one-on-one fight. As Yang Cheng spoke, layers of rumbling thunderclouds had already gathered around him. The silver-blue Shang-Qing heavenly lightning began to jump around his body. These words were obviously a little absurd to the other gods. Although they did not think that Yang Cheng was very weak, they also did not think that Yang Cheng could really defeat them with the Shang-Qing heavenly lightning. Although only Athena could resist the Shang-Qing heavenly lightning, it did not mean that the other gods would be defeated so easily. Moreover, Yang Cheng might not be able to hit them. Ha ha, you are still so arrogant. It seems that if I don't beat you up, you will not be able to accept the fact that humans have already lost. Ares took the lead and suddenly threw out the war god spear, which froze the space around Yang Cheng. With the power to shatter space, it stabbed towards Yang Cheng's chest. At this level of battle, in fact, all kinds of fancy moves were useless. It was the pure strength that was used. The simpler it was, the more effective it was. Yang Cheng did not dodge. He opened a big hand, and the Shang-Qing heavenly lightning condensed into a lightning palm in the void. It directly grabbed the spear and crushed the space that imprisoned him. The gods all frowned. Even if Ares' spiritual power was already similar to Yang Cheng's cultivation, the Shang-Qing heavenly lightning was really difficult to deal with. It actually destroyed the space freeze of the war god spear so easily. The war god spear was directly thrown towards Ares by Yang Cheng. It was mixed with the Shang-Qing heavenly lightning, and Ares did not dare to catch it. It flew directly into the sky. In the next moment, the other gods stopped watching. They knew that Yang Cheng was not just talking nonsense. If they did not attack together, they might not be able to stop Yang Cheng from destroying the Tree of Earth. The Tree of Earth was at the most crucial moment, and they could not let Yang Cheng damage it. In an instant, the sun god's arrow, lunar eclipse, illusion, and giant flame pendant were all smashing towards Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng's battle instincts were cultivated through countless life and death experiences. Although at this time, he had risen to a completely different level of battle, he could still keep up with the fast pace. His whole body was wrapped in the Shang-Qing heavenly lightning, and he looked like a silver-blue god of war. He kept smashing the space imprisonment again and again, resisting the shattering of the space. The Chaos Cauldron was summoned by Yang Cheng, and the Chaos Fierce Soul kept swallowing the elemental attacks that were condensed from the law of space, turning them into waves of dense and pure spiritual qi, and replenishing Yang Cheng's body. Although Hera and Poseidon were theoretically stronger than Yang Cheng, they had to retreat because Yang Cheng's Shang-Qing heavenly lightning was too destructive for them. Athena, on the other hand, was controlling the Aegis shield to block Yang Cheng's attacks from time to time. She didn't participate in the battle recklessly. The battle was magnificent. Facing the dazzling attacks, Yang Cheng was not at a disadvantage. Moreover, the gods gradually realized that Yang Cheng was relying on their powerful attacks to continuously use the Chaos Cauldron to temper and enhance his cultivation. Chapter 1646. If this went on, Yang Cheng would reach the pinnacle of the Shang-Qing realm in no time. After all, the elemental power condensed by the deities using the law of space was way too massive compared to the spells of the Huaxia cultivators. They were all wide open and overwhelming moves that were just right for a monster like Chaos that would swallow everything in one gulp without a second thought. Poseidon saw that he couldn't control Yang Cheng anymore, so he summoned his divine trident. Like a meteor, his body fell from the sky and into the depths of the North Pole. The trident pierced through the ice sheet that was hundreds of meters thick. Cracks spread out for thousands of miles, spreading in all directions. Finally, the trident pierced into the Arctic Ocean, Poseidon's domain. Poseidon roared. The ice around the Tree of Earth began to crack and explode, revealing the extremely cold seawater underneath. Of course, such an explosion would not cause any damage to the Tree of Earth, whose roots were deeply rooted in the earth. Poseidon only wanted the appearance of the ocean. Very soon, The extremely cold seawater condensed into sea dragons that roared and soared into the sky. Dozens of sea dragons attacked Yang Chun arrogantly, and at the same time, they attacked the Chaos Cauldron. Every time Chaos tried to devour the sea dragons would dodge as if they were alive. The Chaos fierce souls could only shuttle back and forth, but it was all in vain. Yang Chung realized that although the sea dragons were summoned by the law of space, they were made of seawater. Once he used the Shangqing heavenly thunder on them, not only would it not destroy them, it would also temporarily give them the power of the heavenly thunder, making it even more powerful. With the sea dragons blocking Yang Cheng's position and the help of the Chaos Fierce Souls, the god's combat power suddenly multiplied. Every time Poseidon waved his trident, there would be a violent sound of waves. This sound was like the song of a siren, piercing into Yang Cheng's ears and disturbing his consciousness. Yang Cheng could not help but frown. He began to feel agitated. After a few fierce attacks, he could not dodge them. The gods did not hold back. Out of respect for their opponent and caution for the revival of the celestial race, they hit Yang Cheng with all their might. The sun gods fire arrows, beams of moonlight, and flaming hammers instantly injured Yang Cheng. Fortunately, Yang Cheng quickly used the endless resolve restoration scripture to recover, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, if this continued, he would not be able to recover. Hera held the setting sun divine bow and combined her law of space with her true inner force. She kept shooting powerful arrows at Yang Cheng. Not only did these arrows contain the strange power of the space laws, but they also contained pure, true yuan, which meant that each arrow had at least 2 effects, which made Yang Chun extremely distressed. Above the treetop, under the siege of the gods, the space where Yang Cheng was constantly exploding with dazzling and fatal light. Although Yang Cheng had the protection of the heaven-clearing lightning, the gods were still powerful. Just defending and dodging took a lot of energy, and he could not find time to fight back. TSK, this guy is really tough. He is still not dead. Hera's hands shot the setting sun divine arrows like a storm. However, when she saw that Yang Cheng was not seriously injured, she could not help but feel annoyed. Don't worry. As long as we delay, he will be defeated sooner or later. With the Tree of Earth, our mental strength is endless. Don't worry, Hephaestus said with the giant pendant in his hand. However, Yang Cheng would not let them do as they wished. He had originally wanted to use the Shangqing heavenly lightning to finish the battle, but it seemed that it would not work. He could not care less about hiding it. Suddenly, Yang Cheng took out a huge bronze axe that was more than 10 feet wide from his space ring. It was the godly weapon, Pango Axe. With an angry roar, Yang Cheng waved the Pango Axe in his hand and swung it left and right. The 7 or 8 annoying sea dragons surrounding Yang Cheng, ready to bite him at any time, were all shattered in an instant. They didn't reform like before, turning into pieces of seawater and falling down. How can this be? My sea god realm lost its effect. Poseidon was shocked. Hephaestus and Hera, who had studied the history of Huaxia cultivators, looked very serious. They looked at the Pango Axe in a daze. How is this possible? That is Pango Axe. Isn't this a godly weapon that has been lost since ancient times? How can it be in this kid's hands? Hera exclaimed. The other gods were also confused, but they could tell that this axe was a killer move that Yang Cheng had hidden. Athena's calm expression showed that she had expected Yang Cheng to have such a move and knew that she could not defeat Yang Cheng in a short time. That was why she had waited until now to observe quietly. B*TCH. You knew that he had a godly weapon, but you didn't tell me in advance? Hera roared at Athena. Athena glanced at her coldly. If I told you in advance, would you have been able to block it? Hera was exasperated, but she was speechless. On the other side, Yang Cheng had already waved the Pango Axe and defeated the gods in a few moves. No matter what type of attack the law of space was, as long as it involved the word space, the Pango Axe could unreasonably defeat it. The gods found that their attacks were like a paper window in front of Yang Cheng's giant axe, which could be broken with one cut. Damn it, if it was any other ancient godly weapon, it would be fine. But why did it have to be the Pangu axe that has such a strong destructive power against space? Hera gritted her teeth and had to slow down her attacks. Any move used by the law of space had to be based on the existence of the law. The Pangu axe happened to be the destroyer of the law. For example, the gods used space as bricks and tiles to build houses, but the Pangu axe was a bomb that was specially used to destroy houses. No matter how you built a house, no matter how magnificent it was, it would be turned into ruins by a bomb. The gods finally understood why Athena thought that even if Yang Cheng's cultivation was lower than hers, he could still fight with her. With the Pangu axe in hand, Athena's moves might not be effective. At this time, Athena called back the Aegis shield and said coldly, "You are no match for the Pangu axe. Protect the earth tree. I will fight him." Humph! Are you kidding? Do you think you could defeat all of us together? Don't be too arrogant, Hera said angrily. Without a word, Athena tossed the Aegis shield in her hand out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Pangu axe hit the silver shield. The shield let out a mournful cry, but fortunately, it withstood the blow. The one who was protected behind the shield was Hera, who had been distracted and cursing at Athena. Hera's pretty face turned pale. She knew that if it weren't for Athena's help, her body would have been destroyed by the Pangu axe. She could only control her temper and shut her mouth with lingering fear. The gods knew that only Athena could withstand the Pangu axe and Yang Cheng, who had the Shangqing heavenly thunder in hand. Without saying anything, they retreated, leaving Athena and Yang Cheng space to fight. Yang Cheng knew that there would be such a battle, so he didn't show any special thoughts. Seeing that Athena was rushing towards him with the shield and spear, Yang Cheng waved the Pangu axe without hesitation. Just when they were about to fight, Athena's body suddenly did a strange somersault and dodged. She had dodged Yang Cheng's lightning-fast axe. The Great Prophecy spell had once again shown its magical power. Even if Athena couldn't see everything about Yang Cheng's future, it didn't mean that she couldn't predict Yang Cheng's battle intent. The Pangu spear in Athena's hand flickered with a demonic blue light, perfectly dodging the Pangu axe's attack. With a flip of her hand, a blue spatial ripple appeared, and it rushed towards Yang Cheng's back. The tens of thousands of layers of parallel space that Athena had condensed in an instant were disintegrated by the Pangu spear's crushing power. They then formed a huge driving force like a tsunami, slamming heavily into Yang Cheng's back. Boom! Yang Cheng's back felt like it was hit by 1,000,000 tons of seawater, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even the gods couldn't believe that Yang Cheng was injured in just one exchange. In fact, if not for Yang Cheng's body, everyone else would have been smashed into smithereens. Yang Cheng rolled a few hundred times before stabilizing himself. Panting heavily, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned at the frosty Athena. "Looks like you really want to kill me." His smile contained a tinge of bitterness and helplessness, but most of all, sorrow. Athena, however, was unfazed. Her black skirt fluttered, and her fine black hair streaked across her fair cheeks. "Don't you want to kill me too? I thought you wouldn't kill me on account of Lin Ruoshi and 17. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless." Yang Cheng's injuries rapidly healed. He straightened his back and smiled. "In fact, I don't have to kill you. At least, your attack just now made me feel that. I still have a chance." Athena frowned slightly, as if trying to figure out the meaning behind Yang Cheng's words. But in the next moment, she predicted what Yang Cheng was going to do. Lunatic, Athena's expression changed slightly, and the other gods didn't quite understand what she meant. At this moment, Yang Cheng laughed loudly. Ignoring Athena, he raised Pangu's axe and charged towards the trunk of the Tree of Earth. Chapter 1647. Yang Cheng's idea was simple, but also crazy. After confirming that Athena's attack could not kill him in one hit, Yang Cheng decided to give up on defense and attack, and directly attack the Tree of Earth. Panga's axe could break through the laws of space, which meant that it would be difficult for the gods to prevent the Tree of Earth from being hit by him. In the process, Yang Chung would be attacked by the gods, but Yang Chung planned to take it head-on. It did not matter if he was seriously injured, as long as he did not die. As expected, the gods hurriedly used the laws of space, setting up tens of thousands of parallel shields in an attempt to block the ferocious strike of Yang Cheng's axe. However, Panga's axe was like a hot knife through butter against the power of space. The spatial shields could not stop Yang Chung at all, and Panga's axe broke through all the shields in an instant. "Do you think I'll let you succeed?" Athena seemed rather infuriated. Her tone was bone-chilling. Unbeknownst to him, she had already blocked Yang Chen's way. The Aegis shield in her hand flew out, and the silver shield shone brightly. The snake-haired demoness Medusa's skull in the center of the shield seemed to have come to life, and the sinister and terrifying venomous snakes on it began to bite and spit out their tongues. Medusa's originally gray eyes also flashed with a bright red light, like two eye sockets soaked in blood. Yang Chung felt his body tremble uncontrollably. Remembering Medusa's ability to petrify, he understood that he could not look at those blood-red eyes for too long, and quickly turned his head away. Medusa was originally a powerful monster on Mars, and although it was not as poignant and beautiful as in the myths, there was no doubt that her eyes did have the magical effect of petrification. Even if Yang Chung was extremely powerful, it was difficult for him to be completely unaffected. This short delay gave Athena enough time to strike. Athena's figure was like a black shadow, flowing like water. The demonic blue palace spear in her hand drew a beautiful semicircle, sweeping in the opposite direction of Yang Cheng's head. As soon as Yang Chun turned his head, he felt countless space fragments turning into hundreds of millions of tons of seawater, pouring onto his right arm as if it was crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Yang Chen's body was once again sent flying. He couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. His right arm felt like it was about to be crushed into pieces. Several pieces of flesh were directly twisted into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Athena predicted Yang Cheng's attack, and predicted Yang Cheng's blind spots. With her superb speed and battle techniques, and managed to block Yang Cheng's full-powered attack. Although Yang Chun was in pain, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. He quickly repaired the damaged parts of his body, and continued to attack the tree trunk without stopping. The chaotic souls also tried to delay Athena and the other gods, but while the other gods could easily block them, Athena could not. Almost all of Yang Cheng's movements and moves were within Athena's predictions. Whether it was the Shang Qing Heavenly Thunder or Panga's axe, Athena could react in advance, and even counterattack perfectly. The battle in the sky lasted for a few minutes, and Yang Chung and Athena had exchanged no less than 100 rounds. But the result was that Yang Chung was sent flying with injuries. If not for Yang Cheng's shocking recovery ability, his soul would have long been destroyed. However, even if Yang Chung could use the endless force of heaven and earth to heal his body, there was a limit. There were more and more wounds on his body that he could not heal in time, and blood kept flowing. Yang Chung knew that if this continued, he would never be able to break through the defense of the gods, and he would be defeated early. He had to find another way to deal with it. Thinking quickly, Yang Chung suddenly had an idea. He suddenly changed the direction of the spear and rushed down to the Arctic Ocean below. The Arctic ice cap, which had been shattered by Poseidon, was now filled with floating glaciers. Yang Cheng's figure fell hundreds of meters deep into the ocean and immediately disappeared. "What is he doing?" Hermes and the others frowned. Athena's face was as cold as ice. Without saying a word, she also teleported to the bottom of the ocean where Yang Chung was. At this time, Yang Chung had already taken out the Chaos Cauldron, and the chaotic souls kept roaring and biting at the roots of the Tree of Earth. The roots of the Tree of Earth were deeply embedded in the Earth's core, but it was not difficult for chaos to rush to the depths. Yang Cheng's goal was simple. Since he could not destroy the trunk of the Tree of Earth, he might as well destroy its roots. In this way, the entire tree of earth would lose its roots, and it would collapse on its own. The biggest advantage of attacking the roots deep in the earth was that if the gods wanted to defend themselves, they could only attack deep into the earth. In that case, before chaos could devour the roots of the tree of earth, the gods would have destroyed the foundation of the tree. Is he using the immortal chaos to eat away at the foundation of the tree of earth? Athena predicted what Yangcheng was going to do, but she could not think of a way to deal with it. This was one of the weaknesses of the Great Prophecy spell. Even if the prophecy told Athena what was going to happen next, it might not be reversed. This was not enough time for her to think and plan for the future. It was only a very short moment. Knowing that she could not delay any longer, Athena could only change the rules and open a space passage directly from the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. In an instant, it broke through the mud and rocks at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean and chased after the chaotic souls. Yangcheng knew this would happen, so he waved Panga's axe from behind and smashed Athena's space passage into pieces. At the same time, the Shangqing heavenly thunder spread through the entire sea through the conduction of the seawater. Boom! Boom! In the sky above the sea, the thunderclouds began to rain down heavenly thunder. In this way, the power of heavenly thunder was everywhere, both above and below the sea. The other gods did not dare to touch the Arctic Ocean at this time. They did not have the Aegis shield to protect them, and they might be seriously injured if they went down. Athena realized that Yangcheng had already destroyed her space passage and filled the surrounding seawater with Shangqing heavenly thunder. She suddenly realized that she had fallen into a trap. Using chaos to eat away at the foundation was the first step. At the same time, using Shangqing heavenly thunder to fill the seawater so that it could strike the tree of earth. Athena could predict this in advance, but she could not stop it because she could not kill Yangcheng in a short period of time. Athena's expression became more and more unpleasant, but there was nothing she could do. After summoning the Aegis shield to protect herself, she could only retreat back to the sea to avoid being continuously eroded by the Shangqing heavenly thunder. Oh no! The tree of earth is affected by the heavenly thunder. Poseidon shouted. Athena looked back and saw that the tree of earth had indeed been struck by several Shangqing heavenly thunder. This was not a big deal, as a part of the vast and boundless treetop had fallen off. However, Yangcheng had been transmitting the power of the heavenly thunder to the tree of earth through the seawater, causing the trunk of the entire tree to be damaged, and golden energy was constantly falling off. As expected, we still can't defend against it. He can control the thunderclouds at will. This kind of omnipresent Shangqing heavenly thunder can't be blocked at all. The god of fire was worried. Damn it, the key is that this guy is too difficult to kill, and we can only use most of our strength to defend against him. Hera gritted her teeth. Athena's eyes were like cold stars, and she said calmly, I knew it would not be easy to deal with him. Everything is not over yet. Don't worry too much. The gods were puzzled and stunned for a moment. Then realization dawned on them. At this moment, the body of the tree of earth suddenly released an unprecedented surge of energy, forming an omnidirectional golden shock wave, starting from the center of the tree, sweeping wildly. It was as if thousands of atomic bombs had exploded at the same time, causing a shock wave that directly pushed the entire Arctic Ocean away. Looking down from the sky, one could only see that within a radius of thousands of miles around the tree of earth, the topography of the seabed was revealed in 10 seconds, as if all the seawater had disappeared into thin air. Yangchun and his chaos cauldron were sent flying by the shockwave. It was as if the entire Arctic Ocean had turned into a giant hand, wanting to throw Yangcheng far away. There was no way he could withstand this unimaginable power. In the sky, Yangcheng was tumbling, and he heard a deep voice coming from the tree of earth. Those who disobey the oracle shall be killed. Chapter 1648. Zeus. Yangcheng's heart sank. That earth-shattering shockwave was unleashed by Zeus. Just then, on the crown of the tree of earth, a 10-feet-long golden blue lightning flashed across the sky, as if it was condensed from the void. It tore apart the large number of thunderclouds that Yang had condensed and floated there strangely. A thick arm broke through the clouds and grabbed the bolt of lightning. The lightning did not harm it at all. Instead, it seemed to be jumping with joy like a golden blue flame. As the dark clouds dispersed, a tall and sturdy figure that was over 5 feet tall appeared in the vast sky. He had silver-white long hair and a silver-white beard that danced in the wind. His face was resolute, and his cheeks were angular like a boulder. A pair of eyes that flickered with silvery white lightning were like 2 glaring lights that would never be extinguished, constantly flickering with lightning. He was only wearing a white short-sleeved robe. His muscular arms were exposed to the air, and his rock-like muscles revealed a bronze luster. Yang stared blankly at the statue that looked like a statue carved by the ancients. He could not help but recall some vague memories left by the previous Hades. Zeus, the heavenly king who was looking down at him as if he was trampling over the heavens and earth, didn't seem to have changed at all. He was the same as he was 20,000 years ago. How was this possible? All the other main gods had already lost their original bodies when they first came to Earth. They had reincarnated and occupied various human bodies. But this Zeus had been in the formation for 20,000 years, and yet he still retained his body. Could it be that there was some special reason in the fiend god formation that allowed his body to be indestructible? At least for now, this was indeed his original appearance. Without waiting for Yang to ponder, Zeus announced in a booming voice, "You have inherited the godhood of Hades, but you have become an enemy of the god race. You are a traitor. You do not deserve to have the godhood of Hades, and you do not deserve to be a member of the god race. Today, the lightning in my hand will take your life." With that, Zeus raised his majestic arm high and surrendered the thunderbolt in his hand to Yang without any fancy moves. When the other gods saw this scene, some of them couldn't bear to watch, while others were gloating and overjoyed. It seemed that as long as Zeus made a move, they didn't think that Yang would have a chance to continue acting violently. Yang speed was extremely fast. Even though it was Zeus' lightning bolt, it couldn't escape his line of sight. Almost at the instant the lightning bolt struck, Yang had already begun to dodge. However, just as Yang leaped into the air and thought that he had dodged it, he was struck by lightning. Boom! Yang couldn't believe it. He didn't know what was going on, but the lightning bolt had suddenly pierced through space and struck him. It was as if the lightning knew that he was going to escape, so it changed its original trajectory and appeared in another place without any warning. His entire body felt as if it was being burned by a temperature of several thousand degrees. His internal organs began to tremble and twist, and he let out a miserable howl from his dry throat. Even having his flesh minced by Athena's spear of Pallas wasn't as this pain that came from the depths of his bones. Yang eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was the first time he experienced just how painful the power of lightning was. It was as if he had been completely scorched. Numbness and pain coexisted, and it wasn't exaggeration to say that he would rather die than live. Zeus' strength was comparable to Athena's, which meant that his lightning was at least as powerful as a jade clear cultivator's full strength. With Yang cultivation, it was already a miracle that he didn't die. However, it would be much more difficult for him to recover from his physical injuries. After all, Athena's attack only dealt a localized injury, but Zeus' lightning enveloped his entire body. "Athena, what are you hesitating for? My lightning will make it impossible for him to hide. Use your spear of Pallas to pierce his heart and behead him." Zeus looked down at Yang who couldn't move, and said to Athena, who didn't move at all. Athena tightened her grip on her spear and paused for a moment before saying coldly, "I don't need you to teach me." Seeing that Athena and Zeus were about to give him a fatal blow, the unwillingness in Yang heart had reached its peak. When he came here, he didn't plan to return alive. However, he definitely wouldn't be defeated so easily. "You want to kill me? It's too early." Yang panted and revealed a maniacal smile. Enduring the pain in his body, He once again gathered the thunderclouds around him and twisted the Shang-Qing heavenly lightning into a shield. He raised Panga's axe and rushed towards Zeus. However, it wasn't that easy to get close to Zeus. Athena had already predicted Yang Cheng's attack trajectory and blocked Yang Cheng's path with the Aegis shield. Bang! The Shang-Qing heavenly lightning collided with the silver shield and created intense sparks. Athena quickly retracted her giant shield, but Yang Chun was greeted by Zeus's lightning bolts. Rumble! Another golden-blue lightning struck. With Yang Cheng's Shang-Qing heavenly lightning partially neutralized, it hit Yang Cheng's body. Yang Cheng's body started to emit the stench of burnt flesh. His throat was dry as he fell like a meteor. Yang Cheng laughed bitterly in his heart. Zeus' lightning was indeed as powerful as the legend said. It could make it impossible for the target to hide. This lightning could instantly lock onto its target and move from a parallel space. No matter how one dodged, as long as one was in the space, the lightning would hit and would not disappear until it hit. Yang Chun didn't know how to dodge or how to attack with a lightning that had 100% accuracy and Athena's ability to predict and defend. Just now, he might have been able to attack the Tree of Earth. But now, he couldn't even protect himself. The lightning was too lethal. No wonder Zeus and Athena were on par with each other among the gods. One was the strongest defense, while the other was the strongest offense. They might not be able to hit the other first, but Yang Cheng didn't have Athena's great prophecy spell, so he couldn't keep dodging. Don't tell me you want to end like this. Athena's cold voice rang in Yang Cheng's ears, with a trace of unexplainable emotion. Yang Chun, who was still falling, struggled to turn his head. Athena was falling with him rapidly, holding a spear. She was hanging high beside him, ready to stab into his chest, bruised and swollen. Yang Cheng grinned. How could I? I won't die so easily. Is that so? Athena's expression was frighteningly calm, but her hands didn't stop moving. The palace spear was like a demonic blue light beam, piercing into Yang Cheng's chest. But it didn't penetrate as the gods had expected. Yang Chen's hands had unknowingly gripped the spear's head tightly. Despite the fact that half of the spear had already pierced into his body and was only a hair's breadth away from piercing his heart, he didn't seem to care at all. Fresh blood flowed from Yang Cheng's hands and chest, splattering everywhere. I've finally caught you. Yang Cheng grinned, revealing his blood-red teeth like a devil laughing maniacally. Your spear is in my hands. Don't even think of taking it back. Is that so? Athena asked calmly. The next moment, Athena's snow-white foot ruthlessly kicked Yang Cheng's cheek. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Yang Cheng felt the world spin around him. His head felt like it was being twisted 360 degrees, and he unconsciously loosened his grip on Athena's body, causing him to fall even faster. All the gods saw was Yang Cheng's body smashing into a glacier, sinking several hundred meters before being buried in the depths of the glacier. Athena put away her blood-stained spear and stared into the depths of the ice, murmuring, "You won't be able to defeat us in this state." Lightning in hand, Zeus slowly descended, frowning. His divinity is rapidly disappearing. The other gods descended at the same time, all of them sensing that Yang Cheng's divinity was extinguishing at an unimaginable speed. It was like an oil lamp that was about to burn out, its light growing dimmer and dimmer. Venus' eyes were already filled with tears. Hades, you really killed him? No, Aphrodite, Apollo said with a strange expression. Apollo said with a strange look on his face, feel it carefully. Although his godhead is disappearing, his true essence pressure, it's getting stronger. Hera said with a gloomy expression, that traitor, he's using chaos to devour Hades' divinity. What? The other gods suddenly came to their senses and shouted in shock. Zeus glanced at Athena, who was beside him, and said, Is this his other trump card? Athena did not nod, nor did she deny it. Clearly, she tacitly agreed. At this moment, the deathly still glacier began to shake violently. Following that, a surging shockwave was released from the inside out. The earth-shattering power caused huge chunks of ice to be blasted hundreds of meters into the sky. Yangcheng's figure appeared in front of the gods, unharmed, as if he had never been injured. However, this time, the gods could no longer feel any sense of familiarity from Yangcheng. Hades' divinity had completely disappeared. The man before them had completely become a cultivator from Earth with unfathomable cultivation. Chapter 1649. The divinity was the foundation of the gods, and the divinity of the Lord God contained unimaginable power, and the most abundant of them was the almost endless mental strength. The chaos devoured everything, and the mental strength that belonged to the vast thousand world was no exception. In order to raise his cultivation to an extremely high level in a short period of time, Yangcheng went all out and directly devoured the divinity of Hades with the power of chaos. Originally, after the recovery of Gaia's heart, this divinity of Hades already had the mental strength that was comparable to the prime Qing cultivators, and it was an extremely pure mental strength. It could be said that after being devoured by Yangcheng, most of this mental strength was directly transformed into Yangcheng's cultivation. With the cultivation of the late prime Qing and the cultivation of the middle prime Qing, Yangcheng almost combined two of himself into one. In the past, Yangcheng used the power of the cultivator and the law of space separately, but now they were twisted into a rope. It had to be said that this was a wonderful idea, but most of the gods did not expect that Yangcheng could still make such a choice. Giving up the divinity was equivalent to giving up the law of space, but it could indeed increase his strength. Without Athena's explanation, the gods could understand how powerful it was. What a strong pressure of true vitality. I can't see what realm he has reached. With his original cultivation, I'm afraid his cultivation has reached the jade, clear realm. Hera's face was extremely ugly. At this moment, Yangcheng really had the qualifications to fight Athena and Zeus. In the independent space created by Meng Xiaoyao, everyone was also watching the scene above the North Pole through the mirror. Jane just thought that Yangcheng was defeated, and she was so scared that her eyes were red. But at this time, she saw that Yangcheng was standing there again, and his strength had increased sharply, and she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Haha, this kid, it seems that he has thought it through. In fact, he should have done this long ago. He could be invincible by giving up the unnecessary personal feelings. Meng Xiaoyao seemed to be in a good mood. Previously, when he saw that Yangcheng refused to use his full strength and was beaten black and blue by Athena and Zeus, he shook his head. Yu Xuaning's eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. She looked at the mirror image in silence. Li Xiumei and Yang Yuansu were naturally very happy. Although they respected their teacher's decision to give the humans and the celestials an equal chance, they were still humans. They hoped that Yangcheng could kill the celestials and restore the human world. At this moment, the gods were looking at Yangcheng with complicated expressions. After losing his divinity, Yangcheng had truly become a stranger. Even Apollo and Poseidon, who were on good terms with him, no longer had much sympathy for Yangcheng. Furthermore, the current Yangcheng was a true threat to their revival. Interesting. Zeus let out a deep laugh. That's fine. Killing a pure human is better than killing my brother Hades. Yangcheng didn't seem to hear him at all. He just closed his eyes, spread his arms, and looked up at the sky. Only then did the gods suddenly realize that, unbeknownst to them, a terrifying, all-encompassing spiritual power had begun to gather in all directions. These spiritual powers were constantly condensing together, producing a colorful spiritual power flow that converged directly above Yangcheng, forming a vortex that was getting bigger and bigger. The spiraling vortex of spiritual power gradually turned into a tornado-like flow of spiritual power that reached the heavens. In the center of this spiritual power vortex, unexpectedly, the spiritual power was extremely thin, and the air was also sucked away. As it continued to rise, the middle gradually became a vacuum channel. This is the last level of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. The jade clear heavenly thunder tribulation, Hera exclaimed. She was also not clear, because no one had seen the last level of the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation. This had almost become a legend. The density of the spiritual power is like a substance. Is this the highest level of the jade, clear heavenly thunder tribulation? Hephaestus was filled with emotion and marveled. It turns out that this last level of the heavenly thunder tribulation is not carried out in the form of thunderclouds. What's the purpose of this vortex of spiritual power? Apollo was surprised. Hermes roared, "What are you waiting for? Kill him before he finishes the tribulation." Zeus snorted heavily, and the lightning in his hand flashed with dazzling golden blue light. He suddenly struck out and blasted at Yang Cheng's body. Every time, the moment the lightning was about to touch Yang Cheng, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier, and there was an ear-piercing explosion. "It's a spiritual barrier?" Hera said in shock. "This spiritual power vortex has already enveloped this kid." The Celestials didn't expect that the jade-clear heavenly thunder tribulation had this layer of effect. The tornado formed by the spiritual power vortex enveloped the cultivator undergoing the tribulation. This way, the cultivator wouldn't be disturbed by the outside world, and no one could take advantage of it. In fact, it wasn't that the tribulation was deliberately protecting Yang Cheng. It was just that the tribulation had to go through such a process to form such a channel. Yang Cheng stood quietly in the middle of the spiritual power vortex, his eyes still closed, as if he had forgotten everything in the outside world. It can actually block the lightning? Is this spiritual power barrier really that strong? Hera said unwillingly. Even Zeus' lightning couldn't break through it, and it couldn't even cause a ripple. The Celestials knew that they couldn't defeat Yang Cheng now, and could only watch him go through the tribulation. Zeus' expression darkened, and his eyes flashed with lightning. He said loudly, "Now that things have come to this, let us bask in the light of Mother Goddess Gaia and return to the glory of the Titans." All the Celestials were stunned, and they couldn't help but look at Zeus in shock, as if they were shocked by this decision. "Zeus, is this really necessary? It will consume a lot of energy from the tree of earth, and most of the godhoods will wither, and the rest of the godhoods will mature much later," Poseidon said cautiously. "Yes, even if he goes through the jade, clear heavenly lightning tribulation, he'll only be at the jade, clear middle stage at most. With you and Athena, we don't need the power of the Titans," Hera said unwillingly. Athena, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Let's begin. This battle can only end with the power of the Titans." The Celestials were stunned. Since Athena said this, she must have had her reasons. In that case, there was probably no objection to Zeus' decision. Although some of them felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble, this was indeed a battle they couldn't lose. In the end, all the Celestials made up their minds. The 10 Celestials flew to the top of the tree of earth and formed a circle. Each of the Celestials began to shine with different lights, and the space around them began to distort and fluctuate. Their spiritual power began to reach a boiling point. More and more spiritual power began to connect with the tree of earth. Gradually, the tree of earth and the 10 Celestials were connected, and the golden light enveloped the Celestials. At the same time, Yang Cheng, who was in the spiritual vortex, knew everything that was happening outside, but he didn't react at all. He was still immersed in the jade, clear, heavenly lightning tribulation. He felt the call of the jade, clear, heavenly lightning tribulation, felt the various realms he had come to, and felt the confirmation of his original guesses. As for the 10 Celestials, after their spiritual power connected with the tree of earth, the light on their bodies became more and more dazzling. In the cold, misty skies above the North Pole, a voice began to echo in all directions, chanting something. It was the most ancient language of the Celestials, and it was a chant that only the Celestials could understand. When the ice and snow of Olympus melts, the majesty of the Celestials spreads to the world. We shall wear the glory of the earth, and listen to the sound of thunder. All things are ruled by the godly king, forever above the future. This is the era of the Titans. Over and over again, the chant of the Celestials shook the heavens. Along with it, The golden light on the tree of earth turned into countless spots of light that began to flow into the bodies of the celestials faster and faster, like a tidal wave or a meteor shower. At some point, the bodies of the celestials had already become translucent, shining with their own unique colors. They kept extending and expanding, and the spiritual pressure was increasing rapidly. Zeus' golden blue, Titan god body grew the fastest. In just a few moments, just one of his ankles was already the size of a mountain. When he stepped into the sea, the thousands of feet of water only reached his calf, and the waves he stirred up formed a tsunami. Chapter 1650. Making use of the huge amount of energy stripped from the Tree of Earth in a short period of time to connect the Titan bloodline in the Tree of Earth with the godheads of the gods, forming a Titan giant god was a way for the gods to immediately recover to their peak combat power. Although they had lost the Titan bloodline in their bodies, the Tree of Earth could still provide the same power. This would hurt the Tree of Earth, and it would cause a large number of the godheads it was nurturing to die. However, this was no longer something for the gods to consider. They needed decisive power to defeat Yang Chung, who was going through the heavenly thunder of jade clarity. What was more terrifying was that Zeus, Titan giant god, was not the only one that was so huge. All the other chief gods had already transformed into the most powerful form of the gods. One after another, the Titan giant gods that seemed to support the heavens and the earth descended into the world. They were so high that they reached the clouds, and the clouds could only linger around their waists. They could pluck the stars with one hand and step into the abyss with one foot. Every time they took a step, it would cause a tempestuous wave. Every time they waved their arms, it would stir up violent winds and raging waves. When the 10 Titan giant gods surrounded the Tree of Earth, the boundless Tree of Earth no longer seemed vast. What was even more unimaginable was that the divine artifacts of the gods were also enlarged. Whether it was Athena's giant shield or spear, or Apollo and Artemis' divine bows, all of them had become gigantic divine artifacts along with their bodies. Of course, if it was purely a gigantic transformation, it could not be called the strongest form of the gods. The Titan giant god had many magical effects. One of the major changes was that the gods could connect with the Tree of Earth and rely on the Tree of Earth to absorb an endless stream of energy for their own use. The sun, the sea, minerals, and everything else on the planet could become the long sword and shield of the Titan giant god. As long as the godheads and the energy bodies were not seriously damaged or destroyed, the gods could continuously restore their Titan giant god forms. Perhaps one day, the energy of the earth would be exhausted, but at the same time, it would also be the day that the earth would wither. The Titan transformation of the 12 main gods would restore them to their original appearance. Except for Zeus, who still maintained his original appearance, the other gods were very different. Hera wore a bronze laurel crown on her head, and her cloud-like hair was tied up in a bun. Her entire body exuded a gentle green light, and she held a golden apple tree in her huge right hand. She wore a green dress that revealed her back, and her impressive breasts were tall and straight, revealing a noble and charming aura. Looking at Yang Chung in the spirit force vortex, Hera said, "While he hasn't passed his tribulation, let's attack with all our strength. Perhaps we can break through that barrier." After transforming into the Titan giant god, because of his huge size, his voice seemed to come from the sky, echoing in all directions. "It can't be broken. I can see the moment he successfully transcends the tribulation." A cold voice reverberated. It was Athena. Athena's entire body exuded a silver holy radiance, and her lustrous chestnut-colored hair was combed over her right shoulder. Her exquisite, heroic, and beautiful facial features were even more eye-catching. She wore a silk, slanted white battle robe, and her chest was decorated with golden olive leaves. Her slender arms were stretched out, and her left hand held the silver aegis shield that reached her chest, while her right held the palace spear. The heavy metallic feel of the spear formed a strong contrast with her delicate figure. "Then, can you see who won the end?" Poseidon, who was holding a giant trident, asked. The king of the sea had already revealed his most primitive and rough appearance. Under his long white hair was a majestic upper body that glowed with a blue brilliance. He was naked, and there was a long row of sharp spikes on his back, like the dorsal fins of some kind of giant sea beast. As for his lower body, it was the tail of a sea dragon, and it was deeply submerged in the seawater. Athena shook her head. Zeus and my Titan transformation should be equivalent to Huaxia's jade clear peak. Yangcheng's strength after transcending the tribulation is at least on par with us, or even slightly stronger. My great prophecy art is unable to accurately predict an opponent of such strength. Impossible. No matter how fast he increases his cultivation after transcending the tribulation, he can't reach the jade clear peak. The one who questioned this was the fire god Hephaestus. He had a ball of red flame hair on top of his head, and his upper body was bare. He had a bronze-colored, well-built body, and his muscles were as sharp as rocks. His body was covered with deep scars, and his lower body was covered with a pair of metal armor pants that looked like scales. He held the mountain-like fire god hammer in his right hand, making him look especially fierce. Hephaestus, why don't you try and see if you can use your fire god hammer to interrupt his tribulation? Hermes laughed heartlessly. At this moment, he had already transformed back into an incomparably young and handsome man. He was slender, with a head of light golden curly hair. He wore a winged leather helmet on his head and wore a white short-sleeved shirt. He held a double serpent staff in his hands and stepped on flying shoes as he floated in the air. Although his body had become incomparably huge, he could change his position in the air in an instant and was as nimble as a fairy. The fire god snorted heavily. Do you think I don't dare? How can the power of a Titan lose to a human? After saying that, Hephaestus raised the Vulcan's hammer high, and a blazing divine flame quickly ignited on the hammer's head. The body of the hammer also instantly turned fiery red, and the space around it quickly melted and reorganized. Another special characteristic of the Titan transformation was that the power of the gods and the laws of space were perfectly compatible. All attacks did not need to deliberately use the laws of space, and were all based on the power of space. For example, the divine flames ignited by the fire god hammer at this moment were produced by the burning of space. Hammer of holy fire! Hephaestus leaped up and swung the hammer down heavily. He gathered the power at one point, and the fiery red divine hammer drew a blazing light across and smashed onto the spiritual vortex where Yangcheng was. Boom! After a violent, muffled sound, the spiritual vortex was shaken, and the power spread out in all directions. A shock wave of burning flames directly melted and destroyed the remaining glaciers near the Tree of Earth in an instant. But even under the destructive attack of the power of space, the channel formed by the spiritual barrier did not move at all. It was not affected at all. The fire god immediately frowned, and the other gods were also a little surprised. It seems that the spiritual barrier formed by the jade-clear heavenly thunder tribulation has some special characteristics that can prevent it from being affected by the power of space, Hera said. At the same time, Yangcheng knew all the changes in the outside world. The strength of the gods had soared to a whole new level, and he could clearly feel that they were trying to interrupt his tribulation. However, the arrival of the jade, clear heavenly thunder made him not in the mood to pay much attention to it. In the sky above the huge spiritual channel, all the way to the deep and dark starry sky, gradually formed an unprecedented and unknown power. The spiritual barrier became more and more solid. The vortex spun faster and faster, and the channel that penetrated the sky also became stronger. Yangcheng felt the pull of that power, and he could not help but smile in relief. So that's... Yangcheng murmured to himself. In the next moment, from the distant dark void, a black lightning that was beyond the imagination of all the gods present suddenly descended. Except for Meng Xiaoyao and Yu Shiwening in that independent space, no one thought that the jade-clear heavenly thunder would be black. The strange black lightning was like a thick black ink, but also like a thick dark night. It was like a black dragon that came from the void, mysterious and unfathomable. What surprised everyone even more was that the moment the jade, clear heavenly thunder fell, there was no sound of thunder, as if nothing had happened at all. It was frighteningly quiet. This scene was a little strange, as if everyone was waiting to hear an explosion, but in the end, they found that everyone was watching a dumb show, clearly saw the black lightning fall, but there was no movement at all. They could only see Yang Chun, who was in the spiritual energy tunnel, being engulfed by the black lightning in an instant. Unlike the other heavenly thunder that was dazzling, this black jade, clear heavenly thunder was quiet, silent, so silent that it made people hold their breath and suffocate. Other than inside the channel, the surroundings were not affected by this heavenly thunder at all. Even the sea below Yangcheng was not affected. This is jade, clear heavenly thunder? Why is it black? Hermes could not help but be surprised, but obviously his question was not answered by the gods present. Chapter 1651. In the middle of the spiritual vortex, Yang Cheng, who had already been engulfed by the black jade, clear heavenly thunder, was now completely immersed in his own brand new world, unaffected by the outside world. Yang Cheng peacefully closed his eyes, feeling the black heavenly thunder seeping into his body bit by bit, merging with it bit by bit. Yang Cheng stopped breathing and cut off his connection with heaven and earth. He had even stopped the circulation of his inner chi and stopped the circulation of his cultivation technique, the starry sky. In front of him was a vast, boundless starry sky. Yang Cheng found himself in a mysterious and beautiful galaxy. The countless shining, colorful stars were like gems shining with dazzling brilliance, embedded in the dark universe, emitting a trace of warmth. The universe was so close, so familiar. His own body, in here, freely soared, shuttled back and forth, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Like a fish swimming in the water, like a bird flying in the sky, Yangcheng's world was a magnificent universe. The black jade, clear heavenly thunder, flowing and circling in front of his eyes, was like the most intimate partner and did not bring him any pain or uneasiness. But when Yang Cheng tried to hold it in his hands, he would grab empty air, unable to catch it. What was he lacking? Was he still unable to control it? Yang Cheng could clearly feel the three kinds of power that he was familiar with: the violent purple flame, the blue corrosive flame, the dark destructive flame. The three kinds of flames that were condensed from the heavenly fire, mysterious water, and the two extremes of yin and yang, all magically merged together this time. The fusion of the purple fire and the blue fire was the purple-blue heavenly thunder. The fusion of the blue fire and the dark fire was the silver-blue Shangqing. Heavenly thunder. The black jade, clear heavenly thunder. Was it the fusion of the three kinds of flames? No. Yang Cheng keenly felt a trace of a more mysterious power in this heavenly thunder, and it was that higher-level power that perfectly merged the three kinds of flames. And it was precisely this fourth type of vital energy that allowed the clear jade, heavenly lightning, to surpass the limits of the laws of heaven and earth. It led his primordial spirit to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and enter the domain of the universe. Yang Cheng remembered that Jane had once asked him if he could travel freely in the universe. He had told her that it was impossible, because without the spiritual chi between heaven and earth, he would lack the power to survive in the universe. The mysterious dark power in front of him might be the key he had been looking for. Yang Cheng involuntarily entered an extremely profound state. At this moment, time had stopped for him, and space no longer existed. He was him. His world was his world. Slowly, everything in Yangcheng's world began to disappear. The gods were besieging him from all directions. The tree of earth, the ocean, the glacier, the air, the earth, the sky, and the earth, countless stars also started to disappear. The big ones were burning stars, the small ones were interstellar fragments, the nebula disappeared, the Milky Way disappeared, all the lights in the distance disappeared. However, even if they all disappeared, even if time no longer existed, even if space was meaningless, it still existed. That was the original appearance of the universe. That was the most primitive power, fierce. Yang Cheng felt as if a new pair of eyes had opened in the depths of his soul. His world, from existence to non-existence, and from non-existence to existence. It was completely different. The clear jade heavenly lightning that surrounded him was finally no longer illusory, but a real power that could be touched. With a quiver, Yang Cheng returned from the boundless darkness to the world he was in. Then, Yang Chen's lips curled into a silly smile. Hee hee, ha, ha, ha. Yang Cheng opened his eyes, looked up to the sky, and laughed with unprecedented joy. In the void, the deep darkness seemed to have felt something and began to gradually close with satisfaction. The vortex of spiritual power also slowly dissipated, as if nothing had happened, and the world returned to peace. This surprised the gods once again. This clear jade heavenly lightning tribulation. Only one bolt of lightning fell, and it was about to end. Feeling that something was amiss, Aphrodite couldn't help but ask, does this mean that he successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation? In her Titan form, the goddess of love and beauty still maintained her impeccable and perfect appearance. Her entire body emitted a faint golden, gentle light. She was holy, elegant, and graceful. Her white silk dress was decorated with blooming flowers, and golden birds flew around her from time to time. Around her waist was a golden belt with intricate patterns, the charm belt. Looking at Yang Cheng, who was laughing alone without any scruples, Zeus snorted and said, I can't feel the pressure of his true essence. It seems that he has made a qualitative leap. No matter what, it seems that this time, it is finally time for the final battle. Ares, the god of war, tightened his grip on his spear. His entire body was covered in heavy red armor, and he looked like a giant cavalryman. He wore a heavy helmet on his head, and only his nose and sharp eyes were exposed. Athena suddenly glanced at him and said, all of you, back off and protect the tree of earth. Now only Zeus and I have the ability to fight him. If we lose, then you don't have to waste time. As soon as this was said, the other Titan gods were instantly displeased, especially Hera and Poseidon. Although they were not as strong as Zeus and Athena, after their Titan form, they had reached the jade clear realm. Moreover, Hera had the golden apple tree, and each golden apple could take a fatal blow for her. You think too highly of yourself. You have already admitted that you can no longer use the great prophecy technique on him. So how do you know that we are no match for him? No matter how high his comprehension is, after passing the jade clear heavenly thunder tribulation, his cultivation is only at the jade clear middle stage at most. Hera sneered and said to the other gods, ignore this bitch. Let us all destroy this brat's divine soul together, so that he will understand how sinful it was to devour Hades' divinity. At the mention of Hades' divinity being devoured, the gods could not help but feel angry. After all, in their opinion, although they were friends with Yang Cheng, Hades' divinity was more important, and that was the main reason they had become companions. Apollo and Artemis, who were originally hesitant, did not dwell on it. They began to raise the divine bows in their hands and aimed at Yang Cheng. Apollo had already reverted to a platinum-colored Titan, his body burning with platinum-colored flames. Around him, the ocean had already evaporated, only revealing the dry and cracked land at the bottom of the sea. The divine bow Helios had also enlarged, burning a divine arrow that was thousands of meters long and aimed at Yang Cheng. The moon goddess Artemis, on the other hand, was a Titan that emitted a white glow like moonlight. She wore a golden hairband on her head and a ponytail, wearing a light jungle dress. She aimed the ice divine bow Selene at Yang Cheng, and beneath Artemis' feet was a frozen glacier, which was completely different from her brothers. Poseidon, Ares, Hephaestus, and Hermes all raised their divine weapons, intending to give Yang Cheng a fatal blow. The trident that was constantly condensing the power of space, emitting a deep blue radiance. The spear of the war god that was constantly shrinking and freezing the space around Yang Cheng. the Vulcan hammer that was burning with holy flames, and the double serpent staff that was starting to create all kinds of illusions around Yang Chun. Apart from Venus, the other gods had all used their best moves, but none of them blamed Venus. After all, her girdle of charm was not a divine weapon that could deal direct damage, and so it did not affect her battle prowess too much. Compared to the past, Ares, who was the weakest of them all, now had the power of a prime, clear cultivator, not to mention the other main gods. Their spatial energy was pure, and their power was naturally extraordinary. Moreover, all the main gods knew that fancy moves were useless in a battle of this level. What they needed to do was to use pure battle prowess, bypassing all other moves and directly delivering a heavy blow. Only then would they be able to deal real damage to Yang Chun. Seeing that no one was listening to her, Athena did not say anything else. She raised the palace spear, exchanged a glance with Zeus, and stabbed it towards Yang Chun at lightning speed. Chapter 1652. Although her body was huge, it did not affect Athena's speed at all. On the contrary, her huge body made all her attacks seem huge, every movement causing the earth to shake. Athena's Paula spear brought up countless spatial fragments, like a spatial blade emitting a faint blue radiance as it twisted and twisted, extending an area of tens of thousands of meters. At this moment, Yang Chun was like a drop in the ocean in front of the Titan god, in front of this wave of spatial fragments that covered tens of thousands of meters. Blazing arrows burning with white gold divine flames of the sun, and freezing ice arrows emitting bone-chilling air fell from the sky like meteors. The lightning in Zeus' hand had long been ready, and with an angry roar, he threw it at Yang Chun. For a moment, the strong light of the lightning was accompanied by a rumble, as if a sun had fallen to earth. Although the attacks of the gods covered a vast area, there was no need to worry about harming the Tree of Earth. This was because the Tree of Earth had already condensed a layer of Titan barrier when the gods had transformed into Titan. Because the Tree of Earth was connected to the gods' bloodline, as long as the gods were healthy, the Titan barrier would be as firm as a rock, unshakable. Yang Chun stood between heaven and earth, calmly watching the attacks of the gods fall on him and engulf him. Boom! A heavy rumble sounded, and the chaotic power of space caused a world-destroying effect where Yang Chun stood. Looking down from space, the entire North Pole was shrouded in colorful energy, the explosion turning the North Pole into a sea of shattered ice. After more than a minute, the intense light dissipated, and smoke and dust filled the air around the Tree of Earth. The gods looked at the huge crater that had turned into a bit of confusion. At the start of the attack, Yang Cheng's figure seemed to have not moved at all. It could be said that all the attacks landed accurately on Yang Chun. However, for some reason, the gods felt that they did not really hit Yang Chun. It was as if a huge net had been cast, but Yang Chun had found a loophole and slipped through. This ominous feeling caused the gods to feel uneasy. Finally, the scene in front of them confirmed their worries. They could only see a figure wrapped in black lightning quietly floating in the air. From the beginning to the end, he did not move at all. Clear, jade, heavenly lightning. He mastered the clear, jade, heavenly thunder. Hera couldn't help but tremble as she spoke, her eyes burning with jealousy. It was hard to imagine that Yang Chun, who had just finished his tribulation, had already comprehended and mastered the jade, clear, heavenly thunder. This kind of comprehension was already a little difficult for the gods to resist. In Yang Cheng's eyes, it was as if the powers that other cultivators had dreamed of for tens of thousands of years were nothing more than gifts that came with transcending the tribulation. At this moment, Yang Chun dispersed the jade, clear, heavenly lightning and smiled at the gods around him. Compared to before, he seemed more relaxed and calm. Do you still want to fight? It seems that your laws of space are useless in front of my clear heavenly thunder, Yang Chun said. Being looked down upon like this, Ares, who was unwilling to accept it, was the first to be unable to bear it. He lifted the spear of the god of war again and fiercely swept it toward Yang Chun. Don't be arrogant. The spear of the god of war directly blocked the space around Yang Chung, leaving only the trajectory of the spear. Like a pillar that supported the sky, it tried to hit Yang Chung heavily. But after Yang Chun used the jade, clear heavenly lightning once again, his body that was surrounded by black lightning seemed to be able to ignore the seal of space and easily dodged Ares' attack. Ares' space blockade lost its effect directly. As long as Yang Chung was in the position, the laws of space would be directly ineffective. Ares couldn't believe it. He kept sweeping and stabbing wildly, but his speed was limited. He couldn't even touch the corner of Yang Cheng's clothes. The expressions of the gods became gloomy. Soon, the god of fire, the god of sun, the god of moon, and the god of Mu joined in the attack. But soon, they helplessly discovered that in front of the clear heavenly thunder, it seemed that their laws of space had really lost their value. The high-temperature arrows caused by burning space were directly annihilated the moment they touched Yang Chung. Even if moonlight and lunar eclipse hit Yang Chung, they had no effect, as if they were just special effects. Hermes' double snake staff also couldn't create any illusions about space on Yang Chung, making him feel as if he was going crazy alone. Yang Chung seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the park, ignoring the attacks of the gods. As long as it was caused by the laws of space, it was easily broken. When the god of fire saw that no matter how he burned Yang Chung with his holy fire, it had no effect, he couldn't help but raise his heavy hammer, trying to attack Yang Chung without using the power of space. A strange smile appeared on Yang Cheng's face. He stretched out a finger and shot out a snake-like, clear heavenly thunder, which collided with the aggressive hammer of the god of fire. A scene that left all the gods flabbergasted appeared. They saw that the hammer of the god of fire, which was the size of several mountains, was disintegrated and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it had turned into countless dust that was difficult to see, disappearing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the hammer of the god of fire had disappeared from Hephaestus's hand. Not even the dregs could be found. Hephaestus staggered back a dozen steps, staying far away from Yang Chun. He looked at his empty hands in panic, as if he was still thinking that he was dreaming. Just a trace of clear, heavenly thunder that was so small that it was difficult to distinguish had such a terrifying effect. "Do you want to continue?" Yang Chung asked again, this time looking at Athena, who had been frowning and thinking. The gods looked at Athena almost at the same time, because she had said before that except for her and Zeus, there was no need for the others to take action. Now it seemed that her words were not wrong. At least, Hephaestus didn't want to get close to Yang Chung anymore. Athena's beautiful eyes flashed with an unfathomable light, and she said, "In your clear heavenly thunder, there is a power that surpasses space, which is why you can ignore the laws of space and make our attacks ineffective. If there are no accidents, this power can also have a destructive effect on things in the lower realms." That's right, the power in the clear heavenly thunder has surpassed space and time, the laws of heaven and earth, and the knowledge of the material world. Maybe you can rely on the power of the tree of earth to resist for a while, but I am invincible. It is only a matter of time before I kill all of you. You will not be able to resist. Yang Chung didn't hide anything and admitted it openly. He didn't need to play any tricks. The moment he comprehended the clear heavenly thunder, he knew that he had already won. "Is it the power of dark matter?" Athena suddenly asked. Yang Chung was stunned for a while, then laughed and said, "As expected of the goddess of wisdom, you've thought of it so quickly. That's right, in a sense, it can indeed be called dark matter, but that's just what humans call it. Actually, I don't know what it is, but no matter what, it exists." As expected, Athena sighed faintly. "Long before I came to Earth, I tried to explore this mysterious matter in the universe and tried to prove its existence, but I couldn't do anything. Until now, I am not sure if dark matter exists or what form it exists in. Now it seems that dark matter does exist, and it is a power that surpasses space and time. Unfortunately, there is no time for me to study it." In the independent space, Jane, who heard and saw all this, also seemed a little excited. "Senior, the clear heavenly thunder is the heavenly thunder that fused with dark matter?" Could it be that the ancient immortals could go to the universe because they mastered dark matter? Jane couldn't help but ask. If dark matter was the key for the cultivators to solve the problem of survival in the universe, then it made sense. Because at present, dark matter was everywhere, unlike the spiritual energy on Earth, which would become thinner and thinner after leaving Earth. Meng Xiaoyao nodded. Just as that kid said, although we can travel freely in the universe through dark matter, we don't know what dark matter is. This is still a mystery that we need to explore. Meng Xiaoyao nodded. The ancient immortals left Earth one after another in order to explore these mysteries. I'm afraid you don't understand. At our level, many things have become indifferent. Only such mysteries of the universe are attractive enough to us. Who can explain the mysteries of the universe? In fact, it's not just dark matter. Even why there are heavenly tribulations in heaven and earth, why the 9 heavenly thunder tribulation will guide the cultivator step by step into the universe. These are all mysteries for hundreds of thousands of years. Compared with those seniors who stepped into the galaxy hundreds of thousands of years ago, we are still too small. Yu Shiwening said with a lot of emotion. Jane nodded vigorously. For her, this was also a new world, and she couldn't help but look forward to the future to study dark matter. However, at the moment, what made her the happiest was that Yang Cheng had this kind of power that surpassed the law of space, and he had already firmly grasped victory. Meng Xiaoyao also had a gratified and relaxed expression. For him, although Yang Cheng hadn't crossed that threshold yet, with Yang Cheng's understanding, it wouldn't take long for him to cross it. He could already hand over the earth to this successor with a peace of mind. Chapter 1653. On the Arctic Ocean. When the deities heard the conversation between Athena and Yang Cheng, they couldn't help but feel a little lost and unwilling. Yang Cheng actually mastered the unknown, mysterious power of the universe, dark matter, and could ignore the laws of space. In this case, they had almost no chance of winning. It was like hitting an iron block with an egg. It might not even sink after tens of thousands of years. Moreover, they only had one divinity. How could they withstand the torment of Yang Cheng's Qing heavenly thunder? Yang Cheng sighed. Now my absolute power has surpassed all of you. If you continue to fight, it will just be meaningless casualties. As long as you give up the tree of earth and let the people on earth live a stable life, I will not make things difficult for you for the sake of our past relationship. According to Meng Xiaoyao, this battle was either the deities occupying the earth or killing all the deities to cut off the flame of the revival of the Protoss. However, Yang Cheng didn't want to do that. Out of a human, a husband, and a father's sense of responsibility, he couldn't sit back and watch the extinction of mankind, nor could he do anything to Athena. This was also why Yang Cheng hoped that Athena could give up everything and settle down. Whether or not he could summon Lin Ruoxi back, at least the woman's soul could still exist. Yang Cheng was clear about the power of Qing heavenly thunder. If Athena died, the souls of Lin Ruoxi and 17 would inevitably be destroyed early. Yang Cheng couldn't imagine how he would face Lan Lan in the future if he really killed Athena. When the chubby little girl looked at him with her innocent big eyes and asked where her mother went, would he tell his daughter that her father killed her mother with his own hands? Yang Cheng's heart trembled when he thought of this. Yang Cheng thought that he had seen through many things and was indifferent to many secular ethics. However, some things were like something deeply rooted in his bones and could not be changed at all. This was also the difference between Yang Cheng and Meng Xiaoyao in Yu Shiwening's eyes. In the face of Yang Cheng's advice, most of the gods chose to remain silent. It was not that he was willing to do so, but he simply could not think of any way to defeat Yang Cheng. At this time, Athena elegantly lowered her spear and raised her giant shield. She sighed and said, "I can't go back anymore. I've waited for this day for 20,000 years. It's time for an answer." Yang Cheng frowned. This woman's stubbornness was far beyond his imagination. She knew that she couldn't win, but she still wanted to fight to the last moment. Zeus suddenly raised his head and said, "Yang Cheng, even if you have the jade clear heavenly lightning, as long as the tree of earth doesn't fall, we will never be destroyed. If you want to fight, then sacrifice all of Earth's energy as a sacrifice for us Titan gods. Zeus ordered the other gods to strengthen the Titan enchantment of the Tree of Earth, leaving him and Athena to fight with Yangcheng. Yangcheng could not help but shake his head and chuckle. He said helplessly, "Why bother? Don't you know that I, Yangcheng, will never admit defeat as long as I can win? I will not lose to any of you, even if you bet the earth." "Then go ahead and try." Zeus snorted. The huge thunderbolt in his hand flashed with a violent light. It absorbed more energy from the Tree of Earth, and its power had reached a new peak. The wrath of the gods. Zeus roared. It was as if the sky was collapsing and thunder rumbled. The moment the thunderbolt in his hand left his hand, it caused the space around it to have a violent spatial friction, producing a large range of thunder radiation. In an instant, the whole sky was dyed by the golden blue lightning. Yangcheng's figure was like a small black dot, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, a moment later, a black pillar of lightning pierced through the sky from the golden blue thunderstorm. It was like a pillar that pierced the heavens, and it gradually devoured the golden blue lightning in the surroundings. Zeus' eyes widened in anger, and he hurriedly called the thunderbolt back. However, when the thunderbolt fell back into his hand, it was only 1/3 of its original size. More than half of it had been destroyed by the heavenly thunder of jade. Yangcheng sneered. "My heavenly thunder of jade not only ignores your law of space, but it also has the characteristics of my chaotic force. It can devour your energy and turn it into my cultivation." "What? You want to give me more supplements?" Preposterous. Zeus was furious. He had come out of the formation in high spirits, planning to restore the Tree of Earth and revive the Protoss. However, before he could make much progress, he was blocked by Yangcheng like this. Naturally, he was furious. With that in mind, Zeus ignored everything else and started swinging the Titan god's fists, attacking Yangcheng ferociously. Every punch of Zeus was filled with golden blue lightning and was extremely powerful. However, for Yangcheng, it was not a challenge at all, and he could easily dodge it. Yangcheng thought that if he did not use strong medicine, the gods would not understand the gap between them and would not consider giving up. Therefore, Yangcheng did not plan to delay any longer. A black bolt of heavenly thunder jade was released from Yangcheng's hand, condensing into a heavenly thunder sword dozens of feet long in the void. Like a flash of lightning, Yangcheng stabbed straight at Zeus' giant head above the clouds. Zeus hurriedly stretched out his giant hand in an attempt to block Yangcheng, but the heavenly thunder sword easily pierced through Zeus' giant palm as if it had pierced through a thin layer of window paper. "Be careful." Hera had long since noticed that something was wrong. A golden ray of light flew out from the golden apple tree in her hand. It was a golden apple that flew into Zeus's energy body. Boom! A golden light shone from Zeus's body. The moment the jade clear divine thunder sword touched Zeus's forehead, there was a slight delay. Zeus managed to evade Yangcheng's thunderous attack with the help of this gap. Golden apple tree. Yangcheng's attack failed, and he looked at Hera unhappily. He sneered and said, "Since you're so resistant, why don't I deal with you first?" When Hera saw this, she knew that things were bad and quickly summoned another golden apple. Suddenly, the golden apple seemed to transform into an illusory image of Hera, overlapping with Hera. Without saying a word, Yangcheng waved his hand this time, and a bolt of clear jade divine thunder fell from the deep outer space of Earth. It was as if a black flood dragon was biting down. As it continued to descend, it became thicker and thicker until it enveloped Hera's entire body. Hera couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. The golden apple tree in her hand tried to save her master, but it couldn't resist the crushing power of the clear jade divine thunder. It turned into golden powder and disappeared. Hera relied on the golden apple to offset some of the damage, and the Tree of Earth continued to channel energy into her. She finally survived, but her divine deity was extremely weak. The Titan giant god body could no longer be maintained. Hera quickly returned to her original human form and turned into the green-robed woman. Her face was deathly pale as she barely managed to hang in the air. The power of Yangcheng's attack made all the gods tremble. Hera had only been struck by the clear jade divine thunder once, and she was already so severely injured. She had even destroyed her divine artifact. If it were to happen again, wouldn't she not even have a chance to reincarnate? What was even worse was that the speed of the clear jade divine thunder was far faster than they had imagined. Without Athena's great prophecy spell, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to dodge. Just as the gods were at a loss, Yangcheng had already summoned a few more bolts of divine lightning, targeting the Titan barrier of the Tree of Earth. Don't let him break the barrier. Protect the Tree of Earth, Poseidon shouted. The gods didn't dare to let Yangcheng break through the barrier of the Tree of Earth so easily. They had no choice but to use their ultimate skills to try and resist the lightning bolts. However, the power of the clear jade divine thunder was not something that even a cultivator at the pinnacle of the jade clear realm would dare to touch. How could the gods withstand it? When the black divine lightning exhausted the gods' resistance, just like Hera, the remaining 7 gods also lost their Titan bodies due to the damage to their divine deities and returned to their original forms. It was almost impossible for them to continue fighting. The damage to their divine deities could not be healed without a long period of recuperation. Yangcheng glanced at Zeus and Athena and said, "You saw it too. I want to destroy the Tree of Earth. You can't stop me." Athena frowned as if she was deep in thought. Zeus, on the other hand, looked uncertain. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. He laughed lowly and stared at Yangcheng. "If that's the case, we can only fight." Chapter 1654. Yangcheng replied with an "oh," and said with a smile, "You have other tricks up your sleeves?" Zeus smiled strangely. Suddenly, his huge Titan body began to emit a dark and sinister aura. Countless evil spirits and ghosts began to circle around Zeus' body. For a moment, Zeus' body was filled with ghostly wails and howls. It was eerie and terrifying. Yangcheng was stunned. Even the other gods, except for Athena, were shocked. Yangcheng narrowed his eyes. He was wondering why Zeus was still in his original form. Did he not reincarnate? It seemed that the answer was right in front of him. In the next moment, Zeus began to melt in front of Yangcheng at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he had turned into a huge puddle of black liquid. Eerie and ghostly, he twisted and wriggled in the air. A moment later, a horrifying demon that Yangcheng had never seen before appeared in front of him. This demon was completely black. It looked like a huge worm that was more than 10,000 meters long and hundreds of feet wide. Its fat body was entrenched in the seawater. The seawater that had been soaked in it began to emit a foul stench. Both sides of its body were covered with short but thick tentacles. The demon's head had no other organs except for a big bloody mouth that was dripping with stinky black mucus. It was as if the entire body was airtight except for its mouth. "What is this? How did Zeus?" Fear appeared in Apollo's eyes. Could it be that he reincarnated into this demon's body in the array? Vulcan said in shock. Apart from Athena, no one else knew about it. The demon that Zeus reincarnated into was called the Nether Queen Worm in the primeval times. This kind of demon was not very strong at birth. However, it had a special characteristic, and that was to devour and absorb other demons that it came into contact with. Then, it could take on the appearance of other demons, making it difficult to detect. Furthermore, it could constantly strengthen itself. As long as it continued to devour, this demon would not die, and its strength would become stronger and stronger. After Zeus discovered the characteristics of this larva 20,000 years ago, he helped it grow. When its strength reached a certain level, he reincarnated his godhead into this queen worm. The queen worm could take on the appearance of Zeus, and Zeus also gained the ability to devour demons to strengthen his worm body. This was also why the demons in the array called Zeus king. Although he was a celestial, he already had the body of a demon. As the king of the gods, Zeus would never reveal his true form unless he had no other choice. After all, it was not glorious. It could even be said that he had lost all his dignity. But at this moment, Zeus had no way of dealing with Yangchun. All he could do was fight to the death. With the power of the Tree of Earth and the strengthened body of the Cave Queen Worm, he would be able to devour Yangchun. The Nether Queen Worm's bloody mouth was like a bottomless pit. A gust of chilly wind was generated from its body, and a strong vortex was formed in its body that was over 10,000 meters long. When the vortex moved towards Yangchun, it already had a super strong suction force that could devour mountains and rivers. Yangchun would not let himself be eaten into its stomach. Although he did not think that anything bad would happen to him, it was too disgusting for him to accept. However, just as Yangchun was about to dodge the chilly wind vortex, Yangchun realized that the Nether Queen Worm's target was not him. Roar! The insect queen opened its bloody mouth wider and wider. After raising its head high, it bit down on Athena's position. Athena frowned, but she did not resist. Instead, she closed her eyes. Along with the chilly wind vortex, her tightened body shrank, and she was sucked into the Nether Queen Worm's mouth. Soon, Athena was swallowed into the Queen Worm's stomach. No one knew where she was in this huge body, but she disappeared. Zeus, are you crazy? Why did you swallow Athena? Seeing this scene, the gods could not help but be surprised. Ares was the first to yell angrily. Zeus did not care about the gods' doubts. Although he had turned into the Queen Worm's body, he could still speak with that deep voice. Yangchun, Athena is now in my stomach. I only need a moment to devour and digest her. At that time, the souls of the two women you love will also disappear. If you're willing to do it, you can fight me or the Tree of Earth. But you must consider the consequences. Zeus' deep laughter came from the Nether Queen Worm's body in a strange way, and it seemed especially eerie. The gods finally understood that this was to use the souls of Lin Roashi and 17 to threaten Yangchun. Athena was extremely intelligent. Obviously, she had thought of this as well. Therefore, she did not resist and tacitly agreed with Zeus's actions. For the revival of the god race, she could even give up resisting and let Zeus kill her. The gods could not help but feel confused and desolate. Perhaps 20,000 years of waiting meant a lot to Athena. Could she really sacrifice herself to such an extent? Yangchun was also stunned. He looked at the body of the Nether Queen Worm, as if he could see Athena in it. A few streaks of blood appeared in Yangchun's eyes, and the muscles on his face twitched. He clenched his fists tightly, trying hard to control his emotions. He did not expect this to happen. This determination to protect the hope of the god race's revival, even if he had to die, made Yangchun feel a loss for a moment. The situation was in a deadlock. Zeus' gloomy laughter and Yangchun's disappointment formed two extremes. In the independent space, the people who saw this scene could not help but stand up. Originally, they thought that there would be no more problems. However, seeing that Yangchun could not do it, Meng Xiaoyao's usually calm face turned gloomy. This kid, hasn't he seen through it yet? The power of the jade, clear, heavenly thunder, can completely kill such an ignorant Nether Queen Worm. He's really stubborn. Yu Shiwening saw Meng Xiaoyao shaking his head and sighing. She chuckled and said, "Of course he knows, but for him, what makes him a loss is not that he doesn't know how to kill Zeus, but Athena is already prepared to die." "Oomph, rotten wood is hard to carve." Meng Xiaoyao snorted. Focusing on a small personal affair and forgetting the whole world, it seems that it will be difficult for him to achieve anything. Jane's eyes were filled with tears for a moment. She looked at Zeus with eyes full of hatred, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Yangchun, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like sharp blades, and his whole body exuded a murderous aura. Zeus felt that something was wrong, and his tone was tense. He said, "Yangchun, what do you think?" A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yangchun's mouth. "Maybe you've stayed in the array for too long, and no one told you that I hate one thing the most." "What?" The Nether Queen Worm's body wriggled, ready to strike. A strong black, jade, clear heavenly thunder suddenly erupted from Yangchun's body. His whole body seemed to have turned into a black hole, and a murderous aura suddenly appeared. I hate being threatened the most. As Yang Chung spoke, his figure had already forcibly penetrated the head of the Nether Queen worm. Poof! Zeus did not even have time to react. Yang Chung, who had turned into a godly thunder, had already drilled through the head of his main body and directly penetrated his abdomen. The gods could not even see it with their eyes. They only saw a black bolt of lightning shuttling back and forth on the huge body of the Nether Queen worm over 100 times. Every time it shuttled, a huge hole would appear and black demonic fog would spread in all directions. Zeus let out an unwilling roar, but it was of no use. The powerful destructive power of the jade, clear heavenly thunder, made it impossible for his main body to control it freely, let alone devour Athena in his body. When Yang Chung appeared in the air again, Yang Cheng's left hand was already holding a dazzling golden blue ball of lightning. Godhead! When Yang Chung attacked just now, he had directly stripped Zeus' Godhead from the Nether Queen worm's body. Zeus' soul kept roaring with unwillingness, but it was all too late. Being suppressed by Yang Chung, he would not even have the chance to reincarnate. Yang Chung looked indifferently at the remains of the Nether Queen worm, which was gradually dissipating into waves of black gas. He murmured, "You might have had a chance to live. You can only blame yourself for threatening me. I, Yang Chung, can admit defeat temporarily, but it does not mean that I will lose forever. I can tolerate it temporarily, but it does not mean that I can accept threats." As soon as he finished speaking, a black bolt of lightning directly turned Zeus' Godhead into nothingness. The gods watched all this happen in a daze, and all of them felt incomparably depressed. Zeus actually died completely just like that? Perhaps everything had been a mistake from the beginning. The current Yang Chung was already unstoppable. Out of the 12 overgods, only 10 were left. The gods could not help but reveal unconcealable pain. The remains of the Nether Queen worm finally disappeared completely, and Athena's figure once again appeared. Athena had at some point given up on the Titan giant god's body and put away the 2 artifacts. She had reverted to her familiar appearance. That fluttering black hair, that graceful and elegant black dress was exactly the same as the one in Yang Cheng's mind. When Yang Cheng and her eyes met, both of them appeared exceptionally calm. There was no sadness, no anger, and no joy. They just stared at each other. Chapter 1655. After an unknown period of time, Yang Chung smiled gently. The wind and smoke dispersed. In this smile, it was as if the past thousands of mountains and rivers, the vicissitudes of life, had all been expressed in this silent smile. There seemed to be a hint of a smile on Athena's cold face, but it was so subtle that it was revealed inadvertently. Yang Chung pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and asked, "Putting away your weapons and shields, does that mean you're not going to fight anymore?" Athena shook her head. "My strength is comparable to Zeus. In a situation where I can't use the greater prophecy spell on you, I'm weaker than him. You can easily destroy him, which means that you can easily destroy me. If we continue to fight, we'll only be humiliating ourselves. I'm not going to fight anymore. But it's not over yet." Yang Chung smiled bitterly. "It seems that even if I destroy the Tree of Earth and kill everyone here, you still won't give up the idea of reviving the Protoss, right?" "Yes." Athena nodded without hesitation and said resolutely, "Why?" Yang Cheng's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a faint sadness. Athena smiled indifferently. Her smile was as beautiful as the blooming flowers in spring. "You should know me best, don't you? You came here to confront us, not because you hate the Protoss, nor because you want to protect the humans on Earth as a great hero. This is just your fate. There's no reason for it. This is the fate you choose to bear as a human who can change the fate of mankind. For you, you can't sit back and watch the destruction of mankind. Similarly, for me, the Tree of Earth is our mother, and the Protoss, born of the divinity, are my people. Everything I've done for the past 20,000 years, it's all for the revival of the Protoss today. Whether I succeed or fail, this is my fate. I can't stop it, and I don't need any reason to convince myself." Athena spoke very calmly, but when these words fell into the ears of the gods, they couldn't help but be moved and fall into their own thoughts. Heh! Yangqing nodded and laughed at himself. "You're right. There are many things that don't need a reason. This is fate." With that said, the scene fell into silence again. After a while, Athena said quietly, "The choice is now in your hands. If you want the Protoss to never rise again, then your only choice is to kill me. Otherwise, even if the others die, even if the Earth tree withers, even if there is no hope of recovery, I will never give up. If you can't do it, then that only proves that my great prophecy spell was successful. This is the future that the Protoss yearns for." Yangqing rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. He clicked his tongue and sighed helplessly. "I've worked so hard for half a day, but in the end, it's still a matter of life and death." Athena revealed a relaxed smile. "If you have a way to separate Lin Ruoshi's and 17 souls from my soul, or destroy my soul alone, then there might be other endings. Don't joke around." Yangqing waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "If I could do it, I would have done it long ago. It's not like I'm a first to know that you've been playing tricks in the dark." Of course, Athena was just speaking casually. In fact, unless she was willing to separate her divinity or return the initiative of Lin Ruoshi's soul, not to mention Yangqing, even if Meng Xiaoyao were here, he wouldn't be able to separate her soul. After all, Athena wasn't an ordinary person. Her soul was protected by the rich mental strength of the divinity and was as solid as a rock. Before Athena's soul was forcibly separated, she would have already killed Lin Ruoshi and 17. Naturally, Yangqing knew that it was impossible, so he didn't think in that direction. He quietly closed his eyes and opened them again. After looking at Athena with an incomparably complicated gaze, Yangqing regained his stern expression. "Since that's the case, take out your polished spear. Let's use the final moment of battle to announce our deaths." Athena's eyelashes trembled slightly. After hearing Yangqing's decision, she couldn't help but smile calmly and nod. The demonic blue polished spear was once again summoned by Athena. She raised it straight and aimed it at Yangqing. When the gods below saw this scene, even Hera and Hermes, who didn't like Athena, couldn't help but tear up. Everyone knew that, with the law of space ineffective, Athena was just putting up a show. All Yangqing needed was a split second to destroy her soul with the clear, jade, heavenly lightning. In the independent space, Meng Xiaoyao finally brightened up when he saw this scene. He showed a satisfied smile. "This kid has finally figured it out. My 50,000 years of bitter waiting wasn't in vain." Yu Shiwening sighed, rather sadly. "This woman of the god race is really unenlightened. Why must she go to such extremes? Why not take a step back for both of us? Harming others is harming herself. Since ancient times, beauties are unlucky. Sure, sometimes in order to achieve the great Tao, sacrifices must be made. What Yangqing did today will bring him one step closer to that threshold. This is a good thing for him. Since ancient times, it has been difficult to satisfy both sides. You don't have to be sad." Meng Xiaoyao smiled. "Uffed." Yu Shiwening rolled her eyes at him unceremoniously. "Don't think that everyone is as heartless as you. I know that you have a high realm, but I just don't like you. Yangqing was fine at first, but because of you he had no choice but to kill the woman he loved the most. Are you satisfied now?" Meng Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "If you don't want to, you can stop him." Yu Shiwening was even angrier when she heard this. "What's the use of me stopping him? That woman of the god race is stubborn. It's obvious that she won't take a step back even if she dies." Yang Yuansu and Li Shuimei on the side couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw the master and the great senior quarreling. Jane looked at the scene in the mirror with a complicated expression. She couldn't tell what she was feeling, but she was faintly uneasy after a period of silence between the two of them. Finally, it was Yangqing who made a move. The black jade, clear heavenly thunder began to wrap around Yangqing's hand and condense into a slender black sword of 6 or 7 feet long. Although it looked quite light, no one would doubt the outcome of this jade, clear heavenly thundersword if it fell on Athena's body. Yang Chung walked slowly towards Athena. Every step he took pounded on the hearts of the gods present, making their spirits almost collapse. Athena's death also meant the complete collapse of the god race. Venus, Artemis, and the others were crying uncontrollably. On the contrary, Athena was very calm. She watched as Yang Chung got closer and closer. The spear in her hand was still pointed straight and steady of the man, motionless. At this moment, Yang Cheng's figure sped up. Yang Chung was like a lion pouncing on its prey, exuding a murderous aura. With a leap, the heavenly thundersword in his hand was like a black beam of light, stabbing straight at Athena's head. Athena felt the irresistible power approaching and closed her beautiful eyes early. No one would notice that there was a flash of tears in the corner of her eyes. The corners of the goddess's mouth showed a trace of relief. Blood floated down from the sky. The gods below, looking at the falling scarlet, all of them changed from grief to shock, astonishment, and even a blank mind. At that moment, Athena strangely felt that the power that was fatal to her suddenly disappeared the moment it approached her face. What followed closely was a warm hand carefully and lovingly caressing her left cheek. Athena suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She opened her beautiful eyes, and in an instant, her body stiffened like an ice sculpture. She saw that Yang Cheng's body had been pierced by Lord Paula's spear at some point in time. The place that was pierced was his heart. The spear tyrannically cut open his sternum, pierced through his heart, and came out his back. His body was at least 4 feet long, and it was stained with his cold blood, and Yang Chung seemed to be completely unaware of it. He was half a step away from her, with a gentle smile on his face, gazing at her affectionately. His large hand that was supposed to bring death now only had a warmth that made the woman's eyes and nose sour, and a trace of trembling. Chapter 1656. In the independent space, everyone was completely stunned when they saw this scene. Even Meng Xiaoyao and Yu Shiwening stood up abruptly, staring at Yang Chen's death in a daze, stunned and shocked. What is he thinking? Meng Xiaoyao didn't know if it was anger, confusion, or other emotions. He clenched his fists tightly, and his emotions were rarely calm. Yu Shiwening's eyes were filled with tears, but she smiled with relief and relief. "Brat, why are you so stupid?" Jane had already knelt on the ground powerlessly. Her pretty face was pale, and she closed her eyes in grief. 2 lines of clear tears fell down. She bit her lower lip and kept shaking her head. "I knew it. I knew it." At this moment, it was too late to say anything. Yang Cheng's choice was beyond everyone's expectations. "Why, in the cold astral wind?" Athena asked softly in a daze. Her eyes were sparkling, and she still couldn't believe the reality in front of her. At this moment, Athena felt that her strength had been hollowed out. Apart from murmuring, her mind was in a mess. When the great prophecy technique could no longer tell her what the future was like, and the future picture brought her an extremely strong impact, she finally fell into a state of bewilderment. For some reason, Athena didn't dare to look at Yang Cheng's eyes that were looking at her. She didn't dare to look at the fatal wound in Yang Cheng's heart. She didn't understand why she wanted to cry. When a drop of crystal-clear pearl overflowed from her eye and slid down, it was gently wiped away by Yang Cheng's fingers. "What's wrong? You're crying." Yang Cheng smiled easily and warmly. Although blood was constantly gushing out of his heart, he didn't have the slightest uneasiness and panic. Instead, he was extraordinarily calm. "Ask me why I'm doing this? Didn't I say it before? This is fate. Since you can't stop, and I can't just watch you die and ignore you, then, in addition to killing you, I can only die if I die. I won't have to bear any responsibility. I won't have to do anything to anyone, and I won't have to worry about this, and I won't have to struggle with how to treat you. And you can live well." Athena raised her head and tried to stop her tears, but it was to no avail. The hand that was holding the palace spear instantly lost all strength and trembled lightly as it fell. As Athena let go, Yang Cheng's body fell from the sky along with the spear. Athena was shocked and quickly used the power of space to support Yang Cheng. Athena noticed that Yang Chen's face was getting paler and paler. She couldn't help but realize that Yang Chen was purposely stopping his body from recovering. His endless resolve restoration scripture had long stopped circulating, and Yang Chen had purposely let his guard down, allowing his fragile body to pass through the spear. It was the Paula spear after all. As long as Yang Chen didn't take the initiative to defend himself, it would be easy for it to pierce through his body. If this went on, even if Yang Cheng's physique was extraordinary, it wouldn't take long for him to stop functioning due to excessive blood loss. In fact, it was already a miracle that he could speak so well with his heart shattered. Yang Cheng, who deliberately didn't use his cultivation, obviously didn't plan to let his primordial spirit live. As his body died and his brain died, his primordial spirit would slowly dissipate without the support of his cultivation. Suicide was not a difficult matter for an expert of any realm. Even with the endless resolve restoration scripture, a technique that could almost bring the dead back to life, no one could save Yang Cheng if he wanted to die. You really want to die? Is it worth it for me? Athena choked and shook her head. Don't you hate me? I'm not Lin Ruoxi, and I'm not 17. I single-handedly arranged for you and Lin Ruoxi to meet, and I've been taking advantage of your feelings for Lin Ruoxi and 17. Why did you do this? Yang Cheng's breathing became weak. He smiled. Even if you're not Ruoxi and you're not 17, you still protected and gave birth to my daughter, didn't you? Regardless of whether you did it for me or not, I'm really grateful to you. I can't let any of the women in your soul die, and I can't kill the mother of my child with my own hands if I let you kill me. You might not be able to face your daughter, and I don't want that to happen. So, suicide was the best choice. Athena could feel Yang Cheng's life slowly slipping away. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and the depths of her soul seemed to be greatly agitated, becoming unstable. An emotion deep in her heart that she hadn't noticed caused her to become confused, and she couldn't focus. This man actually never hated me. He's grateful to me. Yang Cheng looked at her deeply, and his eyes began to become illusory and misty. Athena's tear-stained face made him reveal a trace of a satisfied smile. Ruoxi. Yang Cheng called out softly, as if he could see Lin Ruoxi smiling at him in front of him. At this moment, the clouds and mist of the past were like beautiful paintings that flashed before his eyes one by one. Athena's delicate body quivered, and she held her temple painfully, as if she was struggling with something. Yes, the person he loved was Lin Ruoxi, or even 17, and definitely not me. This has nothing to do with me. But why should I be sad for his death? Why should I shed tears for him? Is it just because I've been with him in the dark, and through all of this? No. Isn't this the ending I've been waiting for? Isn't the future supposed to be like this? Didn't I wait for 20,000 years for this day? But my heart really hurts. Yang Cheng didn't know that at this moment, the depths of Athena's soul was experiencing an unprecedented impact. The three souls, because of the same suppressed and dormant emotion, began to interact, began to fuse, erupt and struggle, suppress and escape, and continued to be in a stalemate. Yang Cheng muttered to himself in a low voice. It was no longer important who the woman in front of him was, and he had a satisfied smile on his face. Ruoxi, my life is very short, but too many things have happened, some good, some bad, and I can't remember many of them. But I can be sure that the most beautiful things in my life, oh no, the most beautiful thing is meeting you, Lin Ruoxi, even if you want to kill me now. You're still my most beautiful memory. Everything that happened today is my choice, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't let the future you have any unhappiness, sadness, or pain because of me, because that will make me feel worse when I die than when I'm alive. Athena's head was splitting. Every word from Yang Cheng was like a sharp knife, stabbing in her mind, making it impossible for her to continue. The woman endured the pain and asked while crying, "Why didn't you stop me? You clearly knew my goal. You already knew. If you told me your choice today, no. Even if you told me your choice just now, I might have wavered. I might have softened my heart. Yang Cheng's hands were on the spear in his chest. A large amount of blood loss had made his consciousness blurred, and his body didn't listen to him. Because I can't. Yang Cheng half closed his eyes and laughed in a low voice. Didn't you say that you can't stop? Didn't you say that the future will not change? You've persevered for 20,000 years. How can I let you give up just because of one sentence? I used 20 years of my life in exchange for 20,000 years of your persistence. It's very worth it. No matter who you are, I'm willing to do this. This is also the only thing I can do for you, the last thing. No. The woman hugged her head with both hands and shook her head continuously, breaking down and bursting into tears. All the chief gods couldn't help but mourn in silence as they watched this scene. Yang Cheng's voice became weaker and weaker, and there was a comforting smile on his lips. After I leave, don't make things difficult for those who are sad for me. Tell them that I'm useless, that I've let them down, and more importantly, don't let Lan Lan be a child without a mother. Before I came, I told my daughter that her mother will be back soon. Don't say it. Don't say it. The woman pleaded and slowly knelt in the air in front of Yang Cheng, her hands involuntarily wrapped around Yang Cheng's waist. Yang Cheng had no strength to stand anymore, and he bent over weakly. Dark red blood dripped onto the woman's body and face, but she didn't seem to notice and just kept crying. Yang Cheng closed his eyes, and his voice slowly became inaudible. Ruashi, do you know, I once thought if there comes a day who can truly kill me, it might only be me. I didn't lose to anyone, and I didn't lose to you. I lost myself because, Ruashi, I can't do it. I don't love you. His voice stopped here, and like a kite with its string cut, it flew into the distance, never to be found again. At this moment, the woman sucked in a breath of cold air and opened her bright eyes. She suddenly raised her head and hugged Yang Cheng's already ice-cold body tightly. She stared deeply at the man's face that no longer had any vitality left, and with her tear-stained face, she leaned forward and kissed the man's ice-cold lips gently. The woman revealed a bitter smile that was filled with despair and gentleness. She said softly, "Didn't I tell you long ago? If you stay with me, I will kill you. I have had nightmares for so long, but you just won't believe me. Now it's all too late. The nightmares have become reality, but you're telling me not to feel guilty. Hubby, how can you treat me like this? Did you deliberately hurt yourself again? I beg you, don't scare me, okay? Wake up, I'm Ruashi." The woman's hysterical cries were torn into pieces in the air by the wind. No matter how she called out, the man's ice-cold corpse no longer responded. Chapter 1657. The Mediterranean Sea, the Forgotten Kingdom. In the castle, the chubby little girl ran out of the door. She clicked her tongue, yawned, and stretched herself. She didn't know why, but there was no ant to wake her up today. She overslept, and her stomach was growling with hunger. But it was good to brush her teeth and wash her face without anties. She hated those troublesome and boring things the most. The toothpaste was also fruit-flavored. She only wore a thin short-sleeved shirt and white shorts, and her fleshy wrists and calves were exposed. Lan Lan looked around and ran to the rooms of a few aunties nearby. No one was there. Her chubby face suddenly showed a trace of unhappiness. Did everyone go to eat without her knowing? But she sniffed and didn't smell anything delicious. Soon, like a small whirlwind, Lan Lan ran to the door of the master bedroom and twisted the door handle. It was locked from the inside. Her little face suddenly puffed up, and she was so angry that her face turned into a bun. She heard a lot of breathing inside the room. Everyone was indeed playing hide and seek and deliberately ignored her. The chubby little girl's strength was not a joke. She used her strength and pulled, and the metal door lock was directly broken from a mahogany door. This antique mahogany door worth more than 100,000 pounds, and a World War I royal door lock worth tens of thousands of pounds, were ruined by this prodigal girl. But she didn't know. Kicking the door open, Lan Lan shouted and ran in. Lan Lan is angry. "Aunties, why are you all hiding here?" But as soon as she finished shouting, Lan Lan found that something was wrong. First of all, why were all the aunties and sisters not wearing clothes? Not even pajamas? They were just lying on the big bed in a crisscross pattern. Also, her father was gone, and the air was filled with a strange smell. However, this smell was not unfamiliar to Lon Lon. Every time her father, mother, and aunties did some strange exercise, there would be this smell. She heard from her grandmother that her father was working hard to give her a little sister and little brother, so she was too lazy to care. Touching her hungry belly, Lon Lon jumped onto the bed and began to shake one by one to wake the women up. Finally, under the constant harassment of this little devil incarnate, the women all woke up in a daze. After everyone got up, they found each other in a sorry state, especially the women with some sticky liquid on their bodies. They all want to crawl under the bed. The group of women finally managed to get Lon Lon to go downstairs to watch TV. They hurriedly got up and went back to their rooms to change clothes and wash up. Even Xiang Wei, Kai Ning, and the others did not have time to think about Yang Cheng's situation. They vaguely remembered that Yang Cheng seemed to have done something to make them sleep. Just when the women were quite uneasy, Guo Xuehua helped Yang Gongming to the hall downstairs and began to shout Cheng's name. It was already noon, but there was no one there. It was indeed a bit strange, but the women did not know. Even if Qiang Wei and the other women had some feelings, they did not dare to say it, for fear of scaring Guo Xuehua. Seeing that Lon Lon kept asking to eat first, the women could only temporarily suppress their uneasiness and let the kitchen prepare food. Guo Xuehua loved her granddaughter, so she personally went to cook a bowl of dumplings for Lon Lon to eat first. But just when she was about to put it on the table, her hand trembled and the whole bowl of soup fell on the ground. Bang! With a shattering sound, the dumplings and the bowl fell to the ground. In the hall, the women were shocked. They looked over in surprise and went forward to ask Guo Xuehua what happened. Guo Xuehua forced a smile and said that she was fine, but her hand could not help but touch her heart. She did not know why it suddenly hurt there. In the North Pole, the clouds were heavy and the wind was biting cold. The huge golden canopy of the Tree of Earth was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The branches and leaves began to turn into little golden lights and dissipated in the air. The Titan enchantment on the periphery had also disappeared without a trace. Those divinities that were still being nurtured fell from the tree and dissipated without exception. The giant tree that originally covered the sky had begun to gradually return to its original position. It's over. Athena has also lost. Venus looked at the gradually shrinking Tree of Earth and sighed faintly. At this time, the gods were standing on a piece of floating ice, watching this scene from afar. Hera smiled bitterly and said, Zeus' divinity has disappeared. Athena has lost control of her divinity, and our divinities have also been severely damaged. Even if the Tree of Earth did not choose to return to the form of Gaia's heart, we would not be able to protect it. As Hera said, the Tree of Earth, as the mother of the gods, was connected to the lifeline of the gods. It had already keenly sensed the failure of the gods, and could not continue to maintain it. Only by returning to the form of Gaia's heart could it use all its power to protect itself and hide well. This was also the self-protection form of the Tree of Earth. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not choose to degenerate into Gaia's heart. After all, it was better to wait for another chance to germinate and grow than to be destroyed by the cultivators on Earth. At this moment, none of the gods looked regretful nor happy. A loss was a loss. Even if Yang Cheng paid the price with his life in the end, it did not mean that the gods had won. Without exception, the eyes of all the gods were focused on another huge floating ice in the distance. Lin Ruoshi knelt on the ice, holding Yang Cheng's cold corpse in her arms. She seemed to be in a daze. The Paulus spear had been taken out of Yang Cheng's chest, leaving a huge hole. Blood had already flowed out, and the wound had already frozen. His heart had already been shattered into pieces. The woman's tears had stopped flowing, and her eyes were a little dull. She just quietly looked at Yang Cheng's pale face without saying a word or moving. The wind blew her long black hair, making her look lonely and cold. No one dared to disturb her. After a long time, Venus suddenly leaped up and landed on the floating ice. After staring at Yang Cheng's face, Venus swallowed painfully and asked softly, You are Lin Ruashi? Lin Ruashi acted as if she didn't hear anything. She didn't answer her question at all. She hugged Yang Chun without any reaction. Hera, Artemis, and the others came to the floating ice. The gods looked at Yang Cheng's corpse and sighed. No matter how many grievances they had, it was no longer important at this moment. The revival of the Protoss was almost impossible, and they were tired. Aphrodite, don't ask her. She must be feeling terrible right now, Apollo said with a sigh. Athena's divinity is still there, but she should have voluntarily handed over the control of her soul just now. Why did that happen? Even if she wasn't Yang Cheng's match, she shouldn't have lost the souls of two human girls, right? Ares asked in confusion. Artemis said sadly. Maybe it's because the last name Yang Cheng shouted was Ruashi. It seems that whether it was the former 17 or the current Lin Ruashi, Athena has unknowingly developed true feelings for Yang Cheng. It's a pity that she only realized just now, and the only thing she could do for Yang Cheng was to return the control to Lin Ruashi. Apollo said with emotion. Doesn't that mean that Lin Ruashi is now controlling Athena's divinity? Hermes frowned. Artemis chuckled lightly. Why? Are you afraid that she will kill us? We're already lucky to be alive. Don't tell me you're afraid of death. Hermes' face stiffened, and he didn't say anything more. At this moment, the situation above the floating ice suddenly changed. In the void, a man and a woman walked out strangely. The gods couldn't understand how the two got here. The people who came were naturally Meng Xiaoyao and Yu Shiwening. As soon as Yu Shiwening saw Yang Chen's body, she shook her head sadly. Sure enough, there was nothing she could do to save him now that he had courted death. When the gods saw Meng Xiaoyao's face, they were all nervous, and their faces turned ugly. It's you? The person from 20,000 years ago. The gods quickly recognized that this was the master who sealed Zeus in the formation 20,000 years ago, and he was also the one who stopped the gods from occupying the earth. Meng Xiaoyao didn't have time to pay attention to them. He looked at Yang Cheng's body with a complicated expression and sighed. Silly, silly. In the end, you still chose such a path of no return. Are you going to be stubborn even in death? This time, Lin Ruashi finally raised her head. Her face was cold, and she questioned Meng Xiaoyao without fear. Are you satisfied with this ending? Chapter 1658. When Athena returned the control of the soul to Lin Ruashi, it meant that Lin Ruashi already had all the memories of Athena and 17. Naturally, she would not be unfamiliar with Meng Xiaoyao. If there was anyone in this world that Lin Ruashi really hated, it was only Meng Xiaoyao. If it wasn't for this person who wanted to choose an inheritor and set up this chess game, there would not be Yang Cheng's sacrifice. Lin Ruashi even hoped that she had never known Yang Cheng, and she did not want Yang Cheng to leave her forever at this moment. However, Lin Ruashi would not try to use the power she had now to challenge Meng Xiaoyao. She was very clear that the gap between her and Meng Xiaoyao was too big. Even if she hated him to the bone, it would only be a meaningless fight. She remembered Yang Cheng's words before his death very clearly. She still had a child to raise, and she still had a lot of things to do. She could not die. Fate comes and goes. I had no intention of contributing to today's situation, but I couldn't guess his choice. Meng Xiaoyao could not hide his regret in his words. Although the battle for the revival of the gods was lost, Yang Cheng was also dead. In this way, it was tantamount to him losing both ends. He did not get a successor, nor did he make Earth a planet of the gods. Oomph. Lin Ruashi sneered and said, Are you trying to say that the one who should have died here today was me, not my husband? I also hope that is the case, but unfortunately, I have disappointed you. Meng Xiaoyao did not feel such sarcasm. He just quietly looked at Yang Cheng's body, his eyes filled with complex thoughts. After all, after tens of thousands of years, such an outcome had really exhausted him mentally and physically. Yu Shiwening did not want to bother him at this time. Instead, she glanced at the gods beside her and said, Don't stare at this guy. With your strength, even after 2 million years, you will not be his opponent. I advise you to live your days on Earth. Now that Earth is riddled with holes and demons are running rampant, It's not something that can be done in 2 or 3 days. If you want to live well, it's best to do something meaningful instead of just standing here and staring. Understand? The deities knew that the person who was with Meng Xiaoyao was definitely not someone they could fight against. Hence, they had no choice but to give in. Indeed, if they wanted to live on Earth in the future, they still had to clean up this mess. Whether they wanted to or not, Earth still belonged to humans. Yu Xuening walked to Lin Ruoxi's side and sighed softly. Living well is the best reward for him. He definitely doesn't want you to live in pain, right? Lin Ruoxi did not say a word. She carried Yang Cheng's body in her arms and glared at Meng Xiaoyao coldly. Then, she turned around and prepared to leave. She wanted to bring Yang Cheng back to the island to be buried, so that she could protect and accompany him forever. At this moment, for everyone present, it was gloomy, sorrowful, and silent. But at this moment, Meng Xiaoyao and Yu Xuening suddenly looked shocked at the same time. Wait a minute! Meng Xiaoyao suddenly lost his composure and shouted. Yu Xuening also felt a little incredulous. Her eyes were fixed on the interspatial ring on Yang Cheng's hand. To everyone's surprise, they saw a colorful light suddenly shooting out from Yang Cheng's interspatial ring into the air. Looking closely, it was something that looked like an ancient bronze mirror flying out of the ring. This ancient mirror was oval in shape, and the back was simple and unadorned. There were only a few tiny copper patterns engraved in the center. The mirror was shining with colorful light at this time, soft and mysterious. With the continuous release of the colorful light, the ancient mirror began to expand continuously. From the size of a palm at the beginning, it quickly expanded to 5 or 6 feet wide and long. And the mirror seemed to be attracted to Yang Cheng's body, constantly rotating above Yang Cheng's body. Everyone took a closer look and realized that the mirror had already reflected a vast starry sky at some point in time. The dark universe, countless stars, flowing Milky Way, and whirlpool nebulae were vivid and lifelike. All this was extremely strange because it did not seem to be an illusion, but a real miniature of the universe space. This is the divine artifact, Kunlun Mirror. Yu Xuening remembered that Yang Cheng had such a divine artifact, but he had not used it. In fact, no one knew how this ancient divine artifact, which had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years, was used. Lin Ruoxi was also stunned. She subconsciously put Yang Cheng's body on the ice and looked nervously at the Kunlun mirror that was rotating in the sky. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Meng Xiaoyao shook his head in disbelief after the shock. How is this possible? The divine artifact is psychic. If one does not have the strength of the ancient immortals, if one does not cross that threshold, he is not qualified to be recognized by the divine artifact. Even if he can cross that threshold, he may not be recognized by the divine artifact. Otherwise, the ancient divine artifact would not be exclusive to a few immortals. Could it be that this kid, Meng Xiaoyao, found it difficult to understand? One must know that Yang Cheng could use Panga's axe, but he only used the most basic divine power of Panga's axe to break through space. He did not really get the recognition of Panga's axe. Otherwise, a divine artifact like Pangu's axe with the power to split the heavens and the earth would not be able to resist it. And for a divine artifact with a special effect like the Kunlun Mirror, if the user did not get the recognition of the divine artifact, it would be impossible to know the mystery of this divine artifact. This was why Yang Cheng could only use Panga's axe and could only stare at the Kunlun Mirror. Now, the Kunlun Mirror flew out of the spatial ring on its own initiative, and it shone brightly, showing a wonderful response to Yang Cheng's corpse. All these signs seemed to indicate that the Kunlun Mirror had recognized Yang Cheng as its new master under unknown circumstances. Yu Xuening naturally knew this and could not help but giggle. She pointed at the Kunlun Mirror and said to Meng Xiaoyao, "Meng Xiaoyao, did you see that? This kid is obviously like you. He has already crossed that threshold. He did not choose to give up, but he also succeeded. He also got the recognition of the Kunlun Mirror. This time you lost." Meng Xiaoyao felt lost, and his face was confused. Obviously, All this was beyond his understanding for tens of thousands of years. In the midst of Yu Shiwening's laughter, the Kunlun mirror once again showed a strange phenomenon. They only saw that a humanoid phantom began to slowly condense and converge in the colorful light released by the Kunlun mirror. It was like pieces of fragments began to glue together into the most primitive form. When the phantom became clearer and clearer, everyone realized that it was Yang Cheng's primordial spirit. Everyone thought that Yang Cheng's primordial spirit had dissipated, but they did not expect that it was preserved by the Kunlun mirror. Sure enough, the legendary Kunlun mirror can travel through the void and distort time and space. It seems that the moment it recognized Yang Cheng as its master, in order to protect its new master, it preserved Yang Cheng's primordial spirit that was about to disappear in the previous time and space. Yu Shiwening's words were just a guess, but who would care what the truth was? After all, what was happening in front of them was reality. When Yang Cheng's primordial spirit slowly opened its eyes, like a soft feather, it landed on his broken body. With the awakening of the primordial spirit, the endless resolve restoration scripture naturally began to operate. This time Yang Cheng did not deliberately stop the endless resolve restoration scripture, so everything went smoothly. Soon, spiritual energy frantically rushed into Yang Cheng's body. The blood in his body began to warm up, and his dantian began to fill up. The broken heart in his chest, under the terrifying healing power of the endless resolve restoration scripture, also began to recover and resume warm beating. Lin Ruoshi's big eyes stared at the miracle that happened in front of her without blinking. She did not dare to blink at all, for fear that this was all a dream. In fact, she did not even dare to make sound. She covered her mouth with both hands, tears gushed out continuously, and her pretty face was flushed, but she did not dare to make sound. Under everyone's intoxicated gaze, Yang Cheng had recovered to his original state, regained his color, resumed breathing, and opened his eyes. There was a gentle smile at the corner of Yang Cheng's mouth, and he stretched out a hand and touched Lin Ruoshi's cheek. "Oh, wife, don't be angry. I really did not deliberately pretend to be dead to scare you this time. I really almost died." Lin Ruoshi finally could not control her emotions, and she forcefully carried Yang Cheng from the ground, her arms tightly around Yang Cheng's neck, and she burst into tears. At this moment, her mind was blank. Apart from tears of joy, she couldn't express anything else. Chapter 1659. Yang Cheng's expression was a little conflicted. He opened his mouth and gasped awkwardly. Ahem. Okay. Ruoshi baby, I know you're happy. How come you're so strong now? Ahem. Ouch. I'm almost out of breath. Because Lin Ruoshi was hugging his neck tightly, it was a little difficult for him to breathe. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His life wouldn't be in danger. Yang Cheng would collapse if he was strangled to death by a woman's hug the moment he was resurrected. Lin Ruoshi immediately let go of Yang Cheng. She pouted and kept punching Yang Cheng's thigh with tears in her eyes. She didn't even dare to touch the man's chest. You're still teasing me. You still have a nerve to tease me. Who allowed you to commit suicide? Who allowed you to commit suicide? You bad guy. Boo-hoo. You want to leave us mother and daughter alone. Boo-hoo. Lin Ruoshi couldn't stop crying. She was no longer as cold as an iceberg. She was as fragile as a pear flower in the rain that could die at any time. Yang Cheng could only hug her gently, pat her back, and coax her with warm words. There was a little helplessness in his eyes, but more warmth than happiness. This scene made Venus and the other main gods couldn't help but burst into tears. It was as if the sky was no longer gloomy and the air was no longer cold. When he finally coaxed Lin Ruoshi to stop crying, Yang Cheng finally had the time to wave at the Kunlun mirror in the air. The Kunlun mirror shrank obediently and turned back to the size of a palm. It fell into Yang Cheng's hand and calmed down again. Everyone looked at this small, ancient mirror with a strange look. The miracle just now was created by this small thing that looked nothing special. Lin Ruoshi wiped her tears and stared at this small mirror gratefully. Yang Cheng touched the surface of the Kunlun mirror with mixed feelings and said thoughtfully, "Alas, it's all thanks to you this time. Ah, Kun, let's get along well in the future. You saved my life, and I will take you to live a good life in the future. I will never treat you badly, okay?" Kun? Everyone, including Meng Xiaoyao, had a strange look on their faces. However, the Kunlun mirror seemed to understand Yang Cheng's words and flashed a colorful light as a response. Yang Cheng suddenly raised his eyebrows and laughed. He pointed at the Kunlun mirror and said to the crowd, "Ha! He actually said that this name is not good? I've decided to call him Little Lunzi from now on. What do you guys think? Little Lunzi?" The Kunlun mirror flashed again, but this time it flashed twice, as if it was protesting twice. Everyone almost fainted. Was he really communicating with the Kunlun mirror? "Honey, can the Kunlun mirror really understand you?" Lin Ruashi blinked and couldn't help but ask curiously. Even if she had Athena's knowledge reserve, it was impossible for her to understand what the Kunlun mirror was. This question was also what Meng Xiaoyao and Yu Shiwening wanted to know, and they couldn't help but look at Yang Cheng expectantly. Yang Cheng slapped his forehead. Look at me, I was so busy giving a name to Little Lunzi that I forgot to tell you what happened." Yang Cheng quickly explained what happened before. As it turned out, Yang Chen thought that he was already dead, but the moment he lost consciousness, his primordial spirit suddenly appeared in a strange space for some reason. That space was the miniature of the universe before. It turned out that the Kunlun mirror had formed a static space-time to preserve his primordial spirit. Then, the artifact spirit in the Kunlun mirror told him that it decided to recognize him as its master from now on, so it chose to protect his primordial spirit from disappearing. As for why it chose Yang Cheng as its master, it was naturally because Yang Cheng had crossed an unknown threshold at the moment before his death and set foot in a brand new field. If Yang Cheng didn't have the Kunlun mirror, he would indeed be dead. If Yang Cheng didn't break through the threshold before his death, then he would also be dead. However, Yang Cheng had the Kunlun mirror, and because of the epiphany before his death, he had the qualifications and strength to be recognized as its master. Why did the Kunlun mirror choose Yang Cheng? Of course, it would not be just because of the strength, but the Kunlun mirror would not explain anything. If it recognized him, then it recognized him. This was the feeling of the artifact spirit, and there was no need for any clear reason. Yang Cheng saw everything that happened after his death in the time and space of the Kunlun mirror. He wanted to come out earlier, but the artifact spirit of the Kunlun mirror introduced the origin and effect of the Kunlun mirror very rigidly before letting Yang Cheng's primordial spirit return. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. The artifact was indeed an artifact. It was simply incredible. Yu Shiwening chuckled and said, "Good boy, I didn't misjudge you. You finally worked hard. How does it feel to cross that threshold?" Yang Cheng curled his lips. "It's all thanks to the help of the Yu Qing Heavenly Thunder. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would take a long time to get the hang of it." "What threshold? What are you guys talking about?" Lin Ruashi frowned. She didn't like the way Yu Shiwening smiled at Yang Cheng and said something that she couldn't understand. Yang Cheng scratched his head and explained with some difficulty. "This, simply put, the Tao that I have comprehended before is limited to the Earth space. Out of the Earth, or out of the parallel space, it is not the same thing, but the dark matter in the Yu Qing Heavenly Thunder is a kind of power of the origin of the universe. It allows me to contact, more directly, the most primitive Tao of the universe. That threshold is actually a step from a minor Tao into a major Tao. A Tao, that is the Tao of the universe." Although the literal meaning, Yang Cheng had said it very straightforwardly, but it was clear that the real meaning was not what the others present could understand. However, there was one thing that deeply touched the gods. That was, the Yu Qing Heavenly Thunder with dark matter could ignore the laws of space. Just imagine, the Yu Qing Heavenly Thunder with dark matter was already so powerful, and the dark matter was just an entrance ticket to the Tao of the universe. It was enough to see how vast and unfathomable the domain that one entered from the small to the big threshold was. Meng Xiaoyao sighed. It seems that I am the one who is stubborn. There are thousands of Tao, but all roads lead to the same destination. Such a simple truth, but I can't really understand it. Yu Shiwening said a little mischievously. Now that Yang Kid can already fight with you, shouldn't you be very happy? Finally, you can leave the earth in Anshin and pursue your Tao. Meng Xiaoyao knew that Fox was joking with him, but he had also thought through a lot at this time. Yang Cheng had successfully crossed the threshold from another path, and it also made him understand a lot of things, which was also a kind of gain. In the end, Meng Xiaoyao raised his head and looked deeply at Yang Cheng with a smile. You win. I'm not as good as you, but I also want to thank you. From now on, I can leave safely. Yang Cheng had nothing to say to this guy, so he waved his hand and said, if you want to go, then go, but before you go, remember to repair the celestial demon formation and clean up the mess you made. This is all your trap. I don't want to clean up your mess. Meng Xiaoyao felt helpless for a while. This kid did not fear him much before, but now that his strength was comparable to his, he was exceptionally arrogant. He really did not know whether to laugh or cry. I will repair the 12 heaven celestial demon formation. It is not difficult, but those demons need to be captured and destroyed. I will not deal with them one by one. As for the damage caused by the earth's cooling this time, Meng Xiaoyao looked at the gods and smiled mysteriously. I will invite someone to come and restore the vitality of the earth as soon as possible. His words were obviously pointing to something, and several of the gods immediately thought of something. Dionysus. Do you know where Dionysus is? Hera stepped forward and asked. Yu Shiwening frowned and asked, what do you mean by locked? Who is that? Meng Xiaoyao smiled and explained, it is Dionysus, one of the main gods of the celestial race. That guy doesn't like fighting, he likes peace, and has been hiding from others, refusing to come out. But his divinity has the special power of rebirth. He has two things that are particularly interesting. One is the fox skin that he wears, which has the effect of rebirth of plants, and the other is his wine cup. The liquid that is poured into it will become wine, and when it is sprinkled on the plants, it will make the plants grow quickly. As long as he comes out, it will not take long for the frozen plants all over the world to recover quickly. Coupled with the warming of the earth, it will naturally recover to its original state. Yu Shiwening snorted coldly and said disdainfully, I have no problem with the wine cup, but if I see that fox skin, I will kill him. The gods were confused, but Yang Cheng and Lin Ruoxi knew that Yu Shiwening was a nine-tailed fox, and were immediately amused by her words. Lin Ruoxi asked at this time, where is Dionysus hiding? Athena has searched the whole world, but she can't find him. Meng Xiaoyao pretended to be mysterious and said to Yu Shiwening and Yang Cheng, both of you, do you know him? Yu Shiwening couldn't help but wonder, I have been in the demon realm for more than 50,000 years. Could it be that he... Meng Xiaoyao nodded and smiled. He is the current leader of the demonic cultivators in the demon realm, Zishao. It's him. Then why didn't I find anything different about him? Yu Shiwening was puzzled. His cultivation is not low, and it is not difficult to deliberately hide the divine spark. As for Athena, Meng Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxi and said, her great prophecy technique can't search to the demon realm, let alone Zizhao's strength. His hiding can be said to be well-intentioned. If I haven't been watching, I'm afraid I won't be able to find him for a while. This guy can really pretend. Yang Cheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Thinking of Zizhao's addiction to alcohol, he got along well with Song Tianxing, and that guy was not in a hurry at all. For the Tontian Grand Tournament, it was like a routine. When he saw Yu Shiwening, he was even more afraid and directly admitted defeat. It turned out that he didn't plan to come out at all. In any case, the fate war of 10,000 years finally came to an end. Whether it was humans or gods, they would let go of the past and usher in a new day. Yang Cheng still remembered that Meng Xiaoyao hid Jane, and seriously asked Meng Xiaoyao to let her go, otherwise he would not be polite. Meng Xiaoyao naturally would not keep Jane, and promised to let her go back to the island immediately. Yang Cheng was satisfied, took Lin Ruoxi's hand, and said with a smile, let's go home. Lin Ruoxi naturally smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Soon, the couple, just like when Meng Xiaoyao and Yu Shiwening appeared, stepped into the void and disappeared from everyone's eyes. The gods put away the restored Gaia's heart, froze it again with the divine Bustling, and handed it over to Poseidon for safekeeping. Immediately, they looked at each other a few times, and all showed a smile of vicissitudes and relief. They should also think about the future, so they said goodbye one by one and left. The wind was calm. Meng Xiaoyao and Yu Shiwening stood over the North Pole, feeling the sun of the polar day that had recovered its temperature, reminiscing and feeling everything that had happened. Xiao Shui, you say, how did that kid beat me? After a while, Meng Xiaoyao suddenly frowned and asked thoughtfully, is it that I am not as perceptive as him? It can't be his endless resolve restoration scripture, or my realization, or is it because of his fate, his Kunlun mirror, or something else? Yu Shiwening smiled sweetly and looked at the man beside her gently. At this moment, she felt that Meng Xiaoyao seemed to have returned to the first time she met him, the guy who liked to think and was a little dull. Actually, in my opinion, the one who won in the end was not Yang Cheng, nor his fate, nor his Kunlun mirror. Of course, it was not you. Meng Xiaoyao turned his head doubtfully and asked, then tell me, who won? Yu Shiwening stretched out her soft hand and held one of Meng Xiaoyao's hand. Her lips and teeth opened slightly, and her voice was like a wind chime swaying in the wind. Yes, love. Chapter 1660. 10,000 Demon Realm, Purple Bamboo Forest. In the breeze, the swaying purple bamboo rustled, blowing bursts of fragrance. In the wind, there were bursts of strong wine aroma, which was intoxicating. Checkmate. Haha, brother Song. It seems that this bowl of bamboo green will belong to me again. In the bamboo forest, at a square stone table, two men were playing chess, and the bet was the jar of wine next to them. These two were naturally Song Tianxing and Zi Xiao, the god of wine, Dionysus. In the past month, the two began to play chess instead of Go. Zi Xiao didn't know how to play at first, so he relied on Song Tianxing to teach him. But slowly, Zi Xiao's chess skills grew rapidly. In the past 2 days, he had already won and lost with Song Tianxing. The winner drank, and the loser could only stare. Today, he didn't know why his luck was bad. He lost several games in a row. This jar of wine was almost half drunk by Zi Xiao. Therefore, Song Tianxing, who lost, had a painful look on his face. Seeing that Zi Xiao was about to pick up the wine bowl and drink, Song Tianxing finally couldn't help but stop him and said, Hey, wait. Brother Song, you must accept your loss. You can't act shamelessly. Zi Xiao nervously put the wine bowl beside him. Song Tianxing coughed twice and said, Brother Zi Xiao, this jar of bamboo green was a gift from my granddaughter Lan Lan last month. If you drink it again, you will drink it all. It's true that I'm willing to accept my loss, but I'm sorry for the little girl's kindness. How about this? I'll give you another glass of wine. How about it? Zi Xiao looked confused. You're not going to give me wine again, right? If you want wine, I can just casually make it. It was fine if he didn't mention it, but when he mentioned it, Song Tianxing said angrily, You still have the nerve to say that? You deceived me, but in the end, you're the god of wine yourself. It's fine if you pretend to understand when you don't understand, but after hiding it from me for so long, you treat me like a fool. No, you're not allowed to drink this glass of wine. Zi Xiao smiled bitterly. Brother Song, it's been 10 years. Why are you still bringing up the past? 10 years ago, Meng Xiaoyao came to the 10,000 Demon Realm and dragged Zi Xiao out to revive the earth. Only then did Song Tianxing know that this guy turned out to be the god of wine, Dionysus. Obviously, he was extremely proficient in brewing, but he pretended to not know a lot of things, which made Song Tianxing depressed. After a year, Zi Xiao used his 2 artifacts to revive most of the plants on Earth and restored the normal operation of the biosphere. He then returned to the Demon Realm and drank with Song Tianxing. Both of them had the same temperament. As long as there was wine, they would not ask for anything else. Just as the two of them were fighting over the bowl of wine, a shuttle-shaped silver gray, flying object flew over from outside the bamboo forest. It looked like a rocket, but it did not spit fire. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the purple bamboo forest. After such a spaceship landed in the forest, the transparent cover on it opened, and a cute little girl who looked to be 12 or 13 years old jumped out. The little girl's face still had a little baby fat. She was wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt, a pair of denim shorts, and a pair of blue sneakers. She looked youthful and energetic. When Song Tianqing saw this, he immediately ignored Zi Xiao. He laughed and stood up, opening his arms. Look, little Lan Lan came to see Grandpa again. The girl was young Lan Lan. She was a beautiful girl with the potential to be a beauty in the future. Speaking of it, Lan Lan's appearance was already very similar to 17's appearance in the past, but her living conditions were better, so she was especially tender and fair. Although she was not as cute as the chubby little girl when she was a child, she added a bit of the elegance brought by her mother, Lin Ruoshi. Grandpa, Lan Lan ran up with a smile and hugged Song Tianqing hard. Are you gambling with Uncle Drunkard again? Lan Lan made a face at Zi Xiao. Zi Xiao was called Uncle Drunkard, but he could roll his eyes. Hee hee. Yeah, your grandpa is pitiful. I've lost until now. Is little Lan Lan bringing wine to me again today? Song Tianqing asked happily. Lan Lan wrinkled her nose. In Grandpa's eyes, Lan Lan is almost a wine jar. There were some small complaints in her mouth, but Lan Lan still took out a few bottles of wine from her space ring and put them on the table. I secretly stole these 3 bottles of Dalmore from Dad's wine cellar. I heard from Grandpa Ron that it is expensive. It costs more than 100,000 pounds per bottle. Grandpa, don't leave the bottle after you drink it, lest Dad sees it when he comes here in the future. Then Dad will tell on me in front of Mom again. Lan Lan shook Song Tianqing's hand and said. Song Tianqing and Zi Xiao were immediately attracted by the wine, and they nodded in agreement, indicating that there was no problem. After watching for a while and admiring for a long time, the two remembered that they hadn't asked Lan Lan why she came today. After all, she just came last month. She came a bit too frequently. Little Lan Lan, what else? Song Tianqing asked. Lan Lan pouted. You finally remember me? Umph. With that said, Lan Lan turned her head to Zi Xiao and said, Uncle Drunkard, I'm actually looking for you today. Ruoshi's mom asked me to tell you that Aunt Jian has already built a spaceship for you. Whether you want to leave the Earth or stay on the Earth, you have to meet the other Protoss uncles and aunties. So fast. Zi Xiao was a little stunned. Then he waved his hand. I definitely won't leave the Earth, but I also have to say goodbye to them. When will I leave? You can do it now. Take my fat girl shuttle. Lan Lan pointed to the spaceship behind her. This shuttle was an anti-gravity spaceship designed by Jane 7 years ago. It was extremely fast and sturdy. It could freely shuttle between the outside world and the 10,000 demon realm. Moreover, the 10,000 demon realm's spiritual energy was thin and not suitable for flight. Therefore, the shuttle was especially needed as a means of transportation. Lan Lan's shuttle was naturally a limited edition tailored for her. In fact, most people without cultivation couldn't control such a fast thing. In memory of her lost little fat girl career, Lan Lan named it Fat Girl. Zi Xiao had no objection, and Song Tianqing also planned to go out for a walk, so they boarded Lan Lan's shuttle together and went to the outside world. Since 10 years ago, Meng Xiaoyao left the Earth with Yu Shiwening, who also chose to cross the threshold and went to explore the unknown world in the starry sky. Everything on the Earth was under the control of Yang Cheng. The first thing Yang Cheng did was nothing else but to take away the Kuei Nyo drum of the Tongtian Tower, so that the monster cultivators and demonic cultivators in the 10,000 demon realm could freely enter and exit. The humans outside had already understood that there were gods and monsters in the world, and they also knew that there were cultivators, so they would not be scared anymore. Yang Cheng's purpose was to let humans understand that they were not the only masters in the world. Compared with the Monster Clan and others, they were just weak. Only by being prepared for danger in times of peace could they really go far. Under the absolute power of Yang Cheng, no monster cultivator or demonic cultivator dared to cause trouble in the world. Relevant laws were formulated to restrain these forces. Hong Meng in the illusion, the hidden families were also rebuilt. The monster cultivator and demonic cultivator in the wilderness also walked into the mortal world and began to contact ordinary humans. For a time, the human world became colorful. Hongmeng, the hidden families, monster cultivator, demonic cultivator, and even the dragon clan began to become a part of the world. Humans could choose to join any force, as long as the force allowed and accepted them. It was like becoming a citizen of a certain country. The Human United Nations also added special seats for members of these forces, but the leadership of human civilization still belonged to humans. Under the control of Yang Cheng, such a layout produced a wonderful effect. Relying on the help of cultivators and the monster clan, humans quickly rebuilt the world, and many people gained great power. Of course, there were still a few who could really become cultivators. After all, to enter the soul-forming stage, one's root and comprehension were almost 1 in 10,000. In general, because of the revival of ancient martial arts, schools all over the world began to pay attention to the cultivation of students' physical fitness, so that ordinary humans could live longer. A small number of cultivators added new blood to Huaxia, and other races coexisted in a harmonious way. The Western countries were not completely outdone by Huaxia. By learning from Huaxia's culture, many young talents gradually emerged. Little girl, the more I look at your father's decision, the more reasonable it seems. The shuttle had flown out of the Tower of Babel and entered the outside world. Song Tianqing looked at the cultivators flying through the air from time to time. Many of them were young men and women, and there were even many Westerners with blonde hair and blue eyes. He couldn't help but feel gratified. The spread of cultivator culture, the emergence of monster cultivator and demonic cultivator, and the world catastrophe 10 years ago had made human rulers and people realize that human beings were insignificant and fragile in the earth and universe. This made humans understand how laughable the disputes and wars in history were. Only by uniting together and constantly improving the strength of human beings could they protect themselves and move towards the future. In the past 10 years, every country loved each other, and those who were enemies of peace were executed almost without exception. Lon Lon controlled the shuttle with brainwave sensing, while saying with a smile, "Of course, Dad is a hero," although Brother Big Head often says that he is like a fool. Song Tianqing and Zi Xiao couldn't help but smile when they heard it. A few minutes later, the shuttle landed at a shuttle airport on the Mediterranean Sea. Yang Cheng had already been standing at the airport waiting early, wearing a white shirt, linen-plaid cropped pants, and a pair of cowhide sandals. His smiling appearance was no different from 10 years ago. "Uncle, you came with old Xiao." Yang Cheng went up and put his arm around Song Tianqing's shoulder. "Impudent." Song Tianqing glanced at him helplessly. "No wonder your son said you are a fool." Yang Cheng looked embarrassed, curled his lips, and glanced at Yang Lan Lan, who pretended not to hear anything. "Little fat girl, are you speaking ill of your father behind his back again?" Although Lan Lan was no longer fat, Yang Cheng never thought of changing his address. This was his intimate address for his eldest daughter. Lan Lan pouted and said, "It's Brother Big Head. Why are you blaming me?" "Hey!" Yang Cheng let go of Song Tianqing and said to his daughter with his hands on his hips, "It seems that it's really like what your Ruashi mother said. I spoil you too much? Well, don't think I don't know that your 17 mother gave you the wind firewall a few days ago, right? Hand it over." Can a child play with fire? When Lan Lan heard it, she immediately shook her head like a rattle. "No, no." 17 mother said that Lan Lan can always hold it if she wants to play with it. If you dare to take it back, I will complain to 17 mother next time. Yang Cheng's mouth twitched for a while. Thinking of 17's resentful eyes, he immediately softened. He turned back and said to Song Tianqing, "Uncle, I can control other children, but I really can't do anything about this little thing." Lan Lan smiled happily at the back. She took out the 2 bracelets of Blue Phoenix and Fire Phoenix from the space ring. She moved her true essence and turned it into 2 wind-fire wheels and soared into the air. Lan Lan jumped up, stepped on the wind-fire wheels, and flew away happily. Zi Xiao watched Lan Lan fly away with emotion and said, "She's already at the early stage of grandching at such a young age. She's really your abnormal daughter, Tisk tisk. When Yang Chung heard this, he also felt proud, but he pretended to be indifferent and waved his hand. AI, it's far from it. Among my children, only this one is passable. Oh, my family shredded meat is also not bad. She evolved into the god stage a few days ago. Shredded meat is also in the god stage. He's only 7 years old this year, right? Song Tianxing was very clear about Yang Cheng's children. After all, they all called him Grandpa. Yang Cheng was beaming with joy, and he couldn't hide his joy. This was more worth showing off than his own breakthrough in the past. Yang Shredded Meat, is that the son of you in Miss Xiangwei? Zishao remembered and asked. Yang Cheng nodded. Yeah, that kid is a martial arts addict. Although his comprehension is a little worse than the chubby little girl, it's still very good. AI, if Lon Lon can be as diligent as Shredded Meat, and forget to eat while practicing, she should be able to go further. Enough. Song Tianxing slapped Yang Cheng's forehead. Lead the way. I can't listen to your bullshit anymore. Yang Cheng immediately smiled like Shan Shan and gestured, Uncle, please. Uncle, please. In the past 10 years, although Yang Cheng's cultivation had reached an unprecedented height, with his incomparable hard work, he finally had a love crystal with the 3 women, Lin Ruoxi, Chiang Wei, and Jane. What was gratifying was that Lin Ruoxi even gave birth to a pair of twins for him. When a boy and a girl were born, Yang Cheng was so happy that he almost hit the moon and poked a hole in the moon. Chiang Wei gave birth to a son 7 years ago, and Jane also gave birth to a mixed-race beauty that year. All of a sudden, Yang Cheng had 2 sons and 3 daughters. Although other women were envious, improving their cultivation was the most realistic way, so everyone worked hard. Yang Cheng was not in a hurry. Take it slow. He and women both had a long lifespan. As they walked and chatted, the 3 arrived at the Northwest Bay. There, a seaside party was already being held. Yang Cheng's family, friends, women, and a group of gods were talking happily. Seeing Yang Cheng coming over with 2 people, everyone greeted them in a friendly manner. On the sea, there was already a black behemoth, like a giant on the sea, looking like a flying saucer spaceship. Uncle Song, Zishao, you're finally here. Lin Ruoxi, dressed in a white chiffon silk dress, came over and welcomed Song Tianxing with a smile. After giving birth, Lin Ruoxi's fairy-like appearance added a bit of maternal softness and brilliance, and her figure became more mature and plump. Even a man like Yang Cheng, who was with her every day, would be a little absent-minded when he occasionally glanced at her. Ruoxi, why is everyone here today? It's like sending off. Song Tianxing said happily. Usually, women had their own things to do and stayed all over the world. They would only gather on the island on weekends, but they all seemed to be here today. Chapter 1661. It's because it's not the time to leave that everyone is here. When it's time to leave, they won't all come. After all, it's sad. Lin Ruoxi explained. Haha, that's right. Zishao nodded in agreement. Hey, Dionysus, why are you dawdling? Bring me some of your hidden good wine. Yang Cheng is so stingy, bringing some second-rate stuff to the party. On the other side, Aries had begun to shout in a hoarse voice, seemingly very dissatisfied with Yang Cheng's wine. Yang Cheng was immediately unhappy and walked over while cursing. What nonsense are you talking about? These are all Porto's first-class goods. With your alcohol tolerance, do you expect me to give you Louis XIII? Then wouldn't I be throwing money into the sea? Look at your magnanimity. It's almost time to leave, and you're still so fussy. TSK. Aries was too lazy to argue with him and continued to ask Zishao for wine. Soon, the party officially began, and everyone entered a joyous moment of drinking and chatting. It was said that the gods were discussing when to leave, who was willing to leave, and so on. But in fact, everyone knew that if the god of wine, Dionysus, was unwilling to leave, Athena would not leave either. The ones who left were the other 8 main gods. As early as more than 9 years ago, Jane proposed to help the gods build a spaceship for interstellar flight to help the Protoss find a planet where Gaia's heart could be reborn. The Protoss were naturally willing. After all, no matter how good the human planet was, it was not their home. The basis of all this was because of Yang Cheng's little Lunzi, the Kunlun mirror. One of the great uses of the Kunlun mirror was simply amazing. It could actually perform interstellar transfer in the universe. The Kunlun mirror could search at least a range of dozens of light years in an instant, then give feedback and instantly travel through space. In other words, with the help of the Kunlun mirror, the spaceship could cross dozens of light years in a short time with a target. Although this was only a very small distance in the universe, it was already unimaginable by the current human technology. The Kunlun mirror had already recognized Yang Cheng as its master. As long as it was in the universe, Yang Cheng could sense the Kunlun mirror at any time and summon it back. In the past 10 years, Yang Cheng had helped the gods find a planet that they could take root on. This time, he only needed to send the gods' spaceships several times to that star field, and then summon the Kunlun mirror back, and it would be over. The gods could land on that planet with their own ability and once again reproduce through the Tree of Earth. Although Yang Cheng could still use the Kunlun mirror to travel over and visit his old friends when he was free, he still had to organize a farewell party since he was a few hundred light years away. After drinking, Venus suddenly to Yang Cheng's side and kissed Yang Cheng's face with her red lips. "Yang Cheng, I'm leaving. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Yang Cheng was cutting a piece of roast beef and distributing it to everyone. He turned his head and asked, "What did you say? Have a nice trip? Who wants to listen to this?" Venus rolled her eyes at him and suddenly whispered, "Do you want to spend a night in my bedroom before I leave?" As she spoke, the woman even licked her pink lips, which was boundlessly seductive. In an instant, Yang Cheng felt that his adrenaline was out of control. He swallowed his saliva, and just as he was hesitating whether to agree to this erotic suggestion, he felt a chill behind his back. "Where are you going for the night?" It was unknown when Lin Ruoshi had appeared on Yang Cheng's right side with a gentle smile on her face. She seemed to have casually poured herself a glass of champagne. Yang Cheng hurriedly buried his head in cutting the beef, his hands as swift as a spring. "Nowhere, just said that the sky is blue. Maybe we could take a walk." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Ruoshi took a sip of champagne and glanced at Venus with hostility. Venus rolled her eyes again, raised her glass, and left with a smile. As she walked, she said intentionally or unintentionally, "Athena, I'm really jealous of you." After Venus left, Lin Ruoshi leaned on the table and asked leisurely, "Where did you go last night?" "I heard from Sister Qiangwei that you left her casino quite early. Why did you come back so late?" In the past few years, because Qiangwei had nothing to do, she opened a casino and a bar, which was her favorite profession. From time to time, Yang Cheng would go to her place to play a few rounds. With women and dice, he never got tired of it. Yang Cheng smiled stiffly and said, "Nowhere, just strolled around and saw how the preparation for Hui Lin's concert was going." In the past few years, Hui Lin had also returned to her favorite singing career. Every year, she held many concerts and had fans all over the world. "Humph, then why do I smell Hongyin's perfume on you?" Lin Ruoshi's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Yang Cheng's heart, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Yang Cheng almost fainted. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My dear wife, how can you smell it? It's Hongyin's perfume?" In the past few years, Yang Cheng and Zhao Hongyan had been together for a long time. Although there wasn't any obvious relationship between them, they both enjoyed the feeling of having an affair from time to time. Zhao Hongyan didn't have many other thoughts. She continued to work as an executive in Lin Ruoshi's company. Most of the time, she enjoyed being single. When she needed to, she would indulge herself with Yang Cheng. With the help of elixirs and cultivation, her life was very fulfilling. "Humph," Lin Ruoshi said with a faint smile. "Do you think it was unintentional that I specifically asked her to use a perfume that none of my sisters use?" Yang Cheng's face was bitter. Even this can be done? He could only smile foolishly and said, "Ruoshi, baby, it turns out that you can even think of this. I admire you, admire you. I also know that you go to Japan from time to time to make out with my Vice President Hanya. I also know that you and Lilith from the Blood Clan once last week. I also know that you and Jane's mother Catherine have ugh. Lin Ruoshi couldn't continue because Yang Chung had put down the knife and covered her mouth with his hand. "Please, my dear wife, can you stop talking?" Yang Chung showed a pitiful look. "How about you ground me? I will never lie in the future." Lin Ruoshi angrily took Yang Cheng's hand away and glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. "Don't think that I won't know when 17 and Athena come out when I'm resting. I know what they see and what they know." Yang Chung nodded continuously. I understand. Are the three of you one?" Yang Chung didn't know why. Although the three women were in one body, he was especially afraid when Lin Ruoshi was the dominant one. When it was 17 or Athena's turn to be the dominant one, he would be more relaxed. Of course, it didn't mean that he didn't like Lin Ruoshi. It was just that Lin Ruoshi was the most special to him, so he naturally didn't dare to mess around with her. Yang Chung was also a little glad. Although the three souls hadn't been separated and he couldn't think of any way to separate them, at least, most of the time, it was Lin Ruoshi who was the dominant one. In a week, it would only be 17 or Athena for 1 or 2 days. It was actually quite interesting to let him relax occasionally. Of course, there were also times when he had a headache. For example, 17 spoiled her child very much. Letting Lon Lon play with the Firestorm wheels was a good example. She gave Lon Lon almost everything she wanted, and it didn't matter if there were any problems. Even if Lon Lon used the Firestorm wheels to burn tens of thousands of people to death, 17 wouldn't even care, as long as her daughter was fine. Another example was Athena. She was easily shy when doing intimate actions. If it wasn't done properly, her divinity would tremble and the house would collapse. Later on, Yang Chung developed a habit. When Lin Ruoshi was Athena, he would first ask if he could touch her before doing so. Otherwise, he could only open a construction company and keep building houses. Lin Ruoshi had already started operating Yulei International again, and she was also involved in the business of the demon race, such as making clothes for demon cultivators. It was really strange and varied. Women also enjoyed themselves, and their workaholic nature was completely exposed. This also gave Yang Chung a lot of time to be intimate with other women. However, women always had all kinds of ways to control Yang Cheng's every move, which made Yang Chung extremely admire. Just when Lin Ruoshi wanted to say a few more words to Yang Chung, her eyes glanced at another place, and she instantly became angry. She pointed at a table over there, and there was a 7 or 8-year-old little girl wearing a white puffy princess dress and wearing a crystal hairpin. She shouted, "Yang glutinous rice! How dare you? Who allowed you to eat mommy's glutinous rice balls? Spit them out." Chapter 1662. Glutinous Yang's full name was Glutinous Rice, and her nickname was also Glutinous Rice. It had to be said that there was a reason why Yang Chung gave the girl this name. As Lin Ruoshi's daughter, Glutinous Yang was practically carved from the same mold as Lin Ruoshi when she was young. In Mother Wang's words, more than 10 years ago, the lady and Glutinous Rice were twins. Miss Glutinous Rice was just like her mother. She had an extraordinary appearance since she was young, and even her presence was as cold as ice. She was elegant and graceful. But what was even stranger was that ever since Miss Glutinous Rice ate the glutinous rice balls her mother gave her for the first time, she fell in love with this food. From then on, Lin Ruoshi began a life of fighting over glutinous rice balls with her daughter, and the others did not know whether they should laugh or cry. However, Lin Ruoshi did not care about the people's mockery. Both mother and daughter believed that eating glutinous rice balls was a very sacred thing, and it was only natural for them to fight over them. When Lin Ruoshi rushed in front of Glutinous Rice in an aggressive manner, Glutinous Rice had already eaten the remaining half of the glutinous rice ball. She was not even afraid of choking. She puffed up her cheeks and looked as if she would rather die than submit. She stared at her mother warily. When Lin Ruoshi saw that the little thing still had the guts to eat the remaining half of the glutinous rice ball, even though she had come over, she was furious. "Didn't I give you 2 just now? You just need to finish eating them. There are so many people in the party today, and you dare to snatch my glutinous rice balls? Is your butt itching?" Glutinous Rice chewed and raised her head elegantly and coldly. She looked as if she was beneath herself to argue with her mother and mumbled, "Mom, ugh, Mom, how embarrassing. Oomph." Lin Ruashi was so angry that she was about to go mad. She actually reached out to pinch her daughter's face and ordered loudly, "You're not allowed to eat it. You're not allowed to swallow it. Spit it out, do you hear me?" Glutinous Rice's mouth was squeezed, and she could not chew, so she decided to stop moving. She just did not want to spit it out. The surrounding guests all burst into laughter. Watching the mother and daughter fight over the meatballs was always a very interesting thing. Guo Xuehua clicked her tongue and felt ashamed for her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. But she knew it was useless to persuade them, so she didn't want to waste her breath on this kind of thing. Yang Cheng couldn't just ignore it. Both his hands were made of flesh. He immediately put down the things in his hands and ran over to gently pat Lin Ruashi's arm. "My dear wife, baby, don't be angry. I'll go buy you some meatballs, okay?" Glutinous Rice is still young and doesn't understand much, but no matter what, she's your biological daughter. What kind of daughter would treat her mother like this? Lin Ruashi was getting angrier the more she listened. In his heart, Yang Cheng thought that his mother had to be in a normal state, but he could only persuade her with kind words. "I'll punish her to practice for 2 more hours today, okay? My dear wife, don't be angry. She already ate it, so it's useless even if she spits it out." On the other side, Yang Cheng was trying to persuade Lin Ruashi and her daughter. The three of them were putting on a tragic and touching performance of the tragedy caused by a meatball. On the other side, sitting at another table, a little boy wearing a black and white checkered shirt, a red bow tie, and gray suit shorts was cutting his steak with silver cutlery while shaking his head and sighing deeply like an adult. "Aunt Jian, I think that if the two of us weren't in this family, the IQ of this family would be in the negatives. It's one thing for my father to be an idiot whose lower body determines his brain, but why did my mother and sister become idiots? Because of a glutinous rice meatball. My heart aches, but I also think that I have a great responsibility." The little boy's head did not match his body size. Even though he looked like a tiger and was very cute, when he spoke, he sounded very mature and mature. He wore a pair of big black-rimmed glasses, but in truth, he did not have any lenses. He was just putting on an act. This was Miss Glutinous Rice's twin brother, Yang Datu. The reason why Yang Cheng named his son Datu was obvious from birth. Big Head Yang's head didn't grow for nothing. What made everyone astonished was that the idiot Yang Cheng actually gave birth to a genius. Since he was a child, Datu wasn't very interested in anything else. He liked to follow Jane and learn things from Aunt Jian. Whether it was astronomy, geography, history, philosophy, ancient and modern knowledge, as long as it was academic or scientific, he liked it. Moreover, he learned it very quickly. Jane was especially fond of this child. On the other hand, Yang Cheng had a bit of a headache with his eldest son. This little guy thought that his father was an idiot and that only Aunt Jian was worthy of his admiration. Although as Data grew up, he gradually understood that this idiot father also had an extremely strong side. He worshipped science and not force. Therefore, his father was still an idiot. Later, Yang Cheng let him be. He did not force him to practice more, as long as he could get by. Data also showed more and more outstanding scientific research talent. He began to become Jane's little assistant. Many of the functions of the spacecraft designed for the Protoss were designed by Datu. He was simply a superbrain. Jane, who was sitting at the side, was wearing a white lab coat. When she heard Big Head Yang's words, she habitually smiled and said, "Well, Annie also thinks that Big Head is very smart. Could it be that Annie gave birth to Big Head, but your father switched him?" Big Head solemnly said, "Doesn't Yang think so too?" Data thinks so too. Otherwise, why is there such a big difference in IQ between me and my sister? At this time, on the other side of Jane, a little girl who was happily eating cream cake and licking her pink lips revealed a pitiful expression as if she was about to cry. She turned to look at Jane and pouted cutely. "Isn't little Bun Mommy's biological daughter? Mommy doesn't want little buns anymore." This fair-skinned mixed-race child with black curly hair, azure blue eyes, and snow-white skin was the youngest daughter that Jane gave birth to for Yang Cheng, Yang Bun. The reason why she was called Bun was because when she was born, Bun's hair was brown and her face was pink and white. She looked like a bun. In addition, the older siblings who were born before were either shredded meat or glutinous rice. So this child was simply called Bun. Mommy was a Westerner, so she couldn't be called Rice. Although Bun's hair color later turned black, Yang Cheng was too lazy to change her name. As her biological father, he could just call her by her name. Who would dare to look down on Yang Cheng's children because of their names? Who would dare? When Jane heard her daughter's words and looked at her pitiful face, she couldn't help but laugh. She picked up her daughter and sat her on her lap. She teased little Bun's face and wiped the cream off her lips. How could Mommy not want Bun? Little Bun is so cute, and she's the most obedient. She sings well, dances well, and even draws a portrait for Mommy. Big Brother Big Head is joking with Mommy. Don't cry, little Bun. Young Dada nodded his head vigorously. Although this little guy didn't say anything, he was still very concerned about his younger brother and sister. Only then did little Bun giggle again. She climbed back to her seat and continued to eat the cake. Jane stroked her daughter's curly braids and sighed with emotion. As her own daughter, little Bun had no interest in scientific things, nor did she have much acumen. Surprisingly, this child had a strong talent for art. Since she was young, she had been extremely focused on dancing, singing, and painting. As long as she had seen a dance, heard a song, and seen a painting, she could imitate most of it. With a little research, she would be able to understand it. Although she was usually muddle-headed and adorable, and even spoke half a beat slower, once she was on the stage, little Bun would immediately be in high spirits, able to overshadow many professional ballet dancers. Usually, she could be considered the second person in the family, other than Lon Lon, to be happy. Perhaps, little Bun had inherited the noble artistic bloodline of her ancestors from the royal family after a few generations. Jane did not force her daughter to inherit her legacy. It was fine as long as she did what she liked. In any case, it was enough to have Yang Datu. They were all Yang Cheng's children, which meant that they were all her children. At this moment, Yang Cheng finally separated Lin Ruashi and Yang glutinous rice. He called out to everyone and began to eat the lamb skewers he had roasted. He was simply picking up his old profession. However, at this moment, above the sea, Yang Lon Lon suddenly flew over on her wind flame wheels. She also carried a 1-meter-long tuna that had been beaten half to death with both hands and excitedly landed on the beach. Daddy, Daddy, Lon Lon wants to eat sashimi. When little Bun saw that Lon Lon had returned with the tuna, she quickly ran down and shouted, "Big sis Lon Lon." Then, when she saw the tuna, she licked her lips and looked at Yang Cheng with anticipation. If Yang Lon Lon had to choose one of her younger siblings that she liked the most, then it would definitely be little Bun. It was not because of anything else, but because they were all gluttons. Little Bun, this is for you. Lon Lon brought out a conch from her spatial ring and handed it to little Bun. This conch could play musical notes, and it was something little Bun liked to collect. Little Bun beamed with joy and said, "Big sis Lon Lon is the best." At that moment, Lin Ruashi walked over with a stern, motherly expression and said to Lon Lon in displeasure, "How many times have I told you not to go into the deep sea? It's a big-eyed tuna again, and you're going into the sea too, to 300 meters deep again, right? You might be fine if you go, but what if little Bun and glutinous rice learn from you? They'll be in danger." Lon Lon pouted unhappily. "Lon Lon will protect my younger siblings." Lin Ruashi lectured her again. "Do you think that you haven't caused enough trouble? Last time, little Bun said that he wanted to feel the power of the sky, clear divine lightning, and you really gave him one. If it weren't for your daddy leaving 2 defensive artifacts on little Bun's body to negate some of the damage, your little brother would have died." Lon Lon was careless. "It won't happen again." Lon Lon lowered her head. When that matter was brought up, she did not dare to say anything. At that time, she had been terrified, and little Bun's little brother's body had turned black from the lightning strike. At that time, Qiang Wei's aunt had cried her eyes out, and it was the first time Ruashi's mother had truly slapped her, but while crying. Even her father had not come out to stop her. Fortunately, they were family after all, and little Bun was very upright. She knew that it was not Lanlin's fault alone, so she did not do anything. At that moment, Qiang Wei, who was wearing a red dress and holding a little boy, walked over to Lin Ruoshi and advised, "All right, Ruoshi, this matter is over. Isn't little Bun now full of vigor? Don't talk about Lon Lon anymore." "Yes, yes." The little boy also nodded vigorously. "It's not big sister Lanlin's fault. It's because little Bun didn't listen to Daddy's words and was too anxious to cultivate." This little boy, who had a healthy wheat-colored skin and bright eyes, was very similar to Yang Cheng when he was young, was the son that Xiangwei had given birth to for Yang Cheng, Yang shredded meat. The reason why he was called Little Bun was because Yang Cheng remembered that the bar that Xiangwei had opened back then was called Rose, so he simply gave this name to commemorate it. At that time, everyone had objected, but Yang Cheng had patted his chest and said that his son had the final say. He was so stunned that Xiangwei almost fainted. However, thinking about how Lin Ruoshi had already given birth to glutinous rice and big-head little Bun, he would just have to make do with it. When the child grew up and couldn't take it anymore, there was still time to change it. Yang shredded meat was a true martial arts fanatic. If it wasn't for the fact that today was an important day, he would most likely still be cultivating in the training room. Moreover, he was very interested in Yang Cheng's alchemy and magical equipment. However, because he was too focused, his comprehension was not as clear as his sister, Lon Lon. Yang Cheng walked over and took the tuna that Lon Lon was carrying on her shoulder. He said to Lin Ruoshi, "All right, today is such a happy day. Let's talk about educating our daughter in the future. No matter what, she's our first child. Why are you always so strict with our chubby little girl?" "It's precisely because she's our first child that I'm especially strict with her. If I don't have strict requirements, you'll spoil her to this extent. If I indulge her, wouldn't I become a devil incarnate?" Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at her husband. Yang Cheng smiled at Shan Shan and secretly winked at Lon Lon and the Bun. His meaning was very clear. Don't say anything. Just follow Daddy and eat our sashimi. Lon Lon became worried when she thought of food. She even went up and held her brother's hand, wanting to pull him to eat with her. Lin Ruoshi looked at the happy faces of the children who surrounded Yang Cheng. She looked at Xiangwei and smiled. She also felt a little helpless. Yang Cheng had always spoiled his children. At most, he would put on an act. The ones who were really the bad guy were always the mothers. When Lin Ruoshi turned around and wanted to call Yang glutinous rice to play with her sister and brother and eat some sashimi, the scene in front of her suddenly made her feel like her forehead was on fire. She saw that Yang glutinous rice had already finished the remaining glutinous rice balls. She had a reserved and cold expression as she stroked her round belly and looked at her provocatively. "Yang, glutinous. Me. I'll teach you a lesson today." Lin Ruoshi's sudden and shrill shout came from the beach, followed by the guests' loud laughter. Chapter 1663. A month later, the gods finally left Earth. The spaceship that Jane and Big Head built together was very successful. Before that, Yang Cheng found a day to go to Kristen's boudoir for half a day under Lin Ruoshi's strict surveillance. The wonderful feeling was not to be known to outsiders. Of course, the next day it was inevitable that he coaxed his wife for a whole day before he finally calmed down. Yang Cheng and the women at home each resumed their own work in life. Yang Cheng did not have a clear job to do, but it did not mean that he was idle. In addition to taking care of the children's growth, Yang Cheng also had to watch the development of the entire Earth. He chose to let humans face the world of cultivation directly, not because he was irresponsible, but because he was constantly controlling the changes of each force. Once someone had crooked thoughts and wanted to disrupt the development of a new civilization, Yang Cheng would not hesitate to kill them. After all, the most difficult thing to control was the human heart. Many people could not help but play tricks even if they knew that there was a knife hanging over their heads. At the same time, Yang Cheng also sent out the Kunlun mirror to monitor every movement in the outer space of the Earth. Compared to Meng Xiaoyao, he could know what asteroids or meteorites would attack the Earth earlier. However, he did not think too much about the situation in the next hundreds or thousands of years. He was not in a hurry to find someone to succeed him. He was still very young, and his life could be said to have just entered the prime of his life. For the time being, there was no need to think too much about it. He just needed to enjoy the hard-won happiness. Tang Wan took her younger brother Tang Ju and opened up trading channels between Huaxia's cultivation industry and the Western countries, such as some spiritual herbs and some cultivation teaching schools. The reason why she took Tang Ju was also strongly requested by Yang Cheng. This guy relied on his brother-in-law to boast about his relationship with Yang Cheng, so Tang Wan had to take good care of him. It was worth mentioning that Tang Tang and Yuan Yi finally got married and gave birth to a white and chubby son. This made the grandmother Tang Wan a little depressed. After all, she was a grandmother. However, she was more happy for her daughter to find happiness. The two sisters, Kai Ning and Kai Yin, became officials in charge of the relationship between the Chinese government and the cultivators, demon cultivators and demonic cultivators. They traveled between the major forces and were responsible for smoothing the relationship and resolving conflicts. After the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade was reorganized, the sisters' father, Kai Yunqing, became the Secretary General of Huaxia's Friar Association and became the communication hub between cultivators and ordinary people. Li Jingjing, who had wanted to enter politics, found that she did not like being an official in the end. However, she was happy to join Gua Xuehua's charity team and devoted herself to helping orphans all year round. The disaster 10 years ago had increased the number of orphans in the world, so they needed their help even more. Lin Ruoxi would occasionally follow her mother-in-law around to deliver supplies to the orphanage. She would bring the children and play with the orphans, all for the sake of nurturing the children to have compassion. No matter how strong they were, they shouldn't forget that kindness was precious. Mo Qianyi and Lu Mingyu were Lin Ruoxi's assistants, doing the work that they were used to in the past. However, the customers they faced were all big forces. Doing business with demon cultivators, demonic cultivators, and dragon clan was something new for the women. However, Lu Qingshan and his wife, as well as Ma Guifeng, urged their daughters not to be too involved in work and to give birth to a boy and a girl as soon as possible for them to hug. Yang Cheng thought so too, so he would sneak into the two women's office from time to time to enjoy the passion that could only be found in the office. Anxin and Xiao Qiqing used their talents in business and science and technology to promote some of the high-tech products developed by Jane to the world. The Ann's group had also become a high-tech company that led mankind's technology and was highly respected by the world. Because of her Heavenly Fox bloodline, Anxin also became a permanent director of the Demon Cultivator Association. This was undoubtedly a way for the demon cultivators to please Yang Cheng and get closer to him. Fortunately, Anxin liked this position, so Yang Cheng let her do as she pleased. Because of the recovery of her 9 meridians, Xiao Qiqing became a great help. Her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and she even surpassed Jane. She became the most powerful woman among Yang Cheng's women, except for Lin Ruoxi, who had a godhead. Yang Cheng was a little surprised by this. On the other hand, Jinxiu spent most of her time in South Korea and worked with her family to develop and manage the cultivation industry in other Asian countries, gradually occupying more and more markets. In the past 10 years, she had become one of the richest women in Asia. In terms of wealth, she even surpassed Lin Ruoxi. The 4 established families in Yanjin had also opened a new chapter. Ning Guangyao became the head of the unified Ning family. While reviving the cultivators of the Ning family, he continued to be the prime minister. Li Mozhen had already passed the position to his son, Li Yunpeng. After the addition of cultivators to the security department, the coverage had also increased. The head of the Tang family was still given to Tang Huang. Tang Huang was actually not interested in fighting for it. After all, it was tiring for a woman to be the head of the family. The head of the Yang family, on the other hand, was declined by Yang Cheng. Yang Gongming had no choice but to temporarily hand it over to Yang Pejuan. Yang Pejuan became the commander-in-chief of Huaxia's army. He was busy again, causing Wu Xuehua to complain that she would not see him for 10 days to half a month. Yang Gongming was unemployed at home. He spent his days playing with his great-grandchildren and enjoying his old age. Yin Sanyang would visit him from time to time. They chatted for a long time, and no one knew what they were talking about. Although the two were about the same age, Yang Cheng always felt that Yang Gongming was an old cow eating young grass. Furthermore, what made Yang Cheng feel a little incredulous was that Li Dun had become the president of Huaxia's Friar Association. He was even one level higher than Kai Yinqing. The fact that Li Dun was able to secure his position at such a young age was inseparable from Yang Cheng's helplessness and support. That day, Li Dun tricked Yang Cheng into going for a meal of noodles. In the end, Luo Qinxiu, Su Xiaogong, Lu Xiwan, and a few other big shots of the cultivator circle were there as well. Li Dun asked Yang Cheng to testify for him. With Yang Cheng's support, the other cultivators naturally did not dare to say anything. Yang Cheng did not object at that time. After letting Li Dun take the position, he observed the results and realized that the kid was quite capable. He managed to keep the association in line and even quelled some of the people who did not support him. With Li Dun's help, Li Dun improved very quickly. Yang Cheng believed that in the future, Li Dun would also have enough cultivation to convince everyone in the association. Speaking of Luo Qinxiu, one had to mention Luo Xiaoxiao. This girl would come looking for Yang Cheng and the children every few days. She was very close to Lon Lon and the rest of the kids. She was the queen of the children. Of course, her main purpose was to seduce Yang Cheng so that Yang Cheng could not help but make a mistake one day. After the Luo family was rebuilt, Luo, Xiaoxiao's birth mother, Tang Lui, became the matriarch of the household. She was the real boss of the household. Luo Qinxiu had also become henpecked. Filled with guilt and love for Tang Lui, he would listen to her every word. Tang Lui didn't wish for her own daughter to be Yang Chen's concubine, while her own disciple became his concubine. Hence, she refused to budge. She strictly forbade Yang Cheng from touching Luo Xiaoxiao. She would never allow Luo Xiaoxiao to become a part of the Yang family. Yang Cheng did not have any objections. Although the Luo family's sister was alluring, Lin Ruoxi was keeping an eye on him. He did not dare to offend her. However, Tang Lui could not control her daughter, Luo Xiaoxiao. Luo Xiaoxiao would often appear in front of him. From time to time, she would even come to the beach in a bikini. It was not something that a human should do. Yang Cheng felt that it was only a matter of time before he lost control of himself and ate this peach. It was a headache. After Meng Xiaoyao's departure, the two guardians, Yang Yuansu and Li Xiumei, once again went into seclusion. They worked hard to reach the Jade Pure Realm. Come to think of it, the world was now at peace. There was no need for them to care too much about the world. Before they knew it, another Huaxia's Spring Festival had arrived. In order to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the calamity, and to thank Cultivator Huaxia for his 10 years of slaying evil and restoring order to the world, every country celebrated the Spring Festival. The United Nations announced that the Noah's Ark, which was once built as a shelter, had been modified into a spaceship that could explore the universe. The Ark would fly into space in a new year to explore the possibility of interstellar migration. Every race and every person on Earth was filled with emotions. The historical era had already turned over a new, brilliant page. Chapter 1664. Zhonghai, Shijiao Villas. 9 years ago, Huaxia's government had given this upscale residential area to Yang Cheng and his wife as a gift. Lin Ruoxi had hired a construction company to carry out extensive renovations. It had already been revitalized and became the new base of the Yang family in Zhonghai. Since Lin Ruoxi had to work and insisted on sending the children to the friar school to socialize with their peers, the family still lived here most of the time except on weekends. Of course, the other women also had rooms reserved for them, so they could come and stay at any time. Yang Cheng didn't want his children to have any estrangement because of their different birth mothers, so the children often went to and left school together and played together. At the same time, letting the women stay closer would make it easier for Yang Cheng to complete group activities when he needed them. Unfortunately, Lin Ruoxi had always resisted participating. Seeing that this man was willing to die for her, she didn't want to restrict Yang Cheng's ridiculous behavior. But she still didn't participate. In the end, Yang Cheng didn't dare to mention it again. He was worried that if Athena appeared at a critical moment, Wouldn't she just shake the house to the sky? It was the first working day after the spring festival. The morning sun was like a warm and delicate palm, gently caressing Yang Cheng's face. Yang Cheng stretched and slowly got up from the big bed. He looked beside him and saw that Lin Ruoshi was up early again. The alarm clock showed that it was only 6:30 in the morning. This woman really doesn't know how to enjoy life. Yang Cheng shook his head and smiled. Yang Cheng lifted the quilt and was completely naked. Last night, he dragged his wife and had sex until the early hours of the morning. In the end, he just hugged his wife and fell asleep. He didn't even bother to take a shower or put on pajamas. Yang Cheng casually put on a pair of boxer shorts and slowly walked to the door. He leaned against the railing and looked downstairs at the dining room. "Come, Lon Lon, this is the fresh shrimp-fried eel noodles that Grandma Wong made for you." Mother Wong was wearing an apron and walked out of the kitchen with a big bowl of noodles. She smiled and put it in front of young Lon Lon. Lon Lon swallowed her saliva and couldn't wait to eat. Then, she picked up the bowl and took a sip of the noodle soup with a blissful look. Lin Ruoshi followed from behind with a plate of strawberry cheesecake and placed it in front of Yang glutinous rice. She also placed a plate of poached eggs in front of Yang Datu. Seeing that her eldest daughter had already started eating the eel noodles happily, Lin Ruoshi said helplessly, "Mother Wong, you spoil Lon Lon too much." "Hee, what's the big deal? If the child wants to eat, then we'll make it for her. Our Lon Lon doesn't have any other hobbies besides eating." Mother Wong did not care at all. She smiled until her eyes turned into crescent moons as she watched her child eat the noodles. Lin Ruoshi sighed and put one hand on her waist. She reached out and touched her son's hair. "Our Datu is still the most obedient. He only eats milk and eggs in the morning. He knows to eat according to nutrition." Daddy Yong licked the white milk at the corner of his mouth and said with a serious face, "Because he's full, the metabolism of the digestive system increases. Most of the blood supplies the digestive system, and the blood supply of the organs in the other systems decreases. The brain will be in a state of mild hypoxia. As a responsible scientist, we can't allow the brain to be slow." Daddy Yang said, and turned his head to look at Lin Ruoshi. "Also, Mom, can you stop touching my head? I'm not a child anymore." The smile on Lin Ruoshi's face froze. She was actually despised by her son. She awkwardly took her hand down. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you're not a child, then are you an adult?" She looked at young Nwomi on the other side and saw that her daughter was holding a knife and fork. She was taking small bites of the cheesecake that was melting in her mouth. Her posture was extremely elegant. "Nwomi, you're eating so slowly again. Otherwise, you'll be late for school again," Lin Ruoshi said unhappily. Young Nwomi arrogantly turned her head and snorted. "Mom, you're the one who told me to be a lady. A lady can't wolf down food. That's very vulgar. If you're so obedient, then why did you eat the meatballs so quickly yesterday?" Lin Ruoshi suddenly became angry and argued with her daughter. Young Nwomi didn't know how to respond. She simply stuck out her tongue at Lin Ruoshi and acted like a rascal. This made Lin Ruoshi furious. She tugged at Mother Wong's hand and said, "Mother Wong, did you see that? Is this little girl's fate against mine? Why is she going against me so early in the morning? What will happen when she grows up? What do you think we should do?" Mother Wong was overjoyed. In her eyes, Lin Ruoshi was actually still a child. She could only keep nodding, but she couldn't say anything. She had seen this kind of scene many times. Nwomi was different from her sister. Lon Lon was too lazy to say anything. She would either silently take care of herself or act coquettishly and beg for mercy. Nwomi, on the other hand, liked to fight with her mother and refused to admit defeat. It was very interesting. Yang Cheng, who was watching this scene from upstairs, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Ruoshi immediately turned around and glared at Yang Cheng. "What are you laughing at? If you're up, put on your clothes. Do you think you look good standing there in your underwear?" Yang Cheng immediately laughed and nodded in agreement. Before he turned around and went back to his room, he didn't forget to give Nwomi a thumbs up. After returning to his room, Yang Cheng wasn't in a hurry to go down. He went to the bathroom and took a warm bath. When he came out of the bathroom, Mother Wong had already sent the children to school. She said she was sending them off, but she was actually supervising them. She was afraid that the children would be mischievous and play truant. Lin Ruashi had already returned to her bedroom. She was dressed neatly, and her hair was tied up. She wore a professional and fashionable blue suit jacket, a white lace shirt, and a black knee-length skirt. Her long and fair legs swayed in front of Yang Cheng's eyes. When she saw Yang Cheng come out, Lin Ruashi conveniently placed a set of clothes she prepared for Yang Cheng on the bed. Then, she walked to the dressing table and rummaged through the jewelry she wanted to wear. As she busied herself, she nagged at Yang Cheng. "Hubby, do you think our Nwomi has already entered her rebellious phase? But that's not right. Shouldn't she only become rebellious when she reaches puberty? Oh, it's really not easy being a parent. I used to think that children should be cute, but now just thinking about it gives me a headache." And Big Head, he runs over to Jane's place every day. He's even closer to her than he is to me, his own mother. I'm starting to wonder if Jane fed him some magic potion. How can there be such a child? Aya, what are you doing? Lin Ruashi suddenly realized that Yang Cheng's hands had already wrapped around her slender waist from behind. The man's entire body was hot and pressed against her from behind. One of Yang Cheng's hands quickly climbed up one of Lin Ruashi's peaks. He rubbed the soft and bouncy meat a few times. Lin Ruashi's pretty face instantly turned pink. Her charming almond-shaped eyes were filled with ripples, and her body was a little weak. "Hubby, don't do this. I have to go to work. Baby Ruashi, this isn't my fault." Yang Cheng's lips moved closer to the woman's ear. He breathed out hot air and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you before? Don't always talk about children in the morning. Whenever you talk about children, I feel that you're especially charming as a mother. Then I won't say it, okay?" Lin Ruashi pleaded in a low voice. "That won't do," Yang Cheng said with a smirk. "We men are very hungry in the morning. You just had to wear such a uniform in front of me. My blood is about to burn now." As he spoke, Yang Cheng had already extended his other hand to the button of Lin Ruashi's short skirt. He quickly undid it, and his palm reached into the woman's sensitive triangular area. He skillfully teased the woman's desire. Lin Ruashi knew that there was no way to escape. Once her man had this kind of thought, even the strength of 9 bulls and 10 tigers couldn't pull him back. There was no time for him to be satisfied. Only 30 minutes. You're not allowed to hold back. Lin Ruashi could only settle for the next best thing and negotiate with Yang Cheng. 40 minutes? Yang Cheng asked with some difficulty. It was okay for him to be durable, but it was a bit difficult to break out too early. "No, just 30 minutes. Lin Ruashi insisted. Yang Cheng gritted his teeth. "In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Let's do it first." The woman might forget the time when she was too comfortable. He picked up his beloved wife's plump and slender body and threw her on the big bed. Yang Cheng immediately pounced on her. He didn't want to take off too many clothes on her body. After throwing away the coat, he opened the opening in front of the woman's chest. Pushing the bra open, a pair of plump and tender white snow-white peaks popped out. Yang Cheng buried his head, and his lips and tongue enjoyed squeezing a wet mark on the delicate mutton fat. Lin Ruashi also slowly couldn't help herself. She took the initiative to kiss Yang Cheng and let out a burst of ecstasy. Yang Cheng panted heavily. He lifted the woman's waist and turned her body so that the graceful and plump buttocks were facing him. He lifted the short skirt and revealed the black lace underwear inside. Looking at the beautiful sunken area in the middle, there was a bulging bulge and a slightly embarrassing liquid seeping out. It was as if Yang Cheng had already smelled a fragrance that accelerated the secretion of hormones. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yang Cheng's mouth. He suddenly raised his palm high and fell down just right. "Pa!" A crisp sound caused Lin Ruashi to let out a resentful cry. Yang Cheng actually raised his hand and began to slap her, but a few times, making a continuous sound of flesh. Looking at the elastic and plump buttocks that were suffused with a hint of captivating redness, Yang Cheng lowered his head and kissed it a few times. He was just short of taking a bite of the pink and tender buttocks. He chuckled and was a little silly. Lin Ruashi turned her head. Her face was flushed, and she was a little embarrassed. You spank my butt again. If you have the ability, you can spank her when I'm Athena. Coward. You only know how to bully me. Yang Chung had long told Lin Ruoshi that the reason he spanked her but was because he used to dream of lifting Athena's skirt and spanking her but one day. In the end, Athena was Lin Ruoshi. Yang Chung could finally fulfill his wish. It was just at the time he spanked Athena's, but Athena was so shy that she couldn't control herself. It caused the bedroom in Yinjing to collapse, and Yang Chung didn't dare to do it again. However, even if he couldn't spank Athena, he could spank Lin Ruoshi. After all, they were the same person. Imagining that it was Athena made Yang Chung very satisfied. Of course, this wasn't a real spanking. Yang Cheng's strength was ingenious. It was just a loud sound. In reality, the pain wasn't that intense. Otherwise, he wouldn't bear to do it. Hee hee, Ruoshi babe, you actually like it when I spank you like this. It's a kind of fun. Yang Chung winked at the woman. Lin Ruoshi gritted her teeth and scolded the man for being shameless and vulgar. However, the amorous look in her eyes couldn't conceal some facts. Finally, Yang Chung pulled out his overlord spear. He turned around and hugged the woman's body. From the back, he penetrated into the moist and elastic space. In an instant, the big bed surged with the spring tide and the chirping of the oriole. Yang Chung was like a ferocious beast that didn't know fatigue. He brought wave after wave on the white body. From the bed to the dressing table, there were no places that didn't leave their pink marks. In the end, Lin Ruoshi also forgot about the time. After an unknown period of time, Yang Chung finally poured a wave of heat into her body. The banners and drums were laid down, and the wind and waves were calm. After panting in a man's arms for a while, Lin Ruoshi suddenly remembered that she still had to go to work. She got up and looked at the time. Her face was immediately filled with vexation. It's all your fault. I'm an hour late. Lin Ruoshi quickly flipped the man over and got under the bed. She tidied up her clothes and cleaned up the smell left behind by the man on her body. However, Yang Chung didn't care at all. He laid on the big bed and watched the woman complain to him. He smiled, his eyes filled with gentleness and satisfaction. When Lin Ruoshi hurriedly packed up and was about to leave the room, she was stopped by Yang Chung. Wait. Lin Ruoshi carried her bag and turned around. What's wrong now? Yang Chung walked in front of the woman with his upper body bare. He smiled and shook his head. He reached out to Lin Ruoshi's chest and undid one of the woman's buttons. Just as Lin Ruoshi wanted to stop him, she realized that she was thinking too much. It was because she was too anxious that the button was misplaced. The winter sun was getting hotter and hotter. It shone through the large glass window and onto the man's side profile. Lin Ruoshi quietly looked at the man, buttoning up her shirt. He was so serious, and his eyes were filled with love for her. All right. Yang Chung raised his head and caressed his wife's cheek. He said gently, Go and start the work you like. Lin Ruoshi blinked and suddenly opened her arms. She hugged Yang Cheng's neck and kissed Yang Cheng's lips lightly. It was like sweet honey, filled with a sweet taste. I love you so much, hubby. The woman smiled happily. Her moist eyes were filled with tenderness that had accumulated over the years. Yang Chung was slightly stunned. In the next second, he naturally wrapped his arms around his wife's soft waist and revealed a bright smile that was like a rainbow blooming after the wind and rain. I love you too, my beautiful CEO wife. And Chapter 1665. It's over. Wife is finally over. When I typed the word epilogue, I found that my fingers were stiff on the keyboard. I didn't know where to start. My eyes even started to heat up, and I wanted to cry. Luckily, they didn't fall. There were too many things I wanted to say. From February 16th, 2011 to today, it's April 7th, 2014. More than 3 years. How many 3 years can a person have in their life when they're awake? More than 4. 8 million words. On average, I wrote more than 130,000 words every month. My 3 years of my youth, have been dedicated to this work. When other people of my age were playing games, dating, watching movies, listening to music, playing with their phones, and having fun everywhere, I spent most of my time thinking and writing this novel. Perhaps to many people, this is a bit boring because no one can teach you how to write. You can only rely on yourself. But to me, this is the most profound meaning of these 3 years. I have always believed that as long as a person has the ability to live, they should do what they like to do, regardless of whether it makes money or not, whether it has fame or status, whether it has material or spiritual benefits. As long as it's something they like, and it's not against the law, they should work hard to complete it. I like to write books, and I like to think of the story I want to write. So I did it. Speaking of which, the birth of this book was purely because I was bored studying in America. I wanted to read some novels to pass the time, but I found that there were too few books that I could read. That's why I wanted to write my own book. It's not that other authors don't write well. There is no good or bad book, only likes and dislikes. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. In martial arts, there is always a clear distinction between the strong and the weak, but when it comes to writing, no matter how capable you are, if they don't like you, they don't like you. If they like it, even if it's plain water or a running account, the readers will still love to read it. What I want to write is not a book to compare who is better, but a book that I like to read first. Perhaps it's also because of this goal of my writing, I attracted some like-minded book friends who like this kind of story all the way until now. The journey of writing a book was lonely, but the process of sharing, it was colorful. I like to read the comments on my Weibo and WeChat. Although I was very stubborn and wouldn't listen to their opinions on the plot, I still learn a lot from it. I knew what the readers liked and hated. Of course, at least half of them were scolding me. Speaking of people who scolded me, I would only care about it for about 1.5 years. After that, I would really get used to it. Actually, I had always been very open-minded. After all, I wasn't a professional, so it was inevitable that things would go awry. Stopping to update and standing up was a common occurrence. Netizens were usually very crafty with their words, and I would occasionally say a few poisonous words. Thinking about it, I was relieved. If they scolded me, then scolded me. There were still people who liked me. No one could be perfect. Everyone understood you, right? Speaking of updates, I didn't intend to write this book properly from the beginning. I just casually wrote the beginning of the story according to my own wishes. My editor, who is also a sister that I recognize as my own, Happy Ranger, approached me to sign a contract. It could be said that I didn't have a draft at all from the very beginning. In fact, I didn't even have an outline. For web novelists, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to maintain stable updates without a draft. Think about it this way. When I was in school, writing an essay with 800 words was a headache for many people. I wrote at least 2,000 to 3,000 words for a chapter. 2 chapters would be more than 5,000 words. I had to write like this every day. It wasn't just a simple mental task, it was also physical work. I felt that the hardest part of writing a novel, or even a full-length novel, was not how to write the novel, but how to persevere to the end. If I didn't rely on my interest, I definitely wouldn't be able to persevere to the end. Even if I finished writing, I wouldn't be able to guarantee the quality of the writing. Speaking of quality, I have to mention that many people say that I'm a spammer. I have to say this solemnly. I never spammer. Whether you believe it or not, I don't even have the intention to spammer. What is spammer? The author purposely delays the plot and deliberately intersperses nonsense. That is spammer. What about me? I didn't try to delay the plot. I only considered how to continue the story and tell it well. That's all. Many people say that I'm spammer. That's because what I write is different from what you think. If I just want to finish the story, then I can show everyone an outline and tell them a running account. Wouldn't that be it? But would it be good? Actually, if this book had a main plot, it would have already ended by the love chapter. The reason why I wrote so many chapters after that about Yang Cheng's family and the subsequent lives of some other characters was to satisfy some of the cuter readers who liked urban romance. Some of the things they wanted to see. These stories 10 years later, to many rational readers who like fighting and fantasy, they would definitely think that I'm spammer. However, those readers who have the cute attribute and like love stories, including myself, would find it very interesting. See, this is the principle. If you like it, it's not spammer. If you don't like it, No matter how you write it, it's spammer. As for you saying that some of my words are embellishing and foreshadowing, I can only say that my writing style might not be to your liking. I remember an editor telling me that my book focuses on expressing the feeling of the picture. I think about it carefully. Maybe it's because I spent a lot of ink to embellish and foreshadowing to create the atmosphere. I didn't write the end of the book at the end. Instead, I wrote the end of the whole series. That's because in my eyes, this story is a serial that has been playing in my mind for 3 years. Let me think. What should I say next? Everyone, please forgive me. My mind is filled with complicated emotions, and my logic is a little messed up. I'll write about the general process of my creation. First, the title of the book. Everyone might not know that you can't name a web novel whatever you want. Many book titles have been used. Repetitive titles are not allowed. So, I could only use this very long and vulgar name. Of course, it's also related to me being vulgar. I just wanted to take a look at the book. My book's name is the longest. Later on, the popularity of the book increased. It was even harder for me to change it. It was a little vulgar. So, my family still doesn't know what book I wrote. At the beginning, I just made up a random opening in my mind. I didn't think much about what the Godstone was for. I didn't even make up such a complicated story about Yang Cheng's identity. I didn't even mention gods or cultivators. Those were all written on the spur of the moment. I didn't have a fixed outline. I realized that my outline was completely unreliable. As long as I had a new idea, the outline would be useless. So, I didn't use an outline. I just used my brain to memorize and write on the spot. Other than some of the more important holes, I had to record them in case I forgot to fill in the holes later on. The rest were all written on the spur of the moment. This also made me write very slowly. Often, I couldn't think of how to make up the story even after 2 or 3 days. Even so, I had a rough idea of what to do. I asked the readers for their opinions on filling in the holes. It wasn't that I didn't know anything. I just needed everyone to help me confirm something. Although I wasn't particularly smart, I wasn't a fool either. It was impossible for me to forget everything. Some readers thought that I didn't fill in the holes. In fact, they weren't holes. Sometimes I like to play mysterious. Everyone might think that I was playing mysterious. Sometimes I just casually added a stroke. For example, the person that Luo Pingxiao mentioned was either one of the 2 guardians. There was nothing to think too much about it. Everyone shouldn't think too much about it. If I had written the words guardian at that time, wouldn't I have been exposed a long time ago? There had to be suspense. Moreover, there were many things that I, as the author, couldn't explain. Because the more I explained, the easier it would be for people to argue. How could my words win against millions of netizens? After all, it was a length of nearly 5 million words. Everyone, please forgive me for some small omissions. I really try my best. Humans have their limits. In the early stages of writing, there was a plot that left a deep impression on me. It was about Tang Tang giving Yuan Yi a girl. At that time, I was scolded badly. I thought that most of the readers wouldn't want to read it anymore. After all, for readers who liked YY novels, the plot of giving away a girl was like thunder. At that time, I was also struggling. Should I completely accept both mother and daughter, or should I have a trace of accident and a trace of bottom line? If I had a choice again, I wouldn't have written that paragraph. I would have accepted Tang Tang. More than 2 years ago, I was a little more innocent than I am now, so I gave her to Yuan Yi. Fortunately, there was a little girl, Zhen Xiu, who could make up for it. Fortunately, many readers still stayed. Congratulations to those who stayed. Isn't the good show coming later? Hee hee. As for Yu Shiwening, I also hesitated, but not too much. Because in my idea, she was already a fairy-like woman. She shouldn't easily change her choice for 50,000 years. So, I think it's reasonable for her to reunite with Meng Xiaoyao after 50,000 years. Everyone, don't fight with me. I'm the author, and I have the final say. I'm arrogant. In the whole book, I like to write about love and entanglement the most. I hate the fighting part the most, because for me, it's much easier to write about love and hate than to write about fighting. But no matter what, I've finished writing. The large sections of fantasy content at the end have exhausted me to death. Well, next it's time to talk about what many people have asked me, the new book. About the new book, I will definitely write it, but I have to rest for a while first. I have to get rid of the old stories in my mind and inject new inspiration and ideas. This time, I have to prepare a certain amount of stock manuscripts to prevent the updates from being unstable. Then, according to my life and study arrangements, I will plan a reasonable release time. The new theme, most likely, will still be urban, and there may be no fantasy content, or I will write a little smaller, with urban content as the main content. But don't worry, everyone, I will still maintain my own style. I will have the passion and emotion that should be there. I don't know what kind of new book I can write. For me, the starting point of Wife is a little high. It won't be easy to surpass it. This book has very good results on chasing waves, mobile reading base, and telecom Tiani. It's all thanks to the reader's love. In short, I will strive to make more people satisfied. Sigh, it's so stressful, so worrying. I can't reveal too much about the new book. In any case, I will post the specific process and release information on my Sina Weibo, WeChat, and Tencent Weibo. I believe that the readers who follow will definitely not miss it. At the latest, it might be early June. I can't guarantee anything else. Anyway, I will inform everyone in advance about where to read it. Definitely. In the end, I still have to thank some people. Thank my Chasing Waves editor, Sister Happy Ranger. The last time I returned to China, I went to Nanjing to chat with her for 2 days. She treated me to a table full of dishes, but I was full after eating a few mouthfuls. I was a little embarrassed, so I decided to ask her to treat me again next time. I will try to eat more. Thank the vast number of readers. Whether you have read it before or are still reading it, whether you support it or just come to scold me for no reason, I want to thank you all for your attention. I especially want to thank the readers on Chasing Waves, Mobile Reading Base, and Tiani Reading who subscribed to the original version. In our country, there are not many people who are willing to spend money to read the original version and support the author's creation. You all have given me the faith to persist in writing books with quality. Readers who read the original version on Chasing Waves know very well that I am not like other authors. I don't ask for anything. I don't ask for flowers. I don't ask for recommendation votes. I don't even ask for collections. I firmly believe that the quality of the work is the author's responsibility. Asking readers to give and asking the author to invest money is a good thing. In any case, I don't like that method. The reason why I posted the anti-theft chapter is not because I think that many people will read the original version. I just hate those pirated websites. People who are not willing to read the original version will never read the original version. I know this very well. So, I'm not targeting certain readers. Everyone should know this. I deeply love novels, and I also hope that the online novel industry will continue to develop and not decline. That way, I will have the opportunity to continue writing novels. I hope that when my new book comes out, many of my old friends will still be around. I will also strive to improve and repay everyone's expectations. When that time comes, don't worry about the ocean. Let's stop talking about the Twilight Bell. Moldy dried vegetable sesame cake, April 7th, 2014.